I've been thinking about the end of time, and whether I could write a song so true that you'd be mine, mine, mine. It's worth a try. My mind's been drifting towards the end of days, but I can reel it back if you decide you want to stay, stay, stay. No time to waste. I don't want this to end before it ever begins. I've been reading articles that peddle fear of overpopulation, climate change. The end is near, 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 or so I hear. Though the singularity can make me scream, I bet your clarity could turn my nightmares into dreams, 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 and mend the seams. Optimism seems in vain. You are the only one I know who keeps me feeling sane, sane, sane. Oh, what a change. If our future holds a mass catastrophe, I think I'll want someone who's right there holding hands with me.
Welcome everybody to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, the first ever international Rocket League tournament representing all of the military forces. First things first, introductions. My name is Jasmine, but you can go ahead and call me Veracity as well. If you're new around these parts, you might be wondering what on earth is AFEI? Well, it is a 3 versus 3 Rocket League tournament put together to promote the bond of all of the Allied forces around the world and help promote the notion of gaming within the military. Well, what would be a tournament without some darn good teams? So please welcome to the stage our very first team. We've got DAF Alpha joining me. Come on up. You guys need to clap. That's how this works. There we go. So, representing DAF Alpha, we've got Tut, Lowtech, H3, and Ethan. We've also got DAF Bravo, Plum, McWar Eagle, and Will. And of course, I've got the RAF boys joining me up on stage. There we go. See, there's the UK love. I hope you guys are all prep, primed, and ready. Anybody nervous? Anyone who want to know? All right, that's what I like to hear. Nerves of steel over here. Well, DAF Bravo, I'm going to bid you adieu and let you vacate the stage because I've got some words I need to have with our first 2 teams of today. You know what, RAF, you know what, Stelios? Let's have some words, bro, homie. Anything you want to say to your opponents for the first game?
There is something. You know how much we respect you as people and as opponents, but do not underestimate us. We are here to take the win.
Okay, here to take the win. What about you guys? Any words of wisdom, anything to say back?
We're the alpha dogs around here, so I couldn't be less worried.
Okay, all right, okay. They got some love either side from the crowd as well. Well, only time will tell which of our 2 teams will take away the victory. Spoiler alert, I did have a look at the setups behind here. We've got some people playing on keyboard and mouse. Who's the keyboard and mouse players around here? Interesting. Anything to say to the KBM players?
Look.
Okay. Good luck. You might need it, you might not. Well, without further ado, you folks can go ahead and take to your seats. Best of luck to both of our teams. Give it up for them. Thank you very much. That's some loud cheering. I like it. We've also got the Royal Navy and the British Army joining us remotely, but I also have 3 fantastic casters ready and eager to get things started. So over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. Hello, hi, welcome, folks. Taras Jarvajam, Metinchucks. I have my wonderful colleagues here, Adam and James. You can call us whatever you want, but chances are there's going to be some jams and craftmans and relics thrown around. It is so great to be here. First ever Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Teams from US, from UK coming together to play some Rocket League, and make no mistakes, this is gonna be a highly competitive event if what we already know about teams is to be believed, Craftman.
Absolutely. I mean, the rivalry between America and Britain is going to be on full force this weekend, today and tomorrow, of course. It is the battle for the ownership of the pond. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to take it away this week.
That's the prize. Wow.
Yeah, you get the Atlantic Ocean. That's what we're all fighting for this weekend.
Okay. Big stakes, big stakes. Also, big responsibility, the whole pond. Jeez, well, we're going to see. I'm pretty sure the Navy most likely owns that. I think the Royal Navy is going to have something to say about that. Perhaps that's the team that we're going to be going for, or we're going to see what's going to be going for. But yeah, 2 days full of action, really, morning to evening. So a shout out to everybody who's already joining us here. You're going to be here and watching it. And yeah, let's talk just a little bit about exactly what we're going to be doing. Round Robin is the name of the game. We've got 5 teams on your display, 2 representing US, that's DAF Alpha and DAF Bravo, Department of Air Force, and of course British Army, Royal Navy, and Royal Air Force. Already, I got a feeling that US is outnumbered 3-2 Relic, and it might get a little bit dicey.
Not just outnumbered 3-2, but the same department sending 2 of those teams, Jam. The issue for all of those British forces is that, theoretically speaking, and of course this is on paper, we still have to see the results on the pitch, but they do technically have the best team on paper in DAF Alpha as well. The confidence, I feel, very well founded, but again, these things don't happen on paper. They happen out on the pitch, and it looks like the British forces, they have some great support behind them. Seems like a really cool atmosphere in the studio, so I can't wait to get things underway.
The thing is, right here on the desk, two Brits, right there in the studio. Jasmine, also a Brit. I'm here in the neutral territory. I was also the one in the hype video. Folks who haven't seen it, do check out Air Force Esports on Twitter, as well as the YouTube channel, to see both the introduction to ourselves as well as the little primer on what the teams are and everything. It's half serious, half funny, but we'll be able to know, yeah, that there is there's a lot of support for Brits and US and everything all around. So let's take a look at that schedule, because again, we have 7 matches for you today, and it's gonna be a doozy. Every single team is gonna play the other team at least once. That's a round robin for you, and it's very important to get every single victory. At the end of the day, one of the teams is out. They're still there. They're still going to be participating in the second day, but not playing for any prizes. So if you really want to make it to day 2 and play for something, you need to win all of these. And as far as you can see, first match on our docket is going to be DAF Alpha versus the Royal Air Force. The two Air Forces immediately going to clash. That's going to be something. DAF Bravo is going to be taking the stage afterwards, once again trying to defeat the Royal Air Force. DAF Alpha versus DAF Bravo is going to be one of the biggest matches. We're realistically expecting this to be the grand finals, but the tides might turn. Then the British Army makes their entrance, and at the very end of the day, the Royal Navy is going to be trying their best. Also, some matches are happening off screen, so we're going to be bringing you those results as quickly as they're going to be coming in. So, gents, how about where's the feeling are lying? Are you going with country allegiance, Craftman, or are you going with anything else?
I think coming into this weekend, you mentioned it there, the two Department of the Air Force teams, DAF Bravo and DAF Alpha, are on paper, like both you and James said, on paper they are the two best teams that we have here, and we do probably expect that to be the grand final, but do not give these British teams the pushover. I've seen these guys compete for a few years now, since 2021. Some of them have stuck together. I recognise some of the Air Force boys on stage there, the Royal Air Force boys, and it's great to see them, and just going head to head, America versus Europe, or versus Britain, I suppose. I mean, we mentioned it in that hype video you talked about. Go check that out on Twitter right now. We said that America, at least in competitive Rocket League and the RLCS, America's kind of on the back foot right now. So it's all well and good that these guys are coming in with Supersonic Legend tags on themselves, but now you're going up against what Britain and Europe have to offer, which is a completely different style.
So, Relic, is there a chance for US to right now pick up the slack that the RLCS teams are constantly dropping, really bring the pride, bring the USA into Rocket League?
There really is, and let's not forget how important this Saturday is, of course. 5 teams entering the equation. By the time we reach day 2, we will be seeing whoever the team is that finishes 5th there, but only in the form of show matches. And even with the top 4 going through to Sunday, there's no guarantee that you're going to be in the championship grand finale, Jam. The top 2 who finish in this round of robin group, they are going to be going through to that grand final. The other 2, 3rd and 4th place, they're going to be slotting into a 3rd, 4th place playoff. So really, it all counts on today. If you're not top 2 by the end of proceedings, then sadly for you, Sunday is going to be just for the second servings more than the grand feast of the table.
And we, of course, have some fun stuff for you tomorrow as well, folks. If you are a fan of any extra modes, do tune in. Snow Day and Hoops are going to be on the menu. That's going to be the appetizer for the start of day 2. Today, though, it's straight up best of 5s Rocket League. And but it's time, I think, to introduce one of our teams, DAF Alpha. Really called up to be the best team that is going to be here. Tut, Low Tech, H. It's going to be the team to beat, Relic.
100%. Look, all 3 of these players have hit Supersonic Legend. That's the highest rank that you can achieve in Rocket League at one point or another. Low Tech is the only player stepping onto the field today who maintains that rank. They really are, on paper, the best team. We cannot exaggerate that enough. And these lads know each other really well. They've got the esports jerseys ready to rock. They're prepared. They're confident. No reason to think that they won't be impressing us today.
And I think it's the best to hear from the players themselves. So why don't we hear what Dav Alpha has to say?
I'm ready. All right, my name is Alex Tuttle. I'm born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm currently stationed in Grand Forks, North Dakota, and I do aircraft maintenance.
I'm Logan Lejeune. I'm from Louisiana. I am an A1C stationed at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming, and I work in finance.
I'm Ethan DeFrance. I'm from Arizona. I'm stationed at Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado. I'm a space systems operator.
I'm a Staff Sergeant Henry H3 Brutus. I'm stationed at Whiteman Air Force Base, and I'm from El Paso, Texas. And currently I'm on Team DAF Alpha.
I had a PS2 in my house when I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I kind of started there, just gamed a little bit when I was young, and then I really got into gaming during like Halo 3, Xbox 360.
When Rocket League came out in 2015, I actually got it maybe a month after release. It took me about 2 years to get into tournaments. Sort of competed on and off since then.
Went through Call of Duty, found myself some Rocket League. My brother introduced it to me, and here I am, playing for the Air Force.
I joined the Air Force because I didn't qualify for a job I wanted on the civilian life. So in order for me to not go to college, but still have a job and still have career advancement, I decided the military would be the best fit for that.
Being part of like Air Force gaming and stuff, it's really cool because I get to go on like fun TDYs everywhere, events in Denver and Florida and Texas and now here, so it's only getting bigger and it's really cool to like come out and meet everybody. Winning ForceCon with Plum is probably my favorite moment.
The biggest impact that it's had on me, it's given me a lot of good friendships, great memories with them at different events such as Florida, this one, and we were going to plan on going in Denver in 2 months.
You get off a stressful day at work and you just want to decompress, you just want to relax. So you hop on your computer, you play a couple games with your friends, you talk about your day, you do certain stuff. It's good relaxation.
We always stack Alpha with the best players. Ethan's probably the best coach we could have behind us.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm really good actually. I'm probably the best person at this event.
Everyone agrees?
If we lose a game, I'll donate $100 to Wounded Warrior Project.
My personal coach's secret is like, these guys are, all three of them are super emotional players. So like if I see their eyes starting to water up before you get down, or if they get mad, I try and just relax them, give them a quick back massage real quick or something, loosen them up and just get them back on track.
Yeah, Ethan's my rock.
Yeah.
Without Ethan, I would be an emotional wreck on stage.
Yeah, we're all alphas.
Alpha, for sure.
Just a relentless confidence.
Notice how they're Bravo team,
Yeah,
right?
super
They're
weird,
Bravo
so.
because we beat them to be here. And they got a pity invite to be like, hey, why don't you guys come on down and be another team for Alpha to run through. Talking about
Like
you,
shark
Plum.
bait.
That's all you, Plum. Talking about you.
Hey guys, thanks for supporting us and we're gonna make you guys proud. Thank you.
I think he summed up.
Should we all say thank you at the same time? Thank you, fans. When we win this tourney, all 4 of us are gonna dance.
And Plum has to dance too.
Well, we've said that Dav is gonna play well. They also talk a big game. There's no doubts about that. The confidence is oozing out of that interview, and they feel like they've already won. Let's see if anybody can knock them down a peg. Craftman, what about Royal Air Force?
Yeah, this Royal Air Force squad is really the best of Blighty. You see them on screen there. You got Stelios, P, and Cedric. I've seen these boys compete at the highest level within the UK. Let's see what they can do on this stage, taking on the Yanks.
Well, I think, again, let's give the stage and let's give the word to the boys themselves. Take it away.
My name's Pierce Mitchell from the UK.
My name's Ed. I'm from North Yorkshire.
That is so cool. I am AS1 Stelios Elia. As you can tell by my name, I'm a London-born Greek Cypriot and I play for the RAF Storm Shadows White.
So when I was doing biomedical in A-levels, I brought my laptop to school, was just playing Rocket League in the back of class. That's why I still play keyboard and mouse to this day. I don't play controller.
Anyone remember RuneScape? Anyone know RuneScape? Yeah. RuneScape was the first game I ever played. Absolute classic MMO game. And that was the first time I had an experience with gaming back on Windows 2000, I believe it was.
When I was 7, when the brand new Xbox came out, that's when I really got into it because I got it for Christmas, and then I was non-stop playing from there on pretty much. So I was quite late getting into Rocket League. I started 2020, so about 3 years ago now.
Through Rocket League is where we've all met, which is crazy to think that a game has brought so many relationships together.
When I got involved as 2IC of Rocket League, I mean, I want to say gaming is in no way for me a job, obviously, but it feels like it. I feel like it's part of my job, which is incredible. We get to go to these kind of events. I get to plan stuff for our amazing community to do. Of course, working alongside our bosses. You know, we work with them and we put on some really cool stuff for our community. I could sit here talking to you about that for hours.
Yeah, and it's just growing and growing. We've got 120 odd people now just in the Rocket League side of the military's Discord, which is incredible. It's just vastly growing. It's just going to get better. I genuinely, I rave on about it, but it is just, I don't think one moment stands out to me. I think everything that I've done, my journey through esports, it's just been amazing. There's been no downside to it.
I don't know what more I can say than it's almost like a dream. It's almost like it's not real. I'm getting paid to play video games with my friends as well. We're like a mix, aren't we?
We are a bit of a mix, yeah. We are a bit of a weird mix.
Yeah. I think we're all quite introverted. We all spend a lot of time indoors. Maybe not you so much.
Yes, no.
I think you're a fake introvert.
No.
You're very extroverted but introverted.
Everyone thinks I'm an extrovert, but I'm an inside person, so whatever they're saying is a lie. We've played against the Americans, you know, in online tournaments where, you know, ping has been an issue at, you know, certain points. Not an excuse, but they've, you know, we know how good they are. Like
we're just way better than them.
Yeah, we are. We're coming for you, Americans.
I've got nothing to say. They'll see everything that I have to say on the field. So.
We know what to expect. We know what to expect. We know they're good. You know, jokes aside, we know they're very good. Both of their teams are very good. But we fancy our chances. We haven't come here to lose.
Played better and beaten better. So
that's true. That's
we're already
true.
in their heads.
Being in management, you don't always play that much. So I've had to just grind to make sure I'm at these guys' level, making sure we're doing I can do everything we can to support them and make sure we get this dub. We want to show them what we can do, and if possible, beat them and beat them good.
We're not a pushover.
Yeah, exactly.
As I think we are. So
for the rest of the server, who probably will be looking at this footage, we want you to be here as well next year. If it happens again, we want you to be involved in everything we got. Exactly.
Possible.
So thank you for all your support, and whatever we do it for you.
Thank you very much, Royal Air Force team. And they've highlighted something that's very important, and that is just how important esports is to these folks and how big the esports in military is as well. And that's why Allied Forces Esports Invitational, the first event of its kind, hosted right in the Ramstein Air Base, is so important. And here is to many more. A little bit less smack talking from RIF than there was from DAV, but there is a player that we really need to be talking about, Relic, and that, of course, is Lotek on the side of DAV Alpha. The player to beat, the player to be afraid of?
He's Airman First Class, and there's nothing to suggest that he won't be First Class on the field. We mentioned it earlier, the only supersonic legend heading into today. Also, the greatest disparity between years of gaming and years of service. In fact, in terms of years of service, he's the greenest of the group. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be scared of him or that we should be scared of him. He plays really well. He's already got military LAN experience. He's actually 1 for 1. He's been playing Rocket League in particular a really long time. Mentions here that he got interested back when the release trailer went down in 2015, so not an original Saab C fan per se, but he's been playing the game long enough where he knows the ins and outs. He's clearly grinding well because he's got that rank to show for it, and I'm sure that his teammates are going to be looking to him in particular for those more mechanically technical plays to open up that particular British Forces defense that can be stubborn at times.
This is a perfect setup for our very first match of the day, so without any further ado, gentlemen, the honor is all yours. DAV Alpha versus the Royal Air Force right here on your screens.
Respect, Craftman. I think that's the best way to sum up the Royal Air Force. Lots of respect for their opponents who are most very certainly full of themselves. I believe that will be well-founded in due time, but as we head onto the pitch for our first best of 5, and it is best of 5s for the entirety of today, let's talk a little bit about nerves going into tournaments in the first place. It is the first match, surely going to be playing on their minds.
Absolutely. Nerves on stage as well, playing in front of the crowd here at the Air Force Base. And the first game on stage as well. These guys have been here all week training, getting themselves acclimatized, and of course the Americans having to deal with that time difference. I know it might not play too much of a factor now that they've been here for a few days, but you've got to consider that coming into the weekend as a whole.
No goals early on, that's certainly going to suit the Royal Air Force better. The sooner they can settle into things, the better. But DAF Alpha here with some nice aggression, Ethan to the backboard. Interesting to see Ethan, the coach, of course, stepping onto the field. I see H3, I see Tutso not feeling the need to field their best player early on, maybe testing the waters, maybe a little bit of showmanship from the Department of the Air Force. But as things stand, there are no goals to speak of. Neither side going to be happy, I don't think.
Yeah, maybe they'll start regretting their choice of not playing their best player, I guess. I couldn't think of another word for that. Got to play a player a couple times. That's H3. There's real opportunity there for DAF Alpha. It'll just go off the bar, and now that'll give the Royal Air Force a chance to come back into the blue half of the field. But yeah, interesting that they're going with Ethan as the substitute player and not playing their star man in low tech.
I realise that we've given all of this attention to the three starters and given no attention to Ethan previously. Worth mentioning, he himself still a GC2. Yes, it's the lowest rank of the four in terms of current rank, but he himself has been a supersonic legend in the past. Got that ability, got the gift of the gab, so to speak. But again, still no goals. And the longer that this draws on, the Royal Air Force is going to feel happier and happier. I think you're right to hesitate on calling someone the best player, because we can talk as much as we want about ranks here and ranks there, but there's been no real preceding league. You know, everyone's fresh. They've come off flights, especially for those who are in-house. You got to play well on the day.
Absolutely. It's all well and good, like you say, looking at the ranks on paper. If you can't play well as a team, then as the first goal doesn't go in, it just drifts wide. If you can't really play as a team, then all your ranks are really for naught. The individual skill is going to be the first thing tested here. Is Cedric trying to set up P there, but I don't think the communication was quite on target, as P was flying in. Now the upfield pass to Ethan on target, and DAF Alpha take the opener.
It's so direct, and it's something that DAF Alpha have been lacking a little bit of. It's that direct shot towards goal, not necessarily the backboard. It's a nice flick over to the right-hand wing, and it's great communication. Ethan's already up. He hits it cleanly. DAF Alpha with the lead.
Yeah, good communication from DAF Alpha. And of course, the Royal Air Force not communicating too well, as they did have that double commit. May have scuppered them a goal. They might have an open chance here, but it does take a really awkward bounce off the apron there, and it will give DAF Alpha possession back in the orange half.
It's nasty, but it gives them hope. Nice interplay here with Stelios. Straight back into blue hands. DAF Alpha, nice evasion. The on-rushing player, Tup with the 100 boost. Flicks it into the air. Towards net. Flip reset utilised, but not effectively. Cedric up high. And here's H3 to snuff it. He forced to go corner bound. And Ethan turns away. Perhaps at the wrong time. Good shooting opportunity, Spurn.
Yeah, Royal Air Force wasting a bit of time here off of DAF Alpha. It's good if you're in the lead, but you do need to get downfield. Maybe it's just trying to bait in the Department of the Air Force. That's a lovely setup there from Stelios. Isn't able to get the shot off his P, but again, DAF Alpha, when they've had to defend, they've not had to defend all that much, but when they've had to, they've really made it difficult for the RAF.
And I appreciate that as much as they pick themselves up on stage, DAF Alpha playing this really nicely there. They're not looking complacent at all. If they know that there's not a good opportunity, then they're not going to send the house. The house was sent perhaps a little bit too much of it. Got to get a mortgage out because DAF Alpha still with that 1-0 lead. Still dangerous, and there's a response from Royal Air Force, but there's only 40 seconds now to find that equaliser.
It was a good call to bring Cedric in there, but just not the right execution. Now it's back into the hands of DAF Alpha. You really need to flip field position if you're the RAF right now, but that miss from Cedric could have gave Ethan the second goal for DAF Alpha, but RAF still have a chance with 25 seconds left.
Up high, it's tucked off the top of the box. And well won by the Royal Air Force, but they're sitting rather defensively now, DAF Alpha. Ethan in the anchor spot, loses out to P. Awkward bounce, and Tut does what he can. Down to the midfield, over the top of one. Here's Cedric. Dunks it into the ground. Tries to dunk Ethan, but sees his way through the facade. Back pass to P. It's a massive pinch. Back into the center. Spiked by H3. And it's a narrow win, but a win nonetheless for DAF Alpha, 1-0 up in the series.
And it's a very disciplined win as well. You feel that DAF Alpha could maybe just come into this and be the big brash Americans, go for all these high-flying plays, but no, they played their game very, very well. They weren't getting too ahead of themselves. They were playing very conservatively and very disciplined, and that is what's going to stand them well, not just in this series, but for the rest of the tournament.
It's a really nice dichotomy of personalities, might I add, between Ethan, he comes across very humble, like obviously he likes to big himself up clearly in the coaching role, but seriously, he does seem like a really lovely chap, really nice and calm influence. And then you've got Tut. Absolutely the class clown, if ever there has been one. And that's the sort of personality that you love to have in a team. Someone who always keeps morale high, no matter what. And if he can back up that prowess with his words, with prowess on the field, then that only instills more confidence. Listen, it wouldn't be good if I didn't mention possibly one of the best real-life names, by the way, in the competition, Henry Brutus. Man,
Henry Brutus.
What a cool name.
That's a really cool name. I didn't even notice that.
H3.
H3, that's awesome.
Brilliant.
What a name. What a great name. But yeah, I mean, you talk about having big personalities around camming ones. You look at teams in the RLCS, I'll get to that point in a minute, but let's just give Tut his flowers here. What a goal.
If he had a hat on, he would doff it. That is class. Committing to players, coming down on the ball at a real difficult angle, but managing to get it on target in that bottom pocket. That's a completely different opening here for DAF Alpha. They got an early breakthrough, and I don't think that they're just going to sit on it, Craftman. Still the majority of this game left to go. Tut looking for a second. That's an infield pass to Ethan.
What a save. Yeah, great awareness from P. Saw that Ethan was going to get that into the middle and have a crack at net. He just throws his car in the middle and blocks that shot. Great defense there from the RAF. But to my point, you were talking about big personalities around camming ones. I mean, you look at the RLCS right now, especially in America as well, you've got players like Rettles on Optic, Beast Mode on V1. They all hype up their team in various different ways, and they're always that big brash personality outside of any given series as well, as DAF Alpha just really keep the pressure on, and I think that kind of personality is going to serve Alpha very well. Oh, that was a very good chance.
You know, Rocket League, it's a great point to segue onto. Rocket League is much a mental game as it is a mechanical game, and you can see that nerves starting to creep into the Royal Air Force play was rather calm and collective, if a little bit blunt, but my goodness me, we're seeing double commits, we're seeing a little bit of hesitation, and DAF Alpha preying upon it now with every single movement. It's direct! And how about that for a second? Tut 2-0!
I thought that was maybe Ethan that got this. I'm just trying to see. I think, it was you know what? I got confused. I saw Cedric's name in the way. I'm like, wait, Cedric's on the other team. How did he score? Never mind. It's fine. What a pass as well. Great team communication. And DAF Alpha just seem to have these setups that the RAF can't seem to counteract right now.
Got to settle down. Got to communicate. And they got to understand that maybe soaking up the pressure will be rather conducive to a strong counter-attack. How about this? He misses on the flip reset, unfortunate. But look how all three of those were line astern. They all managed to take themselves out of a defensive counter-rotation. It's allowed DAF Alpha another free shot on net. Okay, it's saved away. The Royal Air Force really got to get themselves back in sync.
I think that play is fine if you've only got two lined up. One behind the player with the ball. That's very awkward. Yeah, if it was only one behind the dribbling player, that would have been okay, and have your other man out in the wing ready for a pinch out. But if you're all three lined up, someone's got to follow up, and there is just no follow-up at all, as the third goal for DAF Alpha will not go ahead. RAF put themselves in front of it yet again.
It was almost an OG from Cedric.
Very
really nice reactions from P. But now, with them starting to stumble over each other,
no.
Goodness. They're starting to lose control of the midfield more and more so, and it's a great time to talk about boost. You control those mid-100 pads, you're going to be flying, quite literally. And that's exactly what DAF Alpha are doing in a battle of the two air forces. Well, currently it's America that rules the skies.
Cedric trying to do some aerial acrobatics of his own. Not sure if he's part of the Red Arrows, but maybe stick to what you're doing in the Air Force right now, the Royal Air Force. That's a lovely tap over the top, but it does feel like any given play from the Royal Air Force, it's just one man coming downfield, and the rest don't seem really keen to follow up, and they're more than happy just to play defense and wait for a counter. But if you're going to play defense, you might as well save it. It's 3-0 now.
Number 3, and it's Tut. That net was wide open. Stelios was there, but they're a little too late. I was hoping that because the game had settled down a little bit, perhaps the Royal Air Force would sneak a goal in, but I think you're spot on the money, Crafters. They're trying to enact these shadow striking plays, which sometimes can be the correct call, but it's so easy to read if you keep on recycling the same ideas. It's lack of creativity that is killing off the Royal Air Force in this current game number 2.
I'm trying to keep an eye on the boost totals as well on the right-hand side of the screen for the RAF, and like we always think when a team's getting held back, oh, hang on a second, P, finally! The RAF get on the score sheet, and of course P with that lovely endpoint decal. We love to see that. Right over the top of the DAF Alpha defense, and they give themselves a chance here in Game 2.
If this was Football Manager, then the text would say, oh, we didn't mean that. I think it kind of half meant that. The idea was sound going towards net, but Tuck caught completely off his line. And that's a lovely recovery demo. P really stepping up to the plate. And with 60 seconds left, 2 goals to find isn't unlikely. In fact, it's likelier than you would think, but it requires them also not conceding a 4th, and they are lucky not to.
Well, if you want to get these 2 goals on the board, you need to really be aggressive. We've not seen the RAF be all that aggressive. It's been very conservative the first couple of games here in this series. We might have a chance here as this ball heads left-bound. This is picked up right by the Department of Air Force, and H3 might have just put out of reach.
It's just the pace of the game is lacking from the Royal Air Force. Passive is a really good word to use. And when you give a team which clearly have mechanics down, like DAF Alpha, that's bad news bears, folks. You are giving them more time to do what they're good at. So really, the only response here, and this is going to be going into game number 3, they are going to be looking to prevent the full sweep as a 5th goes on the board. Lovely flick from Ethan. They got to sit down. I mean, I know they are sitting down, but they've got to metaphorically sit down and understand that perhaps throwing caution to the wind in order to throw DAF Alpha off their own game might very well be the best way forward.
By the way, I know this game's over, but what a goal from Ethan.
Very nice.
Was that a double flip reset, I think? Possibly. It was at least one flip reset in there. But yeah, DAF Alpha, after holding back a little bit, I would say, in Game 1, they've came out all guns blazing here in Game 2 and really stuck it to the RAF. The boys from Blighty really need to get a shift on. They need the full reverse sweep now if they don't want to lose this series. And here it is confirmed as DAF Alpha fist bumps all around as they take a 2-0 lead.
And look, it's not impossible either. You look at Game 1, you look at Game 2, and you see 1 goal across those 2 games for the Royal Air Force. I don't think it's for the want of trying. I think it's for the want of trying too hard sometimes. They're looking for short passes. They're looking for back passes when, I mean, look, play less LA Galaxy and play more Burnley is my suggestion. Sometimes those big clearances downfield, Route 1 Rocket League, as I do like to call it, can catch people out. And goodness, what's the 1 goal that RAF have scored? They caught Tut off the line. They caught the defense too high. And obviously, as more of the minutes pass by, if DAF Alpha continue to lead, or rather in this case just hold the line at 0-0, of course they're going to get a little bit more cocky. Of course they're going to feel a little bit more confident. And certainly with a play like that, they should be. Tut looking to shut me up.
The first 5 seconds, no less, as well. But right back downfield, here come the RAF. The British are coming, but still nothing dropping in the first minute for the RAF. I feel that the RAF need to get the first goal on the board if they want to just give themselves that confidence. They've conceded first both games so far, and they might do here as Ethan can't quite tuck that one away. But yeah, aggression is the name of the game from the RAF, and apply the pressure because Daf Alpha have really not felt hot under the collar whatsoever here.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot. And can we talk about this second touch and challenge win from H3 to win it in the first place? It's this flick that really catches out Cedric, because he's gone up expecting a certain trajectory, does well to adjust, but because Tut's coming in knowing exactly how this ball is going to fall, he's able to hit that so cleanly. And it is Daf Alpha that takes the lead in game number 3, the complete opposite, Crafters, of what you were hoping for a Royal Air Force comeback.
Yeah, exactly. And they might even get a second to boot here as Ethan, who's been the assister of the day for Daf Alpha, gets it over to H3. And the RAF starting to lick their wounds, and the writing seems to be on the wall. Still a lot of time left, though. But I mean, when Daf Alpha are playing like this, it's hard to imagine them come back from it.
Just a little slow from Cedric there, right place, just... What are we saying again? Lacking the pace to get to the scene of the crime, and unfortunately unable to prevent it. And it's bad. I mean, it was bad news before for Royal Air Force. It's going to get worse. They've only scored that 1 goal in a game maximum. Now they've got to find 2. Make that 3. It's silky smooth.
From H3 nonetheless as well. And again, who is it setting it up? Ethan sets up Tut. He gets it off the backboard. All 3 members of this Daf Alpha team are so good. I know we were talking about Low Tech coming into this one. He's not even on the field. And all 3 of these players, look at Ethan go. He's the substitute apparently. He's been absolutely no slouch whatsoever. But I think so far for me, my player of this team has been Tut. He's been absolutely phenomenal.
He's the one that seems to have the key. And it's a multi-lock door, but still able to find something within his pocket to really make this Royal Air Force think at the very least. And really, that's the first step to scoring goals, is making that defense commit to a game plan. Because once they commit to a game plan, you can start to counteract it. You can start to adapt. Let's give the Royal Air Force credit, Crafters. There could not have been a more difficult opening match considering Daf Alpha's pedigree. And moments like this where if the shot's on target, they score a goal, would make a big difference. But they're not getting the rub of it at the moment.
Yeah, even the pressure they're applying here, I mean, that was the name of the game for me. For them, as Ethan can't quite get that, he'll get it on the follow-up. But yeah, even when the RAF have been applying pressure, Daf Alpha have been defending so well. And it just feels like you're throwing the kitchen sink and nothing's landing. And especially when you get counter-attack like that. Difficult for the RAF to come into this. But hey, you've still got plenty of games left in the day. I know you've still got 2.5 minutes left. We're realists here, aren't we, James?
Fran's not here, but I do have to give a doff of the cap to my good friend Damascus for the solo standard special there. 3 players committing to the same save, and sadly, none of them able to save the ball away. Daf Alpha continuing to flex their muscles, and here they are again. Another double commit in midair. Royal Air Force panicking.
Yeah, it does seem quite panicked, doesn't it? I mean, they were doing that in games 1 and 2. A couple of double commits, maybe taking a few chances away. Just try to clean that up going throughout the rest of the tournament. And again, this being your toughest test, you've got to find the answers, at least some of them. And only scoring 1 goal in this series so far, maybe even just getting 1 or 2 here in game number 3 will give them the confidence to go through. That's a lovely touch, and P will get it. 4-1, might be out of reach, but still they'll try.
It's another goal for P. I'm sure you're going to be happy, of course, running that endpoint livery. Just a nice challenge on the wall. Committed, yes. Hoping for that, yes. Don't think it was entirely meant, but it's still a goal. And it's important for any semblance of a comeback to get that first one on the board. But check this out, a demo in the midfield for Tut, playing with their food as they reset the status quo.
They're just keeping the pressure up. I imagine lots of teams would think, oh, we've won this 4-1 with a minute and a half left. This should be ours. But no, Daf Alpha just want to keep this pressure up, and the shots just keep coming thick and fast. Not wanting to let their foot off the gas pedal. They want to show to the rest of the teams in this tournament that they are the top of the pile. And H3, I believe that's his hat trick here.
It's a breakdown in rotation, because look at Stelios. He's, again, stumbling over another player. Of course, it's not just him that's culpable. It's all 3 players who at one point or another have found themselves occupying the same space as a teammate. And when you share the same space in Rocket League, unless it's a very specific scenario where you're teeing up someone, again, we call it the Shadow Strike, where you're able to put it home after one player has opened up the shooting lane, defensively speaking, that's the worst possible scenario because it allows your opponents more room to operate.
Definitely, and DAF Alpha have had all the space to operate, and they've certainly proven why they were our pick for being one of the best teams in this league, in this tournament this weekend. Stelios can't quite tuck that one away. Oh my goodness, you wanted that for RAF, and Cedric will get one towards net. It just goes a little bit wide. But DAF Alpha, they have came out here and proven that they are the team to beat this weekend.
If you wanted evidence as to a lack of confidence, well, there it is. Open nets are the most difficult ones to score. So goes the old cliche in Rocket League esports, but they might be the hardest to score. You still gotta score them, and from what could have been a 5-2 scenario, saving a bit of pride, has evolved, or rather devolved, into a 6-1 situation. Of course, not the end of the world for the Royal Air Force, as we mentioned earlier, Crafters. As long as you're top 2 in the table by the end of the day, you're going to be heading into that championship playoff situation. You're going to be facing the first seed. A first seed which is, by the second, looking more and more likely to be DAF Alpha. It's only match number 1. But colour me impressed.
Yeah, very impressed. And DAF Alpha, they talked a big game in their interview, and they've brought it into the game as well. 6-1 in the final game of that series, a full 3-0 sweep, and the respect shown to either side. And yeah, that 3-0 speaks volumes. 1-0, 5-1, 6-1. DAF Alpha take the victory. Let's bring Jam back in as well. Jam, I want your take on this, because that was an impressive victory for DAF Alpha.
I think that speaks volumes. DAF came in onto the stage. DAF talked big game. DAF played a big game. I think in game number 3 especially, it was seen that everything was clicking more and more and more. Scoreline 6-1 really reflects how the series has gone as a whole. They have the connections. They have the understanding with one another. They are just looking great, DAF Alpha. But that's now putting a big target on their back. The whole of the British force is now going to be wanting to take a piece of that pie, to maybe take a revenge on their folks in Royal Air Force. And I'm seeing that there's going to be a lot of very, very big fisticuffs throwing left and right, but of course also camaraderie. I don't think we've seen it on the cameras, but the players are definitely, well, competitive. The moment the game ends, friendly as could ever be, shaking hands and everything else. But 3-0, Relic, expected, or did we expect to see at least one game from Royal Air Force?
I think off the basis of game 1, I think we were hoping for a closer matchup, but I think this is more to the credit of DAF Alpha and how they actually approached this series than the Royal Air Force's ultimate capitulation there at the end. It was almost like a Saiyan mentality. You don't go all out from the beginning. You start slow, you get the basics right. And that's great credit to Coach Ethan. It was an interesting decision to put your coach onto the field and leave your best player on the bench, but honestly, it could not have worked out any better. You could sense the oozing calmness, even in that 1-0 situation. And of course, as that series progressed, Tut, H3 starting to pop off. What a fantastic opening matchup, as they will hope to sweep the entire league.
All right, well, that sets the tone for the whole day. And obviously, from this point, it can only get better. We've seen 2 teams battle it out. When we come back, I do believe Jasmine is going to be on stage with DAF Alpha's Tut to talk more about the game, to maybe hear a little bit more bravado talking, or what am I saying? They absolutely deserve to talk bravado on the stage, folks. We'll be right back.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, where we have just seen DAF Alpha take down the RAF. I know we were talking just before the break, and you got some confidence about you as well, especially that game number 2, securing yourself 3 goals back to back to back. Talk to me about what the preparation was like heading into this, if any.
Well, we just came in communicating, and that's about it. We didn't preparation at all. There was none of that before this, so we're here and we're going to take the win.
Did you anticipate that it would be at least a little bit more difficult taking on the RAF boys?
First game was a little bit tight, but we were just getting warmed up. But after that, after we got a little warmed up, started communicating a little bit more, it's just easy. That's all it is.
And I was asking you, who do you think the best player we have throughout this entire tournament is? And your answer was?
I think you're looking at him.
I'm looking at him right now.
Yeah.
That's confidence. Do we agree? Is he the best player here so far? I think there's some mixed messages going on here. I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess we'll find out in the games.
We need some more goals coming your way. That's the only way we can know for sure. But we're going to be having the RAF taking on DAF Bravo next. How do you think that one's going to go?
I think Bravo is going to take the win.
All right. Any mind games you want to throw over to the RAF boys? RAF boys, are you listening right now?
Watch your back. They like to bump a lot. But if I were to have a prediction for the series, I think it'll be 3-1 series in favor of DAF Bravo.
Okay, so you think they're going to do a little bit worse than you guys?
Yeah, they're not going to do as good as we did, but I think RAF guys will take a game off of them.
Is that how you determine who's Alpha and who's Bravo?
I'm Alpha. End of story.
There we go. Mic drop that. All right, well, we'll be back very shortly where we're going to dive into DAF Bravo taking on the RAF boys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2023. My name's Craftman. I'm joined by Jar of Jam and Relic, and we've just had our first game on stage. DAF Alpha took out the RAF, and Jam, what was just an absolute demolition of the Royal Air Force?
Yeah, unfortunately, Royal Air Force will have to go round and try to approach yet again. This time versus DAF Bravo. Maybe they're going to succeed at that. If not, I think it's back to base, just... and everything back. That was serious. First game, again, even on the stage, as Jasmine talked to Tut, first game was incredibly close, but we are... After that, you could see that the gap widening, and I'm not sure if DAF Alpha just has faster jet planes or is something about the game. But in terms of aerials, in terms of speed on the field, in terms of just connecting with one another, Alpha had it all, where Royal Air Force was taking notes.
Yeah, as you can see from the schedule as well, we're going to see a lot of the Air Forces in the first part of our show. Next up, we are going to have the other Department of the Air Force team, DAF Bravo, taking the stage against the RAF. James, for RAF to come off of that, really devastating loss against the DAF Alpha, now to take on the Bravo team, what do you think their mental's like coming into this one?
I mean, look, if they've headed back to base, they need to refuel pretty quickly. This DAF Bravo squad, they might be the Bravo squad. Tut certainly thinks that they are most certainly second rate, but like, they're still really, really, really good. You've got Plum, you got McWar Eagle, and you got Will. They're all in the Grand Champ realm in regards to their current rank, but Plum is the only other person apart from everybody on DAF Alpha to touch Supersonic Legend at this point. So I'd imagine that Plum will be looking to lead the team in terms of those mechanics once again. And look, in terms of the Royal Air Force, you just gotta go again. You know, it's difficult, but if you lose this one, you're probably not making it to the championship one too.
Well, we saw DAF Alpha talk a big game earlier on. Let's see if DAF Bravo have big words for themselves.
My name is Hayden Kelsey. My gamer tag is Plum. I play for the Hartford Yard Goats. I'm in the United States Air Force, stationed at Joint Base Langley Eustis.
My name is William Lacey. I'm from California. I'm stationed at Cannon Air Force Base. My rank is E3, and I'm playing under the team Hartford Yard Goats.
My name is Christopher McCleskey. I am from Madison, Alabama. Currently stationed in Ellsworth Air Force Base, South Dakota. I play for Hartford Yard Goats.
I joined the Air Force because just the Air Force sounds cooler.
I joined because both my parents were prior Air Force. They did a lot of really cool things. I'm doing my own version of cool things being here.
The college opportunities, VA loans, just the benefits that you get from it.
I joined the United States Air Force for free college, and it's the best branch.
Also, traveling the world, playing video games for the Air Force, it's kind of up there. I started gaming. My parents introduced me. Started Rocket League because it was a free game of the month for PlayStation Plus.
Playing like fighting games with my cousins, my older cousins and my dad. They'd always beat the crap out of me. Yeah, from there I think I just tried to get better. When I got better, I don't think any of them can beat me anymore.
I was like 4 or 5 years old. My grandpa bought me a PS1, and then everything else happened from there. Rocket League was kind of just an addictive game. I just rolled with it. I thought the game looked lame, but here I am.
It was like the end of the month, and he was like, hey, download this game. I was like, no, I'm not downloading that. It looks dumb. There's just cars, they play soccer, and I decided to go through with it and fell in love with it.
Started Rocket League because it was a free game of the month for PlayStation Plus. I guess what's special to me is like being able to like go up on a stage, play the games that I love. I'm like, hey, I'm playing games for the Air Force. They're like, no, you're not.
Just being able to go out and just meet people that you've been talking to for years. I know for Ethan, I was talking to him before I joined the military, and he got me into the whole gaming part of the Air Force. Just being able to meet him.
You like your team?
No, I can't stand them. No, I'm just kidding. They're awesome. Yeah.
I would say we're super aggressive. We make some mistakes, but our offense is really good. So usually our offense kind of carries the team, maybe. We come through when it matters. When we need to win a game, we win a game.
It's our first time as a team playing together. I played with Plum before.
Yeah. You just stick 3 random people on a team, and sometimes they're just really good together. So
if we don't know what we're doing, then they don't know what we're doing. So
I'd say it feels very nice to represent America against the UK. We're probably not going to drop a game to them. So
yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah.
We're just kind of happy to be here as well. So yeah, I mean, we're all in good vibes right now.
Last thing I want to do is just stay in my hotel room while I'm in Germany.
Hey, good luck, guys. You're gonna need it.
Yeah, we're coming.
Yeah.
James, these guys, not as brash as the DAF Alpha team in their interview earlier on, but I would say it's more of a quiet confidence, would you say?
Most certainly, and I think that they have the quiet confidence in their own abilities. I think it's really humble of them to say, look, you know, this is going to be the first time that we're playing as a trio. Okay, we played as a duo before, but adding that third dynamic to the pivot is actually quite a big change in mentality. So I'm excited to see how they get on. And I think that, you know, going up against the RAF, had it been after any other matchup, Crafters, they'd be feeling a bit more cautious. But, you know, the Royal Air Force here, we've got three great players in Stelios P and Cedric, but my goodness, their mentals must have taken a blow against DAF Alpha. And as I previously mentioned as well, the pressure's now on. Lose this, and you're most likely looking at third or fourth at the end of the day at best.
We've already heard from the RAF boys, but if you're just joining us late, let's hear what they had to say in their interviews as well.
My name's Pierce Mitchell from the UK.
My name's Ed. I'm from North Yorkshire.
That is so cool. I am AS1 Stelios Elia. As you can tell by my name, I'm a London-born Greek Cypriot, and I play for the RAF Storm Shadows White.
So when I was doing biomedical in A-levels, I brought my laptop to school, was just playing Rocket League in the back of class. That's why I still play keyboard and mouse to this day. I don't play controller.
Anyone remember RuneScape? Anyone know RuneScape? Yeah. RuneScape was the first game I ever played. Absolute classic MMO game. And that was the first time I had an experience with gaming back on Windows 2000, I believe it was.
When I was 7, when the brand new Xbox came out, that's when I really got into it because I got it for Christmas, and then I was non-stop playing from there on pretty much. So I was quite late getting into Rocket League. I started 2020, so about 3 years ago now.
Through Rocket League is where we've all met, which is crazy to think that a game has brought so many relationships together.
When I got involved as 2IC of Rocket League, I mean, I want to say gaming is in no way for me a job, obviously, but it feels like it. It feels like it's part of my job, which is incredible. We get to go to these kind of events. I get to plan stuff for our amazing community to do. Of course, working alongside our bosses. You know, we work with them and we put on some really cool stuff for our community. I could sit here talking to you about that for hours.
Yeah, and it's just growing and growing. We've got 120 odd people now just in the Rocket League side of the military's Discord, which is incredible. It's just vastly growing. It's just going to get better. I genuinely, I rave on about it, but it is just, I don't think one moment stands out to me. I think everything that I've done, my journey through esports, it's just been amazing. There's been no downside to it.
I don't know what more I can say than it's almost like a dream. It's almost like it's not real. I'm getting paid to play video games with my friends as well. We're like a mix, aren't we?
We are a bit of a mix, yeah. We are a bit of a weird mix.
Yeah. I think we're all quite introverted. We all spend a lot of time indoors. Maybe not you so much.
Yes, no.
I think you're a fake introvert.
No.
You're very extroverted but introverted.
Everyone thinks I'm an extrovert, but I'm an inside person, so whatever they're saying is a lie. We've played against the Americans, you know, in online tournaments where, you know, ping has been an issue at, you know, certain points. Not an excuse, but they've, you know, we know how good they are. Like,
we're just way better than them.
Yeah, we are. We're coming for you, Americans.
I've got nothing to say. They'll see everything that I have to say on the field. So.
We know what to expect. We know what to expect. We know they're good. You know, jokes aside, we know they're very good. Both of their teams are very good. But we fancy our chances. We haven't come here to lose.
Played better and beaten better. So
that's true. That's
we're already
true.
in their heads.
Being in management, you don't always play that much. So I've had to just grind to make sure I'm at these guys' level, making sure we're doing I can do everything we can to support them and make sure we get this done. We want to show them what we can do, and if possible, beat them. And beat them good.
We're not a pushover.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing we are. So.
For the rest of the server who probably will be looking at this footage, we want you to be here as well next year. If it happens again, we want you to be involved in everything we've got. Exactly. So thank you for all your support, and whatever we do it for you.
Jam, just listening back to that interview again, I've met Stelios in real life as well. He just seems like this ball of energy, just keeping the morale up in this team. He's our highlight player of this upcoming series, Jam, but it does feel like he is, you know, a little bit behind in rank, but he does seem like the glue holding the rest of this team together.
being a high rank is nothing if your team just does not cooperate. And if you have a player, the backbone like Stelios is, that's exactly when my team needs to get a good team to a great team. He's also a semi-pro footballer, which means he knows football. He knows what goes into it. I'm pretty sure he can pep talk his football buddies on the field just as well as he can do it for his team, the Royal Air Force Rocket League team. I feel like he was going to be the one that's going to be bringing the team into this and moving it forward. So hope he has some wise words for P and Cedric starting in from the next game.
Yeah, he didn't have the best of series against DAF Alpha. Let's see if he can regain himself and the Royal Air Force and the pride of Britain, you'd have to say, against DAF Bravo. Jam and Relic is over to you, boys.
Might I add as well, playing piano is most certainly fun. Fellow piano boy here. I do enjoy a good play on the keys, but whether you're a keyboard and mouse player, whether you use controls or some other farcical method of controlling your cars, Jam, one thing is for sure, it wasn't necessarily the mechanical deficit that took RAF out of the equation against DAF Alpha. It was the communication or lack thereof. Lots of double commits, triple commits, lacking that trust in each other when transitioning into the counter-attack. And DAF Bravo will know that. They'll be looking to try and enact the same sort of plans that their sister team made. It's up to the RAF now to adapt and show that there is more to them than meets the eye.
All right, yet another best of 5. And DAF Bravo already got themselves a look for their opposition. And of course, these teams and players have been playing with each other, practicing. The Ramstein Air Force Base has a little practice area set up for everybody to just keep on ready, keep on being open. Royal Air Force, it was trial by fire, opening up the day and opening up the whole tournament. So I'm expecting a change from them. I'm expecting that there, again, was a talk between Cedric P and Stelios. But DAF Bravo now on the screens, proving themselves for the first time. Let's quickly go through them again. It is Plum, McWar Eagle, and Will representing partner Air Force Bravo.
I think you're spot on, Jam. Absolutely had the hardest matchup straight out the gates, and to go up against what is by many considered the favourite for the tournament, up against the favourite to join them in that grand final is not nice. It's not pretty. Nobody ever likes to see that, but it's also an opportunity to prove the doubters wrong. And I love that they're so much more proactive in this opening minute or so. We're seeing shots on net. We're seeing bumps in the back line. We're seeing something different, more aggressive, and it's putting DAF Bravo on the back foot. Now they just got to show a goal for it, but instead it's a little flick, it's a little heel into the back post. It's William 1-0 DAF Bravo.
It was a smart move. McWar was there, already back under rotation, but one small touch and the whole defense of Royal Air Force is thrown in for a loop. Try as they might, the first goal still goes to the US team. Let's see where the pressure is going to be still. Plum actually passes to P. Plum to P, P to Plum. In front of a net, it might be a dangerous moment. Anybody in the net, but a whiff. Oh, P. Oh, God. Royal Air Force, there's another whiff that could have netted them a goal.
It's turning into a tragedy now. The second open net that this team has missed in, well, consecutive games, if you want to count them across the series. Argue that this opening goal has most certainly come against the run of play, and another one might yet be on the horizon. It's still dangerous. William up, looking for that second touch, but well marshaled by P off to the side and away.
You could see plan by DAF Bravo is to stay deep, stay behind the enemy lines, and just wreak havoc. The passing lanes are unorthodox, but they are working. DAF Bravo is just there receiving passes from... and Royal Air Force are doing their standard rotation. But something different needs to be played versus DAF Bravo. I think it's like a completely improvisational game, as right now yet another pair of shots are being set up. Plum, bless you, Plum, for trying to do that.
It was a pretty play, but a little bit too pretty for the eyes of the person who was supposed to put it in the back of the net. How about this? A great opportunity, and it's actually saved away by McWar Eagle. Stelios going to miss out on that. McWar Eagle looking for the demo, not going to find it. He given the clearance to, well, get the clearance. P. Oh, it's on target by Cedric, but there's another save. The shot count starting to rack up for the RAF.
They are surrounding the net of Bravo. And Cedric, of course, trying to do something of the same sort as Bravo was trying to pull on them just a moment ago, just trying to get that awkward shot, trying to really bamboozle the opposition. Well, look at that. The setup from Bravo is perfect. They are following up from one another, trying to set it up in the middle. Royal Air Force is still very quick to the trigger, but they need to show much more if they really want to take the series.
See, they're very aware of the counter-attacking effect. A lot more of a conservative rotation than what we had seen previously. It was very much throw 2 to 3 attackers into the mix on the counter, and that's a lovely bit. You know what? It was a lovely bit of play until McWar Eagle denied the goal for themselves. P off to the side, and well, shot in the foot with a harpoon. Oh, but maybe not McWar Eagle. The flick, and it's P again. What a maestro!
Oh. Try as they might, Dav Bravo cannot find the second goal, and really the chances for Royal Air Force to get something in that final minute still pertain. P immediately beaten by William, and ball getting passed around. Royal Air Force once again forced to chase it in quite many of these situations. Another rollout, and we are getting the colors of the game number 1, the series number 1, where Dav Alpha and Royal Air Force came this close. 1 goal differential. But then it all fell apart. For Royal Air Force, there's still questions to be answered. How about this final stretch of the play where they once again can do the same thing they did at the start of this match, and that is pressure, pressure, pressure.
What's going to be more frustrating is that, I tell you, what was going to be more frustrating is that it was a much more positive performance this time around than game 1 against Dav Alpha. So many more shots on the table, and finally, one of them pays off. It's not going to be a repeat of game number 1 against the Alpha squad. It is a tie game, and a reminder for folks, if you're watching Rocket League for the first time, if this remains the case, once that clock hits 0, we're into golden goal territory and overtime.
Right, we are still with time on the clock. William gets beaten by Stelios as save needed to be made now. Slowly but surely, P was looking for his teammate, but Royal Air Force is playing for the overtime, playing for the extra time. Golden goal territory, though dangerous pass the likes of Dav Alpha. Remember them scoring in the previous series off just a quick handover to somebody who has stuck up front. Now we can play for as long as we want, proven that nobody scores a goal, and Royal Air Force right now is itching for that first win.
First overtime of the tournament, and you feel like this has got to be a win for the Royal Air Force, just to reset the confidence boost, let alone the actual energy boost required to get up in the air and perform some of the aerials that we've seen earlier today. It's a drop down, and P, that's unfortunate placement. It means that there's a shot opportunity, and it's on target, and it's Dav Bravo, McWar Eagle with the goal. Oh, my heart burns for the Royal Air Force, Jam. So close, and yet so far.
All right. I would love to see the stats for this one, because on the field it felt like Royal Air Force finally got themselves their chances. Chances don't mean goals, and chances don't mean victories, but at the very least they made a trip into the opposition side. They took chances on the opposition side. They didn't take 100% of all of them. By this point, they sort of have to, and in the end, it was the side of Department of Air Force Bravo that took the game to the end. Took them a while, took them an overtime. Chances are still looking better for Royal Air Force, but the connection between the Bravo players feels like it's still there, and there's still a lot of confusion that it throws into the gears of RAF.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've already got that duo that's played together. I mentioned it's still a big change to add a new third to the duo, but you can tell that the synergy is there, and I think as much as the game ended up not being totally the same as our game 1 against Dav Alpha, with RAF very much in the pound seat, there were still similarities in that it felt like this Bravo squad were slowly getting into the process of figuring each other out. I mean, you heard from Tut earlier, a lot of these teams haven't had much practice at all going into this event. There's a lot of cold fingers out there, and in order to warm up, you need game time, and you need positive game time on top of that, Jam. What I mean by that is you've got to see progress pretty much straight out the blocks, otherwise you're going to be continually out on the back foot, and that's what feels like is happening to the Royal Air Force. I hope for their sakes it changes in game number 2.
Well, let's see what the talk was for Royal Air Force. Again, expecting perhaps Stelios to set the team straight. Cedric goes for an individual effort, but runs out of boost before he finishes anything. A little bit of a chip. We need a long clear for Royal Air Force. And McWarrigal almost helps them out. Oh, it's just a defensive play. Even if he makes a touch, even if he sends the ball forward, that means that Bravo back in the defense can pick up the ball. And Royal Air Force just don't have the possession as they cross the midfield line.
Just taking a look at early positions here, Jam. It feels better for Royal Air Force. There's less clumping up. But the issue is that they're still not spread out enough. It's a nice save away. Oh, wow. William. How about that from William, by the way? Another massive save, and Royal Air Force let off the hook. And maybe on the counter-attack, no, it's not going to happen. But yeah, they're more spread out, but still not spread out enough. Positionally speaking, they need to be in a place where their teammates can pass into an area and know that it's going to remain in their possession. At the moment, it still feels a little bit ooh-ha-hum, and it's going to be feeling a bit more foo-far-fum as Plum gets the first on the board yet again for Daft Bravo.
First of all, a round of applause for FIFA Plum. Touted himself to be the most talented Rocket League player in North America, which I'm pretty sure Tut has something to say about, because we all heard what Tut has said, that he's the best. We are looking at the best player at the event, maybe even in the whole of North America. And right now, McWarrigal pass to William, just a little bit too weak, and Royal Air Force getting out of their own half. Perhaps Stelios can find himself a pass, but on the flank, Royal Air Force still remains. And seeing the net of Daft Bravo now become a little bit of a luxury in this game number 2.
Once again, steering towards the short passing plays, but Daft Bravo see right through it. Plum happy to just linger and remain a presence in front of net. I want to see more clearances like this, but even that, Jam, doesn't go past the halfway line. What's better, switching tactics to something that could work against an opposition team, or sticking with something that's more comfortable? Well, this is a breakaway opportunity. He's forced to pull out because he knows he's not going to get a second shot here, and by the time that his teammates join him, Daft Bravo make the clear.
A couple of misses. Cedric shot post denies him. Nobody up close. P, the only player from Royal Air Force, can get a touch on it. Steel is forced to retreat back. Now needs to be in the net. Close post. No, that's Cedric already there. P, long shot. Nobody's immediately up front, and William beats one. He is in the way. Stelios will be collecting this one because there's no clear for Plum coming in immediately. Pass. Well, Plum to P. Plum to the corner, paged by Royal Air Force players, does not send the ball anywhere near. There's a lot of long booming shots, but with nobody keeping possession, still a 1-goal game. Royal Air Force previously were able to find at least one. Realistically, they need as many as they possibly can find.
Bit of a 50 neutral and another. Head central, and there's McWarrigal. Sees the net in front of him, goes on a flick, tries to break the legs of Cedric. Cedric says absolutely not. Throws it out himself, fails to win the challenge against Plum. Stelios forced all the way back. Gets a bit of a ghost touch on this one. William, sideways. He has support from Stelios and misses the flick that would have seen that head to the backboard. 90 seconds and change left. Still looking for an equalizer, Royal Air Force.
Ooh, this is a great pinch, and Stelios collects it. This would have been the highlight moment. But it's hard to make that into a goal. Cedric loves his aerials, but also loves the boost, and in that case, he was out of it. Rotation back. Plum, technically the last player with the ball, and Royal Air Force see the weakness, pounce on it. Stelios can still be in the corner, took a little bit too much time in the air. I know Royal Air Force loves to fly, but in that specific moment, ground was the better option. Another long one. It's Mick going on far and almost beats everybody. 3 players of Royal Air Force almost left with nothing.
Caution being thrown to the wind. They are changing up the pace, but they very much are not comfortable with it. Royal Air Force, their attacks very much being held together by shoestrings right now. And on the defense, they're at least holding it together to keep that goal differential at 1. McWarrigal up. The setup for Plum underneath the bar. Not quite. McWarrigal goes low. And that's 2-0.
That's it. This game, I might be calling it early, but this game just was not having the same chance capacities for Royal Air Force as the game number 1 had. As if the line, sort of the front line, has been moved quite deep into RAF's side and never really has recovered since then. Another little bit of pressure. Another moment where Daf Bravo is looking for a pass, always trying to set somebody from the flank. Especially that left flank for them is looking the most dangerous. I feel like majority of the plays have come through us left side.
Just reset. I was hoping for a reset in a positive way. And instead what has happened is a reset into the panic and the desperation that was wrought all over that DAF Alpha series. Bravo with a third in the game. Bravo with a second point in the series. They head on to match point scenario, Jam. And unless we see something drastically different from Royal Air Force at this particular juncture, it's going to be heading the same way as that DAF Alpha series.
Well, never say never. Reverse sweeps. Love to see them. That's 3 wins in a row for Royal Air Force to make that happen and bring DAF Bravo just down a peg. But we're seeing out of the corner of their eye, there's still quick communication. There's still the spirits are high. You see the boys of RF just smiling, enjoying themselves, and I'm expecting them to bounce back. We need to see a show right there, and let's not forget we are talking about the pride. They're playing for many things, but also just the servicemen pride right there in the state.
It feels like they're skirting around their apex form, Royal Air Force. As soon as they do something right, there's a new issue that arises, and as soon as they sorted out that issue, the opposition has scored and you're sent back to square one. It's a really unfortunate succession of problems that they've got to solve, and they just want a break. And if they can find a break here in game number 1, if they can take that go-ahead goal, get a lead on the board, I'm with you. I think the complexion of this series changes entirely, but it is reliant on an opening goal going their way, and as it stands, DAF Bravo are picking up right where they left off.
Yep, straight to the orange half, straight to push, straight to find that weakness. Royal Air Force, again, prolonged pressure is not their best look. And almost the best chance for them is to have the ball out as much as possible. That's where the setups are. Cedric finds a block, and this trickles in. Royal Air Force open up the scoring game.
He ran onto the platform and managed to catch the door to the train just before it closed. That was tight. It was scrappy, but they got it across the line. Royal Air Force, just shy of a minute on the clock. That's number 1. If they can open up daylight, if they can find a second, even better, but it's wide open right down the other side of the pitch, and not for the first time today. They're lucky to get away with it.
But for the first time today, Royal Air Force in the lead. Now let's see how DAF are playing from behind. You see the McCoy Eagle is trying to wreak havoc. He's right there in the goal line, bumping, demoing out the defense of Royal Air Force, and he's almost succeeding. By this point, Bravo is happy to commit an extra player, maybe make it 2 versus 3, but the fact is that one missing player is making sure that maybe it's 2 versus 2, or even a 2 versus 1, if everything goes to plan.
Cedric goes high, commits William. He also commits to that play. There's Stelios in the back line to McWar Eagle. Plum meets P, wins the race. Cedric misses that. He with a lovely readjustment, and that's class. Unfortunately, doesn't find his way to the midfield line. Goes straight to McWar Eagle. Oh, what a double save from Cedric. Outstanding stuff, but then blocks the keeper from making a third miraculous save. William ties things up.
Right there on the line, Cedric. Was that a double save? It must have been a double save, but the follow-up from William is too great. No matter how great that save was, no matter how, again, clip-worthy, no doubts about that. The follow-up from DAF is there. We see that from Alpha. We're now seeing it from Bravo. There's always a player they have in the reserve that comes in and makes sure that the job is done.
Fair play to DAF Bravo. Responded really well. Oh, P's loitering in front of net. That's almost a triple commit. McWar Eagle, that's going to fly back into the midfield, and it's a poor touch from McWar Eagle. Gives Royal Air Force a chance. P in front of net, looking for the flick. Doesn't get that second touch. Cedric doesn't get a first touch, and now it's the breakaway. Bump. William, it's off the bar and away by Stelios in front of almost a certain goal shot.
throwing himself in front of the ball. It works. But Royal Air Force were chipped, had to return back home in a hurry. And now once again are faced with Dav Bravo with possession, with all three players ready to take shot after shot until that goal line breaks. RAF needs to take possession, but it is William to the ball first, trying to set up a line on the wall, and the pitch works to favor of Royal Air Force, but already McWar Eagle is back there, starting a run on the side. P is keeping the ball away from Bravo, but also is not giving Royal Air Force a real chance.
War Eagle centre bound. He stops him. William. Challenge on Cedric and his Stelios. Looking for Cedric again. Switches the play. And there is P ready to receive to the backboard. Looks for the second touch, well defended by Plum. Sent back to Sender. Stelios. McWar Eagle goes to the right wing. Cedric steps in and looking to try and find the stop on William, isn't able to. P simply has to put it up. Double commit from Daft Bravo, making mistakes in the offense and giving Royal Air Force more chances to counter.
How about now Stelios keeps it low. No, sees as the approach to him is being made from the air, so nope, stay grounded, even if he is Royal Air Force, but this is just picking the pocket. McWar Eagle comes at the right point where rotation, the second, third player rotation for RAF is weak. As also, there's just no hold on the ball. Need to roll out of their own side, but touches are singular right now for Royal Air Force. Would love to see them connect a couple of these touches into something, just a longer bout of possession. That's what they're missing right now.
Yeah, if they're going to play so defensively minded, then if they're going to clear the ball, it has to be into no man's land. And Daft Bravo, like someone more than happy to give a hug. Their arms are spread wide. The net has been cast. Backboard hit, and P ends up with nobody. Cedric sideways up and misses that second touch. Stelios, good read of the play. William pops this up, sees the pitch ahead of him pretty well. Plum, round one. Here's William again. It's 2v1. Cedric stands firm, heading to overtime as things stand. Can Stelios carry this to the other side of the pitch? No. Snuffed by McWar Eagle. P surely hoping for a spike now of Royal Air Force, and that's exactly what they're going to get.
I think I know the designation for McWar Eagle, and that is commando behind the enemy lines, or a spy amidst the Brits. He has been spending more time in that penalty box. Oh, quick connection, Stelios to P, but not resulting in a shot. Royal Air Force wanted to end this overtime as quickly as possible, but now need to retreat back, need to find a pass. Who is there? McWar Eagle once again ready for anything. RAF is ready to throw at him.
Cannot get a more pressure-intensive overtime. Lose this. And that's it. You have lost. Royal Air Force with a chance. It's a miss. It's P. And it's off the post and away. So unfortunate. But Royal Air Force failed to score again.
The woodwork. Oh, the woodwork. It's troublesome, but it's there. It's either your best friend or your worst enemy. We might be having a little bit of a moment, but the game still continues on until we hear anything else. Steeler is forced to make a save. McWar Eagle going back to the midfield line. Are going to be playing it safe. Something about those straight touches are just a tad too wild. And Royal Air Force record themselves a goal as ball just keeps on trickling back. No blame spread, but Royal Air Force get themselves a W.
Plum stationary. It's not how the Royal Air Force would have wanted to win their first game, but you play until the whistle, or in this case in Rocket League, you play until the pause. No pause was called. You get the point on the board, and that's the beginning, Jam. It's the beginning of something potentially greater. But that was a tight run thing. They've got to go from strength to strength. Otherwise, I can see Bravo picking up that all-important match point winner.
There have been some wild touches in both defenses. And right now, it's apparently it's whoever keeps their back cleaner. And if straight touches are coming in and you're not ready for them, well, that results in goals, results in wins in this case, even as the ball just kept on ping-ponging between all the players on the side of Daft Bravo. A W on the board, and I think morale immediately should improve for the Royal Air Force.
Well, the fact that they were smiling before that game as well, I think is really commendable. To lose 5 games, 5 games on the bounce, and 2 of those pretty close. I don't know what's more damaging, Jam. Games where you realistically could have won and still lost, or games where you seemingly had no chance of winning, but they all add up in one way or another to finally get the monkey off the back. And to get that first game win, no matter how it happened, must be a relief.
Yeah, it absolutely must be. And I have no doubt that folks on the stage right now, folks playing off stream when we're having those matches, and just everybody in the venue right now are some of the most composed, moral, hardy people that you might find. These are, after all, Navy, Army, Air Force men and women who are there for their country. So they absolutely men and women of steel. And yet still, something like this is going to boost you up even higher.
Of course, worth remembering that we have these 3 teams on site, both of the DAF teams and the RAF, the British Army and the Royal Navy, adding a bit of complexion to this round robin, Jam, as they are going to be playing remote. And that will be a slightly different vibe. It always is when you go from online to offline and then back to online again. And so despite the seeming early doors superiority from the 2 DAF squads, of course, the jury's still out in this series. We'll see whether the RAF can make a comeback, but they're going to have to navigate some tricky waters in the future, as they'll be having the internet to contend with as much as themselves.
Well, but also a comfort of playing from their own homes, comfort of just already seeing their opposition, seeing what they can do, preparing. I'm pretty sure, despite being different branches of the army, Royal Air Force are going to be happy to give some tips to British Army, to Royal Navy later on, to see just how they can defeat those Department of Air Force players, because right now they look nigh unbeatable. I see nigh unbeatable. There's still a potential. That potential can grow and go back, and all on the field. And this little win, I'm pretty sure, once again, will set RAF in good stead.
You know what excites me is, obviously we released a video earlier today where we were going through predictions, semi-ha-ha, semi-serious in parts, and one of the unknowns was actually the Royal Navy. We were thinking, oh yes, they're a bit of an unknown. We think that they might be slotting in underneath the Royal Air Force in regards to quality. We're going to bring back Craftman, as unfortunately it is confirmed a technical pause holding this series as things stand. Craftman, how are you?
One word, Craftman.
Rocket League!
Sweet! Back into the game we go. And just like that, friends, on a dime, technical pauses sorted, these players raring and ready to go. And Jam, for the Royal Air Force, a win under their belt. Can they go and find a second?
You could see that they immediately start the game off the kickoff in the opposition side, trying to immediately roll the ball on the wall as well. William is there, then Plum in support. And those connections from Bravo are great, always ready to send the second player to just keep the ball moving. And this is something that Royal Air Force trying themselves, but it's always just perhaps it's still in their plans. They're still working on it. On the flank, Royal Air Force back in their own side, but would love to see that blue side of the field again.
Oh, double commit, and P with another huge touch away. How many of those have we talked about within this series alone? He's now on the front line. Helped out somewhat by Stelios. A bit of a miscommunication there. Actually falls really kindly for Daf Bravo and William in particular towards the net. Here's Plum now. Demo on that backline. Allows McWar Eagle a free shot on target, except it wasn't on target, off the post and away.
Alrighty, Cedric not getting the boost, so not going to be able to continue. Goes all the way back. He's now the third for Royal Air Force. Long clear. Cedric collects it himself, and that's just an open chance. Nobody coming in for Dav Bravo, knowing that this was in their court. And Royal Air Force might be with about possession. No reach on the ball, and Plum scoops it out of the net.
Yeah, it's ultimately P who registers the shot, but millimeters close to getting a touch onto that spherical object, and we're talking 1-0 Royal Air Force. Once again, looking really positive. It's a double demo, actually, but not 2 or 1-on-2, I should say, but rather 1-on-1. It's briefly a 2v2, and right down the other end, Cedric in the wrong position and demoed for just standing around. Stelios goes up, driving forward, loses the challenge to McWar back or double commit. A bit of a faint touch, but it's a touch enough. William not going to go over the top of anybody. And approaching half-time, this game has flown by. So Cooks and Pitch is going to throw it right back into the orange half. Oh no!
Oh no again! It's a double oh no. Still on the line, that's a demo. And another rush out. Stelios doesn't have much. He's going to be working with whatever he has got. Beats one, jukes one. William gets booted out. Cedric, and immediately Stelios goes across the goal line and bumps out the third defender. Royal Air Force could not bring the ball out of the corner, but you see that they have, again, some plans. Even if it's not their game plan, they can whip one up on the spot and really make Bravo think.
It's not perfect, but there's a pep in their step. And that's a world of difference from the previous endgame scenarios against DAF Alpha and previously indeed DAF Bravo exiting game number 2. McWar bullying the goalkeeper. It's Stelios who stands firm, his two teammates bailing him out from a difficult situation. Is P under McWart Eagle. It's a long one. I apologize. On midfield. Cedric up high. Oh, just there in the nick of time. And P decides to go right back to his own corner. Saves the blushes of his teammates. Stelios with a quick turn. Not quick enough, but gets to the ball anyway. Demoed for his troubles. Well, therefore struggling to hold possession, Jam, but Bravo struggling to create chances.
There was a chance for Royal Air Force right there as they're trying to find a connection. And I love that the passes are the option. Stelios, a low pot shot straight on the target and straight towards the goalie. But it's just handing those chances, getting even the opportunities and looks on the net on the other side of the field is what Royal Air Force needs as much as possible. Cannot really dip into the shops and get some out of this. Cedric keeps it away from Bravo players coming in, and they were coming in hot, makes no mistake about that.
I really love the calls, though, and you can tell that Stelios has really taken responsibility for more of an anchor role. Look, if you're RLCS caliber, complete rotation's always going to be the way, but there is nothing wrong with set roles, set positions, and it seems like they're playing a lot better, Royal Air Force, knowing exactly what their jobs are. It's a stalemate as we enter the final 30 seconds. It's zeros across the board. Will that zero turn into a 1 soon? Not on this occasion. Is Stelios now moving up, but it's straight into the palms of William, who doesn't necessarily save the day, but certainly stalls for time.
Alrighty, chipping up really high. Cedric on the wall. Who actually got the touch? Must have been Cedric in that case, but the timer is ticking down. McWar Eagle, one last chance to hand it off to the teammate. We are heading into the overtime for the third time in this series. These teams are so close. We cannot do it in regulation. Golden goal and potentially series win for Dove Bravo if they get this one.
Royal Air Force doing it the hard way. They've lost one overtime. They've won one overtime. Albeit on a technicality, they've got to do it 3v3. And they look likely to do it if Cedric gets us on target. Oh, it's off the bar. Here's reinforcements, and it's going to slip under the bar this time. Stelios high. Stelios forcing that game 5.
The pressure finally makes Bravo crumble, and Royal Air Force just had enough players to pile on. The more I'm looking at the RAF team, the more relief I'm seeing on their faces. Serious, very, very, God, what's the word? They know what's at stake, and they know what the mission is, Dav Bravo. But the bounce back is on. We are in game number 5, and we might be seeing Royal Air Force take it all the way back.
For the first time today, Tut incorrect. Predicting a 3-1 in favor of the Alpha sister team. We head to game 5, the momentum jam, with the Royal Air Force forcing 3 consecutive overtimes, now winning 2 of them back to back. It was a tough game again. They are really, they don't feel like a team that can ever dominate their opponents, but they are a team that never says die. One of them's going to have to lose here. Now, first game 5.
Well, this is a battle that, first and foremost, is going to have big implications for the rest of the standings in our round-robin table. everybody wants to get as many wins as possible because you have to have placement. You're 5th, you're out. Fourth or third, you're playing for the 3rd place, and a shot rattles 2 goalies of Royal Air Force. They managed to make it through and most importantly find a clear. This could even be a setup for yet another move from Royal Air Force. It's E currently leading the charge for RAF.
Bravo out the gates flying, and it doesn't help that the first attack really for the Royal Air Force ended with a double commit. It's a demo from Cedric onto one of the DAF Bravo forwards that at least relieves the pressure a little bit, and a nice going forward allows P to set up for something not quite. Here's McWar Eagle. Oh, nice fake. Just Cedric. A demo, unintentional nonetheless. I think Royal Air Force, best to say they've escaped this first minute without conceding.
But right now, they need to find themselves anything on the other side of the field. They've tasted the victory. They've tasted the chance to break down the opposition and score the goals. But Bravo are not gonna let them get away with this so easily. Cedric goes high, really tries to be the dunker on his opposition. Stelios to Cedric, not working out, and that's 2 players out, and McWar Eagle is right there. You see him again more in front of the orange net than in front of his own.
Approach vector's a little bit wrong for me with DAF Bravo. They have an incessant need to go wide, and it means that their actual attacking opportunities, they're soaked up, and Royal Air Force go down the other end. They look a lot more convincing. They've got another go-ahead goal through a double commit. Stelios moves up at the right time yet again. Great calls, great communication. Here's the reverse sweep truly on.
1 goal, Relic, 1 goal. But the matter of the fact is, this series was 1 goal differentials. We had 3 overtimes, meaning 1 goal differentials. Bravo, they won 3-0 in the opening game, or was that game number 2? And ever since then, nothing that is really dominating the play. Royal Air Force not getting away with it. They're just now feeling it and know that they can make it. And opening goal will once again set them in good stead.
Of this organization, again, no one committing until they know that they have to. It's Stelios again looking for another goal, forces Plum into a big save. On the scene, it's Cedric. Doesn't get past McWar Eagle, but here's P. William. And there's Stelios again. That press getting more and more adventurous, but not risky, Jam. There is a fine balance between the two.
There's a demo, but the ball is going to be returning all the way back to our AF side. No passes, no opportunities. That was one of the biggest clears we've seen in this series so far, and that just immediately shaves off 15 seconds off the clock as DAF Bravo is moving on back in. Cedric dispossesses William on the flank. There's always McWar Eagle dropping it for himself, dropping it for his teammates, almost does it himself as well, but flying too high in that case.
Their clock burning so efficiently, Royal Air Force. Once again, asked to do their defensive duties, and boy, do they do them well. And how about that for a bump away disruption in the back line? It's the first time that Royal Air Force have enjoyed a 2-goal lead all tournament long.
We're setting it all up. Splits the difference in front and finishes it up with a plum. Cedric for Royal Air Force. 2-goal differential. Now that's getting comfortable. But no complacency. By no means any complacency can now be in RAF's side. Oh, top left corner was looking at such an opportunity, but not this time.
The tables have been turned from the creatively bereft to the stern and the steely. And from the creatively exciting and growing in confidence to a team that completely lacks it. The double commits have transferred. It's like a virus from the Royal Air Force over to DAF Bravo and Jam. They've got the lion's share of 70 seconds left to try and find 2.
And right now they are right there and trying to do just that. For Bravo, more aggression, just a little bit faster. RAF plays in net, plays deep, goes to challenges second, and sometimes you want to be a second to the challenge, but never when your opposition can get to the ball, not only first, but also completely beat you to it with no chance of a touch. But we are slipping back in. Stelios Careful, William and Plum make a really good call out. McQuarrie Eagle is hunting for defenders once again, the role that he has played perfectly so far in this series, but it seems like it is no longer enough.
Bravo reading the clearances well enough, but again, they keep on knocking on the door. They fail to find a way through, maybe on this occasion, but no, it's Stelios once again taking up that anchor role. Brilliant, patient, and ultimately winning them this game. Unless something drastic happens in the next couple of seconds, it won't, because there's the clearers that the Royal Air Force were waiting for. It's a reverse sweep in our second match of the day. No cherry on top, but the Royal Air Force stay alive in the hunt for the grand final.
Oh, we had a sweep. We had a reverse sweep. And Royal Air Force got both of them, the bad end of the stick and the good end of the stick. Is there a good end of the stick? Whatever it is, they got it. Still, you could see that was I think Plum still really happy whatever has happened. But there's no one gonna be more happier than RAF getting a reverse sweep.
Man, Stelios, let's bring Craftman back into the conversation, because Stelios really went from a 0 hour to a hero hour, didn't he? He was very much the epitome of the frustrations that the Royal Air Force shared collectively against DAF Alpha. Here, he was the root, the vein of confidence that they needed and optimism that they needed to make this reverse sweep possible.
You're absolutely right. He's we highlighted him as our player of the match going in. And those first couple of games, guys, it did seem like it was going the same way. It did seem like Bravo had the best of them. But the tenacity of this RAF side, just to stick through it and keep going, absolutely fantastic. A couple of overtimes to boot as well. But, Jam, what would you say for Bravo as well? Obviously, we've seen Alpha perform in the way that they have, and now being reverse swept and about to face your Alpha squad mates. What's the mentality for these guys going into the next match?
Again, if the Plums faces anything to go by, he is good. He's fine. He's absolutely fine. A little trip over wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And what we've seen from DAF Bravo in game number 1, number 2, and even throughout the series really, is that they had the game plan. They had the rotations. They had the idea of how to connect with one another. That really has not gone anywhere. They have their strengths, they have their weaknesses, but overall they are well-fit unit, and it's through the sheer willpower and also a couple of curveballs thrown that Royal Air Force are proudly and completely deservedly, I would say, are celebrating the victory right here.
I will say Bravo, they had a lot of aggression, James. In Game 3, when they lost in overtime, they had 11 shots, did DAF Bravo. Only scored once. The RAF had 4. As we take a look at our standings, you see Alpha up there 1-0, RAF 1-1, and Bravo 0-1, and the Army and the Navy. We'll see them a little bit later on. But yeah, the aggression from Bravo didn't really pay off in the end. I think keeping that kind of gameplay up will serve them well against Alpha, though. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if you look back to those games 1 and 2, and even for the majority of game number 3, they'll walk away from this thinking we should have had this sewn up in the 3 games. Make no mistake about it, that technical pause completely threw them off the rhythm. And it's unfortunate. You never like to see these sorts of pauses, but that's esports. Stuff like this happens, and it's all part of the game. The Royal Air Force simply played it better.
Yeah, got to keep your mental up through those pauses, but we will take a short pause of our own as we get ready for the interview on the stage with Veracity. We'll be right back.
Well, Cedric. You've only managed to go and pull off a reverse sweep versus DAF Bravo. Break that one down for me. What has changed between game number 1, where, I'm sorry to say, you choked a little bit, and game number 2, where you guys managed to bring it back?
I think it was kind of an all or nothing situation. So we were just like, right, it's not over. It's still, if we win the next game, it's still winnable, and we ended up managing to pull it off somehow.
Okay.
Everything just kind of fell together at the right time. And yeah, Stelios had a great game. I don't know if he's in here, but yeah.
Well, between game 1, it seemed like you guys had less consistency on your front. What was the conversation that was kind of had between that game number 1 and game 2?
It's more like, let's just focus, make sure we're locked in, try ignore everything that's happening around you, and yeah, it seems to have worked. We didn't really talk too much about the gameplay. It was more like mentality, and yeah, it pulled us through. So.
Well, your next game is going to be against none other than the British Army. My question to you is, who's the better team, you guys or them?
Yeah, we think it's us. We hope we'll win.
I want some more confidence when you say that. We think it's us.
Sorry, we are the better team.
There we go. What do we think? You agree? You agree? Yeah, 100%. Okay, all right. I'm curious to find out who you think is going to win out of our next matchup. It's going to be DAF Alpha taking on DAF Bravo. Who was the more difficult matchup in your head?
Alpha was definitely the most difficult, but in the first game, well, we felt quite comfortable against Alpha, so it depends which Alpha I think we see. But it could go either way, I think, especially with the rivalry going on between them two. So.
All right, and we heard from Tut that he is incredibly confident and believes that he is the best player we have here at the event. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Who's the one in the black shirt? I think he played the best against us. Yeah, he's the best player here.
All right, well, I'm curious to know, what's the score prediction from you for this DAF Alpha versus Bravo?
I think we might see a game 5. I don't know which way it's going to go, but yeah, we'll see.
All right, well, only time will tell whether or not it will actually be a game 5. So thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations once again. I'll let you go ahead and warm up for your next match versus the British Army. But before that, we're going to straight to a quick break, and we'll be back with DAF Alpha versus Bravo. Welcome back, everybody, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. We're coming on up in just a moment. We have DAF Alpha taking on DAF Bravo. I see you looking at me already. I know that you know I'm going to come on over to you, all right? So we've heard an awful lot from you, a lot of confidence over here in the DAF Alpha camp. You guys managed to win 3-0 versus the RAF boys, and you just witnessed them get absolutely shattered by the same team. Do you think they're crumbling at the seam?
I think they're shaking in their boots. Yeah, their mental's chalked. It's over.
All right, you still feeling confident that you could take down the Bravo boys?
Oh, yeah.
Give me a score line.
Probably 8-0 every single game.
8-0 every single game. I'm liking the confidence over here. But Mr. McWar-Eagle, how are you feeling going up against the Alpha boys? Would you agree with the statement that they are the better team out of the two of you?
Purely off record, statistically, yes. But I feel like we can come up with something special.
And how often do you guys actually play against each other? Have you played against them much?
We played against each other with different players on different teams for like the past couple months to a year.
All right, well, best of luck to the two teams. I see you giving him, like, evil eyes, staring him down. Let's figure out whether or not these mind games are actually going to pan out. So it is over to my fabulous casters.
Thank you very muchly, Veracity. Tut coming up with the content.
I love it.
And McWar-Eagle fancies some cooking in their midst. Let's take a little brief look. By the way, Relic and joined by Gyrojam and Craftman. Let's take a little look at our schedule, shall we? We've already had DAF Alpha. They've gone up against the Royal Air Force. They won convincingly in a 3-0 manner. DAF Bravo, after going 2-0 up in the series against the Royal Air Force, end up losing in a reverse sweep. It leaves DAF Bravo very much propping up the table. Royal Air Force on 1-1. It leaves DAF Alpha feeling very pretty indeed. Gents, I love the pair of you, but I'm going to head over to Craftman first. We were both there on that first series. This team looked incredible. By the way, they didn't have their best player. Ethan was, we thought, coaching. No, he was playing. He looked great. I don't know whether you caught those pictures there. Oh, he's coaching now.
Oh, yeah.
Low-Tech is in.
Yeah, Low-Tech, the secret weapon, or not so secret weapon, I suppose, of DAF Alpha, now coming onto the field. I suppose he's subbing in now, I suppose, now that he's having to go against his Department of the Air Force brethren in DAF Bravo. By the way, Tut giving me big comm vibes.
Yes.
With all the smack talk. I'm surprised he's not, yelling on stage every time he scores a goal. But, yeah, this DAF Alpha side, they've proven why they are the Alpha team. They beat the Bravo team in the run-up to this event. And this is certainly for intra-national pride between these two teams.
Well, look, we'd be remiss not to give the king of military content his due. So if you've just joined the stream, if you're interested about this fantastic outfit, then let's hear some more from the Department of Air Force Alpha.
I'm ready. All right, my name is Alex Tuttle. I'm born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm currently stationed in Grand Forks, North Dakota, and I do aircraft maintenance.
I'm Logan Lejeune. I'm from Louisiana. I am an A1C stationed at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming, and I work in finance.
I'm Ethan France. I'm from Arizona. I'm stationed at Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado. I'm a space systems operator.
I'm a Staff Sergeant Henry H3 Brutus. I'm stationed at Whiteman Air Force Base, and I'm from El Paso, Texas. And currently I'm on Team DAF Alpha.
I had a PS2 in my house when I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I kind of started there, just gamed a little bit when I was young, and then I really got into gaming during like Halo 3, Xbox 360.
When Rocket League came out in 2015, I actually got it maybe a month after release. It took me about 2 years to get into tournaments. Sort of competed on and off since then.
Went through Call of Duty, found myself some Rocket League. My brother introduced it to me, and here I am, playing for the Air Force.
I joined the Air Force because I didn't qualify for a job I wanted on the civilian life. So in order for me to not go to college, but still have a job and still have career advancement, I decided the military would be the best fit for that.
Being part of like Air Force gaming and stuff, it's really cool because I get to go on like fun TDYs everywhere, events in Denver and Florida and Texas and now here, so it's only getting bigger and it's really cool to like come out and meet everybody. Winning ForceCon with Plum is probably my favorite moment.
The biggest impact that it's had on me, it's given me a lot of good friendships, great memories with them at different events, such as Florida, this one, and we were going to plan on going in Denver in 2 months.
You get off a stressful day at work and you just want to decompress, you just want to relax. So you hop on your computer, you play a couple games with your friends, you talk about your day, you do certain stuff. It's good relaxation.
We always stack alpha with the best players. Ethan's probably the best coach we could have behind us.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm really good, actually. I'm probably the best person at this event.
Everyone agrees?
If we lose a game, I'll donate $100 to Wounded Warrior Project.
My personal coach's secret is these guys are, all three of them are super emotional players. So if I see their eyes starting to water up before you get down, or if they get mad, I try and just relax them, give them a quick back massage real quick or something, loosen them up and just get them back on track.
Yeah, Ethan's my rock.
Yeah.
Without Ethan, I would be an emotional wreck on stage.
Yeah, we're all alphas.
Alpha, for sure.
Just a relentless confidence.
Notice how they're Bravo team,
Yeah,
right?
super
They're
weird
Bravo
to say
because
that.
we beat them to be here. And they got a pity invite to be like, hey, why don't you guys come on down and be another team for Alpha to run through. Talking about
Like
you,
shark
Plum.
bait.
That's all you, Plum. Talking about you.
Hey guys, thanks for supporting us, and we're gonna make you guys proud. Thank you.
I think he summed up.
Should we all say thank you at the same time? Thank you, fans. When we win this tourney, all 4 of us are gonna dance.
And Plum has to dance too.
You can positively hear, you can positively sense the flex, kiss coming out from this squad and from Tut in particular. But Jam, I want to pick up on a little bit of lip service that Ethan's been paying towards Plum on DAF Bravo. The two know each other very, very well indeed. In fact, all 7 of these players know each other very well. And if any team's got, I mean, look, if we had the RAF having a point to prove after getting smacked by DAF Alpha, DAF Bravo, after being reverse swept, they got to be rattled.
Oh, they might be shaking in their boots. I think that's exactly the words that have been used on the stage. But even after losses, we've seen Plum just, okay, go next. We just shake it up. We continue on moving. And what I think is going to happen, that Bravo might throw a wrench in the works of Alpha. The demo-heavy, bum-heavy playstyle that they love to display. Macquarie Eagle, again, was more in the opposition's net and around the area than in his own back garden. And that playstyle might completely throw Alpha for a loop.
Well, look, I know we've got to wrestle the spotlight away from them, but it's time to take it away from DAF Alpha and shine the spotlight on their sister team. Let's get to know DAF Bravo a little better.
My name is Hayden Kelsey. My gamer tag is Plum. I play for the Hartford Yard Goats. I'm in the United States Air Force, stationed at Joint Base Langley Eustis.
My name is William Lacey. I'm from California. I'm stationed at Cannon Air Force Base. My rank is E3 and I'm playing under the team Hartford Yard Goats.
My name is Christopher McCleskey. I am from Madison, Alabama. Currently stationed in Ellsworth Air Force Base, South Dakota. I play for Hartford Yard Goats.
I joined the Air Force because just the Air Force sounds cooler.
I joined because both my parents were prior Air Force. They did a lot of really cool things. I'm doing my own version of cool things being here.
The college opportunities, VA loans, just the benefits that you get from it.
I joined the United States Air Force for free college, and it's the best branch.
Also, traveling the world, playing video games for the Air Force, it's kind of up there. I started gaming. My parents introduced me. Started Rocket League because it was a free game of the month for PlayStation Plus.
Playing like fighting games with my cousins, my older cousins and my dad. They'd always beat the crap out of me. Yeah, from there I think I just tried to get better. And I got better. I don't think any of them can beat me anymore.
I was like 4 or 5 years old. My grandpa bought me a PS1, and then everything else happened from there. Rocket League was kind of just an addictive game. I just rolled with it. I thought the game looked lame, but here I am.
It was like the end of the month, and he was like, hey, download this game. I was like, no, I'm not downloading that. It looks dumb. There's just cars, they play soccer, and I decided to go through with it and fell in love with it.
Started Rocket League because it was a free game of the month for PlayStation Plus. I guess what's special to me is like being able to go up on a stage, play the games that I love. I'm like, hey, I'm playing games for the Air Force. They're like, no, you're not.
Just being able to go out and just meet people that you've been talking to for years. I know for Ethan, I was talking to him before I joined the military, and he got me into the whole gaming part of the Air Force. Just being able to meet him.
You like your team?
No, I can't stand him. No, I'm just kidding. They're awesome. Yeah.
I would say we're super aggressive. We make some mistakes, but our offense is really good. So usually our offense kind of carries the team, maybe. We come through when it matters. When we need to win a game, we win a game.
It's our first time as a team playing together. I played with Plum before.
Yeah, you just stick 3 random people on a team, and sometimes they're just really good together. So
If we don't know what we're doing, then they don't know what we're doing. So
I'd say it feels very nice to represent America against the UK. Considering we're probably not going to drop a game to them. So
yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah. We're just kind of happy to be here as well. So yeah, I mean, we're all in good vibes right now.
Last thing I want to do is just stay in my hotel room while I'm in Germany.
Hey, good luck, guys. You're gonna need it.
Yeah, we're coming.
Yeah.
Well, Plum references clutching up, and they are going to need that. Sitting on 0-1, I think it's pretty much a shared opinion that they, quite frankly, have to win this game. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel, or win the series, I should say. Otherwise, they are staring down the barrel of a potential 3rd, 4th place destination. Craftman going up against arguably the best team in the competition. We've highlighted Low Tech before, but let's highlight the man with the best real-life name. Let's talk about Henry Brutus, shall we? Let's talk about H3. We both saw him earlier today. A creative force, a scoring force, an all-rounder.
Brutus by name and Brutus by nature, it seems. He was a driving force against the RAF earlier on, but you saw it was Ethan was the man setting up both Ethan and not Low Tech, Tuts earlier on in the first series, but H3 was fantastic in various different locations, and I think if one thing like we have to say about DAF Alpha is obviously the individual players are great, and we see the profile here of H3 and how long he's been playing games and in service, 14 and 5 respectively. But this team work better as, you know, a team. These are great individuals, but their team chemistry is second to none, at least based on the series we saw earlier.
H3 returns to the field. Low Tech makes his bow. DAF Bravo need to win this series. An upset it would most certainly be. But are they going to achieve it? Craftman, Jar of Jam, it's over to you.
Let's get this one going. The battle for American supremacy. DAF Alpha versus DAF Bravo Jam. It's I think this is, we did pick this as possibly the grand final match. Maybe this is a grand final preview. What do you reckon?
There's a little bit of that for sure, but for DAF Alpha to have the opportunity to just swap their players around, it is something else. It is something crazy. Right now in the field, there's we've talked about it. These players know each other well. These players have played each other in some combination, so it's going to be a... Bravo is going to try to prove, as William takes a shot on target of Alpha, Bravo is going to try to prove that they should not be Bravo. They should be Alpha, and that Alpha players should be demoted back to Bravo.
Well, the reason they're called Alpha and Bravo in this case, or how they decided those names, is because Alpha actually beat this Bravo side in the run-up to this tournament. They have the bragging rights of becoming the Alpha team. So maybe, do you reckon if Bravo win this one, they should be reclaim their title as Alpha for the rest of the tournament?
Absolutely, it's like the unofficial DAF belt that just goes around, and McWar Eagle, this time finding himself in front of the ball, just bulldozes it through. H3 out. Toot! A forlorn memory. McWar Eagle opens up the scoring. Bravo on top.
Yeah, early mistake there by Tut. Not really something we've said about Alpha so far today. They played fairly mistake-free against the RAF earlier on. Against their brethren, against the people that they know best at this event. You'll have maybe slight nerves going against and you know, fighting for the glory of their own department of the Air Force. As Bravo tries to come back down, and as we go into a little bit of a stalemate here, all fairly loose in the blue end of the field.
Back to the side of Alpha, and Plum, as if he didn't even notice the opposition player, takes the ball. It belonged to him since the time immemorial. That's how it looked. That's how easy it was for Bravo to dispossess Alpha. Shot once again. Plum up front now steals the ball from H3, and whew, demos are flying galore. It is getting a bit explosive. William has to turn on the dime, but still makes the save.
First time we've really seen Alpha in a tough spot today. Down 1-0. We saw them really high pressure the RAF, and they're not getting that opportunity against Bravo so far, although Lowtech, first time we've seen him in the field and tries to work his magic. First shot for him will go amiss as the defense steps in front of it. Now William towards that back four, but Lowtech very smart to it. Tries to set up Tut for an uphill play. This is a wide open net here, Jam. Can Lowtech send it home? Yes, he can, with the Doomsday Dish, no less.
With a little bit of help from Tut as well on that one, but one last player beat, and Bravo with nobody home, no chance for William. Alpha bring it all the way back. Well, it has been a game of solid defenses. Offense obviously have played a great role, but it's how confident you can be in the defense, how solid your rotations are. And right now, with both Alpha and Bravo going in for physical plays, it may be a game of attrition. How many players have you got left on the field?
I said this earlier about DAF Alpha. They played very disciplined against the Royal Air Force, despite being, 5-1 up in Game 2. They won in Game 3, 6-1. They didn't get ahead of themselves. They always played like they were in a tie game, or if they were down and maybe only just one goal up. They played very disciplined. They were not wanting to make silly mistakes. That's what we're seeing here, and disciplined play tends to lean itself towards defense. Now in the offense. Oh, good bump on the line by Tut, but H3 can't find the opening.
They need to bring it out very quickly, all the way back, Lowtech. And Alpha trying to start something of their own. A bit of an overload on the flank, no touches here and there. Tut loses it. H3 only to the side, but a little pinch off the ground and sets it steady in the right direction. Alrighty, the aerial battles are coming on in low-flying objects, but flying nonetheless. This is Air Force in action.
The objects may be closer than they appear as we do tick towards the final 60 seconds of this opening game of this Best of 5 series. The War Eagle, a big miss on the goal line, and it will allow Lowtech to get his second goal of this series.
Whiff. There you have it. You are paying for it. Alpha once again finds Bravo. If there's nobody home, then it's a wide open net. Prime for taking and picking. Back into the lead, and Alpha trying to make sure that they are Alpha for a reason. Tut, no low chances. William sends it far away enough, and War Eagle has enough time to pounce on it. Oh, enough time to sit in front of a net now. Off Plum, gonna be passing, playing. Is dispossessed by H3, and Lowtech already midfield and ready to receive a pass.
There's a small chance for Bravo there, but didn't quite send it home. 40 seconds left now. They have to get out of their own end. Work this ball downfield and get through this stout Alpha defense. William will just lob it downfield towards the backboard. Lowtech has trouble with it, but H3 is there for the assist. Gets it into the corner. Now Plum. William into the corner once more. Where is War Eagle? He's looking to just play that third man role, and William now has to scramble back for defense, but he just lays it over to Lowtech, and a hat trick for the SSL.
Sometimes you are teammates when you are in the same team, and maybe William and Lowtech will have a chance to play on one roster tomorrow. Not today. This was as good as a pass as you can get. The only problem for William is that he set up the completely wrong side.
Yeah, obviously these guys know each other very well. Maybe just recognize they are on different sides of the field next time with War Eagle. Maybe even just getting one for the road here. Chances have gone to win it, and chances have gone to get that second goal. It will be DAF Alpha taking a 3-1 victory in game number 1.
The scoreline, yes, strongly I'd say in favor of DAF Alpha, but on the field, Bravo, for the first, would you say half a match, look like the team that can take it?
Yeah.
I think the lines have been blurred between which is the best team, and yes, Alpha won previously in the pre-tournament scuffles, but do not write Bravo off at all. They are capable, they are able, and their playstyle is strong enough to defeat Alpha.
I mentioned this for Bravo when they were taking on the RAF after that series was done. In Game 3, they outshot the RAF so much, and they ended up losing this one, that game in overtime. Here, same story. DAF Alpha only had 7 shots, obviously converted 3 of them. Bravo had if I can do maths correctly, 14 shots on the Alpha net, and only one ended up landing. So the conversion rate not quite there for Bravo, but it just shows the power of this Alpha defense. 3 saves apiece that they had in that game.
Working out overtime to make sure it's saved. Low-Tech looking for his 4th goal of the series. So far, the only scorer for Alpha. That stat line, yes, 1 goal, lost game number 1, but the stat line in terms of shots paints a picture, and it's still a pretty one for Bravo. Sometimes you get nothing. Sometimes, if we look at the previous game, sometimes you might get 4 shots, and Royal Air Force is celebrating a win over you. For Dev Bravo to get such a high output is going to pay really well. Macquarie Eagle, strong shot, H3 in the net. And Plum once again placed the role of somebody who keeps the ball in the blue side of the field until my teammates come back.
Ooh, double save there from Low-Tech, and H3 had to get that one away. Early opportunities for Bravo, as William tried to lay that off the backboard and roll that one down the back wall. Good pressure early on from Bravo, making Alpha work for it, but they have broken free now as Tut goes up that left wing, but he'll get denied and demolished out of the play. And I think that's the aggression that Bravo would need to employ here. Try to employ demos and throw Alpha off of their stout rotations.
That's exactly what I thought is going to happen. Rotations are important. That's how you can play quickly and not think too much. You don't think you know somebody is going to be there. You can set something up. H3.
Oh, cheeky.
Just louse on the ground. Couldn't get too far, but was looking promising. But the moment your rotations are broken, the moment that connection just breaks, all of a sudden everything else can fall apart. Great teams know how to adjust and adapt, but still, in the mess of the things, Bravo can definitely catch Alpha unawares.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. Just catch them off guard. Have these creative plays. It's all well and good knowing your set plays, your set passes, infield passes, upfield passes, whatever they may be. They're going to get red at some point, and just like that, William does have that shot blocked. Maybe he was trying to get a pass into the middle, but he did register the shot.
Commit.
And that is a big commit there from Alpha, as McWarrigal might have a free run at net. He's only got Low-Tech to beat, and that's a big task, but it's over to William, and Bravo have the lead.
Did not work for Alpha on the other side of the field, committing to straight into the net. Macquarie Eagle immediately positions himself for a block. He is going straight for the net. Low-Tech going across the net at some point. He's no longer in the way of the ball. Requires a second player for Bravo, but they make it work on the other side of the field. An exchange of similar pleasantries, but it was Bravo at a much better opportunity.
Oh, big pinch downfield. Well, that might have been trickling towards target, but the Alpha side do get it back in their own possession. That's a malfunction at the junction between Plum and William. It might give Alpha a chance here, but McWarrigal sets himself up brilliantly in defense, compensating for the mix-up between his two teammates. As Alpha came back down, and look at this from Bravo, over to McWarrigal. Plum could follow this one up, but it's straight into H3. It still bounces in though! Just under the crossbar, and it's a 2-goal lead.
Credit to Macquarie Eagle. Receives the pass. He had not that much boost to work with, and then Plum still in tow. The two have rolled out, and we've talked about playing duos. This has been one of the best duo plays we've seen so far. Everybody understood what they needed to do. Macquarie Eagle immediately goes for yet another one. H3 this time stops him quite short, but there is no denying it is Bravo right now in the driver's seat. And it's Alpha that we have been missing from a field a little bit.
And maybe the mask starting to slip from Alpha. All this brash confidence they came in with, thinking that they're going to 7-0, 8-0, whatever it was Tut said.
Oh, that was a great prediction from Tut.
all this cockiness isn't translating here in game number 2. Yes, they have the first game under their belts. It was very close, and this is still very competitive game and a very competitive series. I think this one's going to end up being Jam. As Alpha now trying to break out of their own backfield, but Bravo have just worked this midfield to perfection. The pressure pays off, and it's a 3-goal lead.
Try as they might, Alpha is getting the ball returned to sender. That's a cannon of an arm. Does he play baseball? Let us check the sheet file on William and see if he plays baseball, because that was quite a throw-in. No answer for Alpha. Really the most, the lowest that they've fallen so far. Lowtech immediately says, man, what are you talking about? We're still here.
Try to pitch a shot out of his own, and yeah, what a shot there from Lowtech. Minute 5 left on the clock, still possible. But Bravo defense has been extremely good here in game number 2. The kickoff goal might turn the tide. That one went in from Alpha, it would be game on. Now the name of the game for Bravo is just waste time off this clock, maybe even get the 4th there as McWarrigal goes off the backboard. This one's empty net, and William pushes it back into a 3-goal advantage.
Mick is not even needed on that attempt. Lowtech goes aggressively, tries to be immediately in support of Tut. Challenge happens, 50 beats 2 of the players, and McWarrigal is not even needed to tuck the ball into the net. Quick rush, Tut tries to do it himself, and quite often it's this individual plays that come out so late. Somebody just says, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be the star. Sometimes it works. Right now looking for passing plays, H3 to Lowtech. Not working out in that play, and Bravo tightened up their defense so much that Bravo just sees no gap in this coverage.
We did ask Jam what was Bravo's mentality going to be like coming off of that reverse sweep when they seemed relatively dominant against the RAF, as Lowtech will get a second for himself and for Alpha. But Bravo handled this really well. Game number 1 didn't quite go their way, but it was close throughout. Yes, it was 3-1. It was a goal essentially in garbage time to confirm the game. But they have looked really strong, and they have not wavered whatsoever in the face of what's potentially the best team in the tournament.
Right there, H3 sits a little bit deeper. He tries to play safe. He's going to be the player receiving. No, William gets to it first towards the net. Tut might drop it in.
Oh,
he will drop it in. Ladies and gentlemen, get to the edge of your seats. Yes, it's 1 goal differential. Yes, it's 2 seconds on the clock. The beauty of Rocket League is that this still can happen.
Game doesn't end until the ball touches the floor at 0 seconds, so rule 1 is going to be employed. Keep that ball up. But from Bravo, they just want to spike it to the ground. Plum's going to have the opportunity to do so, but it's Lowtech that finds himself in the path of that ball. Still high up in the air, still got plenty of boost. He's got Tut in tow, but William puts it to the ground. Daft Bravo confirm the game win and tie the series.
This could have been it. This could have been the moment. Lowtech, I thought he had nobody up front, plays it to himself. Player in the way, he has somebody in support and still going for it. I am almost disappointed that there was not an overtime for us to play with. Daft Alpha deserved an overtime with that play, with perseverance until the very end. Oh, my heart goes out to them.
Yeah, very risky plays at the end there. And a scary situation from Daft Bravo, but they hold strong, and that big save from William. That was William's only save of the game. 1 save from William, 1 save from Plum, 5 from McWarrigal. That is insane. No goals from McWarrigal, but he ends up being the MVP on points. 751 to 583. I know we don't look at points all that much, but McWarrigal was doing an amazing job and assisted all 4 goals as well.
Yeah, his shots resulted in assists, resulted in goals. Hat-trick for William, 1 extra for Plum. Sometimes you don't have to be a flashy player in front of the net. You don't have to be Justin. For those who don't know, scored one of the most memorable goals in Rocket League, at least the one that gets put on posters. You need to be supporting your team, and McWarrigal is doing exactly that. H3 versus 2, and still was looking like he could beat all of them.
Was our highlight player of this series. Able to see a highlight play from H3. I believe it has been Lowtech who's scored all the goals for Alpha so far. Try to drop that one down and give possibly H3 another chance at that, but Bravo's dealt with it well right off the bat here. And Plum right back downfield, but Tut again. Didn't score in the last game, but he's been doing really nice work in defense.
I'll actually bring you a correction for that one. Tut has scored one of the goals for Alpha in the previous game. But it's still Lowtech with 5, Tut with 1. H3 currently still looking for his first in the series.
Indeed, it was Tut who, I believe, scored. It was Tut who scored that last goal for Alpha to set up the potential.
The potential
of tying it up at 2 seconds, and Lowtech having to make that save there. Very crucial. I don't imagine Alpha would want Bravo to be the ones to score first. They've ceded that a couple of times now. Bravo just wants to keep this momentum going, knowing that you have held a win. By the way, that is, according to Tut in his interview, he did say every time they lose a game, he'd donate $100 to the Wounded Warrior Project. I don't know if he meant series or games, but he said games. He lost the game.
We're going to ask up later on, and it's a wonderful cause. And if anybody else wants to match Tut, even if just a little, I think that might be quite good. In any case, back on the field, everybody pinches the ball. It's Blue Trail, so Alpha got their touch last to him. And they're trying to set up something. H3 Tut just keeping the ball up away from Bravo. But Bravo now certainly going to be picking it up. And even that pinch, Bravo, even when they don't necessarily have the possession, are winning the race to the ball. On the goal line, saved by Plum. He's now the player bringing it all out.
Lowtech trying to test the defense once more. Bravo passes with flying colors this time around. Oh, Plum! Oh no! Oh, dearie me! That was almost disaster striking, and it gives Alpha a window. And they hit the post as well. Plum, oh my goodness, you cannot afford in this situation to give Alpha that much space and that much of a own goal opportunity. It does pop back downfield, and Bravo do weather the storm of that almost costly mistake.
Past the defensive line, Lowtech already up front, but William, swift as he can be, gets up front. Plum and H3 battle, William and H3 battle, shoot all the way back. Lowtech, not low enthusiastic, he's going to be the one bringing it all out. Moves the ball laterally, so we're zigzagging across the pitch, but all the way back. Bravo's net, their 50s. Their 50s have been on point. Previously, I would put Alpha as the team who would win more 50-50s. But right now, I feel like Bravo has better challenges.
They certainly do. They're winning and getting possession of these balls more often than not. Love to have seen. Sometimes we do see the ball touches and field domination. I imagine now it would be very even, or maybe in favor of Bravo. But with a minute 25 left, a late opening goal here from Alpha, and it gives Bravo a lot to think about.
Here's the chance. Here's the chance. I'm not sure if McQuarrie had much to think about. Was most likely aiming for the corner boost just to retrieve something. The moment he's noticed that, no, nobody is in the net, I need to be back. His positioning, again, even originally seemed like might have been very tough. And Alpha certainly made the best of the situation they find themselves in. Slow play, Plum does a juggling act, but keeps the ball with him. H3, though, immediately beats 2 Tut on the flank. H3 plays it low. This could have been something for Tut to collect. Instead, Lowtech as the third player, perhaps double tap off the backboard. H3, a sitter, and he converts it. First one for the man in the game.
Yeah, smart back pass there from H3, and turns his car around. Usually in that situation, he might go back and get boost. He gets a couple of small pads, makes that half rotation, and he's there for the follow-up as Lowtech couldn't quite get the double tap off the backboard. And the team chemistry from Alpha on full display. After Lowtech not even playing in the series earlier, it was Ethan. And they look deadly. And they look like a house on fire right now. What a read there from Lowtech, proving why he is probably the highest rated player in this tournament. He'll go again. Look at that double tap, not quite working out, but this pressure from Alpha, it's what we saw against the RAF. We've yet to see it against Bravo, and they are holding them back and holding these doors shut for Bravo coming forward.
Try as they might, Bravo, the midfield line for them is restricted. There's a gate, there's some armed guards, and it is looking tougher and tougher for them. There was a rally in the previous game by Alpha, but they couldn't finish it out. Can Bravo do the same? They find themselves on the right side of the pitch, where the net of the opposition is. but too many players of Alpha are in the way, and 0 seconds is not enough to score 2. No bonus vaults, no nothing of the sort. Alpha celebrates their second victory after their comeback in game number 3 was thwarted, and after Bravo has shown us that it's not all black and white between these two rosters. Bravo can definitely put on a performance.
I think that was more scrappy game that, between both these teams. I think we've seen Alpha play very clean, very clean cut Rocket League. Bravo has been scrapping for opportunities. I think both teams in that game were really scrapping it out and just trying to find any opportunity they possibly could. And it's, again, it was Low-Tech setting up most of those chances for Alpha. And Bravo just can't really seem to find an answer for them. I mean, we mentioned in game number 2, Jam, about demos. Didn't really see too many being employed by either side there. Maybe it's Bravo's turn to turn up the aggression and turn up the heat.
Well, since this game plan did not work out, yep, revert to something that has been a little bit more successful for you. But by this point, it seems like they need to break down that midfield line. They need to keep the possession of the ball past the middle. Otherwise, with only 2 shots to their name in the previous game, Bravo, yes, can convert those 2 shots into 2 goals sometimes when the luck and everything else. Never mind that Low-Tech doesn't want to hear anything about luck. 100% conversion rates on 2 shots. He only wants to hear the of the adoring fans. He scores first in game number 3.
Is that your impression of a crowd cheer? Oh, yeah.
I'm one man, Craftman. That's all I can do.
I'm sure the guys on base are having a good time as well. I'll tell you who is having a good time. H3 gets his second of the series, a crucial one in game number 3. And an opener here, a second opener, a double opener, if you will. It's not an opener. Low-Tech scores first. You know what I mean? It's 2-0.
They opened one door, and then after that, there's a second door. They opened that one as well. It's the security procedures. The Ramstein area base are serious. Tut is about to out-dribble Plum, about to break Axel's, tie up his shoelaces, and just leave him just dumbfounded in the sand. Not a that opportunity. But we talked about Bravo and their need for chances. Alpha are not gonna give their opposition even an inch. There's nothing right now for Bravo on the field besides this good shot. Sometimes I'm glad I do a caster curse or a jinx, because that means that Bravo can back into game.
What a heads-up play by Plum. Sees that H3 has that right on top of his car, and he's not got there's a window of opportunity where H3 can't really do anything with the ball. He swoops in, takes it for himself, and puts it in the back of the net. And Bravo smash through this forbidden door that you've put up, Jam. The security clearance has been smashed through. They've got their access codes. Now they just need to capitalise. There's only a minute gone.
Only a minute.
We have 3 goals already. I think this one's going to be a little bit high scoring as Tut misses that one. It's off to Low-Tech, but Plum puts it in the corner and takes it away from Alpha.
Still with the ball. Has a little bit of boost to work with William. Second player, Regal. Third, and that's a runaway. H3 got himself the boost. Not threatening the net. Who has the ball? It's Tut and the Alpha players. War Eagle and the rest of Bravo are swatting the ball back, but they're never keeping possession, and it is Alpha who are able to make setups. Low-Tech now needs to be very careful versus 2, and William makes a long clear, again, with no possession, but at the very least pressure removed, as 2 players on the flank could have been easily beat by just 1 touch.
Low-Tech now. Inches that over to H3. I think he's very fortunate with the way that Bravo's aggressing, but Alpha aggressed far too much. They leave their net open and it's tied up at 2.
It's a tie game, and Alpha looking previously as if they could take this in just in 4 games, now are a bit tied, and Bravo are putting them on back. The match that we thought would be the finale of the tournament, even here during the round robin stage, is proving to be pretty heated.
He's turning up as we get towards we're past midday now. coming up for 2 p.m. local time in Germany, 1 p.m. here. The sun's high in the sky, and the players, I'll tell you, certainly I am feeling the heat right now. It's very warm here. Halfway through this game, crucial one that Bravo need to win to stay alive in this series. Alpha lead the series 2-1, but they now lead the game 3-2.
Just setting it on up. H3, his touch and his bump on William, blink and you miss it, is what sets up this goal. Actually putting the ball on target was the easy part, is making sure that Bravo had no chances. And H3, that's one, but maybe not everybody else. Still a half of the game left, Craftman. First minute, 3 goals. 2.5 minutes in, we have 5 goals. Somehow it feels the time has changed, but no, timer is not lying, folks. We are in the second stage, and this is... Can it heat up even more, Craftman?
Oh, the heat is coming from H3. That was a heat-seeking missile heading towards the orange net. Bravo able to put themselves in harm's way. Keep this at a 1-goal difference. H3 loses that challenge from McWar Eagle. This is very awkward from Alpha. H3 needs to recover, but he loses out to Plum. Low Tech in net. He does get it into the corner, and it'll be William chasing this one down. And wins the challenge off of Low Tech again, but Tut is in the right position at the right time, and he's able to stave off any attacking Bravo player that might have been coming through.
Eagle currently will be just playing as a little nuisance. Plum and William bringing all through. Flip reset. Plum, top right, blocked by the defense of Alpha. And H3 now moving the ball back. Not first to the ball, but McWar Eagle.
Bang!
Versus 3. Did he even know there were players of the opposition there? I don't think he knew. I don't think he cared so well.
Oh, that is unbelievable. Only about 50 boost in the tank for the McWar Eagle as well. And the Eagle has landed here for Bravo. 3-3. Just over a minute to go on the clock. Plum could have had that one off the kickoff, but here comes McWar Eagle. Couldn't tuck it in between the post and the net. And we will into the last 60 seconds. Both these teams with an opportunity. The next goal could end up being the winner. Alpha wins this game, they win the series. If Bravo win it, we go to game number 5. And a chance to get back on the horse after losing their opener against the RAF. Alpha looking to go 2-0 and secure their place at the top of the table.
Alpha want to close it down right here and there. Be a chance, Tut plays slow William, unfazed, does not care. H3, Tut once again plays that slow. Plum undefeated off the post and out. You almost want to say, Tut, just go for it. It's a little bit too straightforward. There's always almost like a straight line, no chance to bring the ball around and put it into the net. And by this point, the slow play is the expected play. Anything unexpected, shot by Plum on H3. The rest of the team in support. Last chance for Eagle. I don't think there's going to be an angle. We have seen plenty of overtimes in the previous series, Bravo versus IF. Now it's Alpha and Bravo, and this could be problematic. Puts it to the side, anybody close. Bravo still might have a chance. Where's the big clear? Where's anything? I think that'll do.
Bravo, this is their 4th overtime of the day. They're 1-2 so far. Alpha yet to play in overtime, as they pretty much dominated the RAF earlier on.
Sweep.
In that sweep, as you said, Jam. This is going to be... This is very tense right now. Both these teams putting up staunch defensive performances. High-flying offense as well. Plum has been the difference maker here in game number 4 for Bravo. Tut still trying to find his footing as Low Tech gets it past one. Can he get past Plum? No, he can't. But the attack is still on for Alpha as Tut takes out of the corner. He gets it over to H3, but no. William clears downfield.
And as a reminder, for Alpha, 1 goal wins them the series. You're going to go 2-0 in this overall standings. For Bravo, is still a bit of a long way. H3 tests the defense, but McWar Eagle and rest of the Bravo are set up well. Player on the backboard, player on the ground, then ready to roll on out. Anybody in support? William, ooh, not getting it. McWar Eagle on the corner, Todd drops down. William still on the line, second save. Todd is out.
Unbelievable defense. As Tut clears his lines, McWar couldn't send it home. Bravo on the precipice of another Game 5. And it just goes away, but the attack is still on for Bravo. War Eagle back into the shooting position. And the save comes through. Upfield, Alpha, H3 to low tech. Can't get it past War Eagle.
For Bravo, there's still opportunities. Every single time there is a clear from Alpha to the flank, there's a player from Bravo ready to take a shot. And we've seen McQuarrie just waltz in. Low tech. H3 now on the ground. I believe there was a demo. Alpha were at a man disadvantage, playing short-handed. Long clear. Plum, McQuarrie Eagle, they're trying to connect. No double tap opportunity right here, and a clear is exactly what they need.
Did mention about demos being a key factor for Bravo to employ. Throwing Alpha off a little bit. That's a great shot from H3, but even better save from McWar Eagle. Plum now down the other end. Solo plays this. War Eagle, he's only got 5 boosts. He's going to have to go and get some more. Can't really help his teammate out with that low in the tank. As this overtime rages on, both sides ever so close to securing the win. Bravo, over to Plum. Here comes William. Can he beat out Tut? No, he cannot. And Tut has very little boost, and he won't be able to get anything further than that. And it's back and forth here, Jam. Neither squad, I think, I would have to say Bravo have had the advantage in pressure in this overtime, but they've just not been able to crack this defense so far, as Low Tech does eventually clear that before a shot comes through.
There's a little bit of a seesaw going back and forth. The control has never been held in the hands of one team for too long. And Plum, just keeping the ball away from the opposition, just drags the roster of the Alpha just across the field, and it is working out. H3 backboard to commit. This could be tough, but to the corner, and immediate pressure is removed.
Scary moment for Bravo as 2 men committed. Could have opened the door for Alpha, but they do clear their lines. Here comes Low Tech. Nice to set up H3, and he will, but 2 players block again. It's last-minute defense for Bravo, which could allow Alpha the chance in. Nearly 4 minutes gone in OT, nearly a full game played just in extra time. As Low Tech again, pinches off the player and off the ceiling as Tut slows things down. Will not be fooled as William and Bravo are fending for their lives, but they finally get the ball back into the blue half.
Plum, anybody to set up? A little bit to the side, and as such, everybody coming in for Bravo are not ready to take a shot. Low Tech, H3. That was going his way. I think he was hunting for the boost as well. Tut dribbles 1. Asako and McWar Eagle shows his prowess both in attack and in defense, and you want to be an all-rounder. You want to excel all across the field, or at the very least, you want to be the kind of the player who augments whatever your teammates are needing the most from you. And again, we've highlighted many a player. I think McWar Eagle deserves a highlight of his own. It is in. It is over. Alpha. 5 minutes on the clock exactly. That's what I call military precision. Take the game number 4. Take the series 3-1. Do not count Bravo out still. What a performance from them.
That was absolutely phenomenal from both teams. And Alpha do keep their Alpha title. They will be glad to see that they still have that win over Daft Bravo. But what a series, Jam. I mean, we've been told and we've seen from the stat sheets and whatnot that this could potentially be the grand final tomorrow. If it is, sign me up, because that was awesome.
And that's going to be a best of 7. All of our competitive matches, not the showcases that we're going to be seeing for Snow Day Hoops, as well as just like a little bit of a pickup group allied extravaganza. Playing for 3rd place and playing for the championship, of course, is going to be best of 7. And the best, of course, is that man right there. Relic, welcome back. Whoa is right. What a series.
With a flattery from left field. Thank you very much. I will take that. And I will take a phenomenal series. For my personal tastes, such a shame not to see it go to game number 5 on the exact stroke of 5 minutes of overtime. DAF Bravo losing it. Crafters, they promised us that they clutch up when it matters most. And ultimately, it was the low-tech diff, which saw the Alpha squad across the line.
Yeah, we never saw him against the Royal Air Force, but man, he made a statement here against his Department of the Air Force brethren. That man is just incredible, with the combination of H3 as well. The two of them playing a great duos game upfield. I think we highlighted him as probably the standout player in the game against the Royal Air Force. Bit quieter, bit more subdued this time. He was playing a little bit more slow, tried to get the fake outs against his opponents. So I'd maybe like to see him switch up a little bit, but man alive, this Alpha squad, they're built for success.
Well, switching up is definitely the point of the conversation I'm going to throw your way, Jam. We've seen between the two series, DAF Alpha more than happy to switch up their roster. Ethan was in for series number 1. We had Low Tech in for series number 2. They're going back-to-back series. They're up against the British Army next. Do you foresee yet another substitution?
I feel like they've managed to win versus Royal Air Force in the first game with Ethan on toe. Low Tech had to be subbed in this game. They might be resting on their laurels, but I feel like Low Tech is the way to play. Low Tech needs to be on the field. If Ethan comes in instead of somebody else, that's their decision, but Low Tech is integral. Low Tech needs to be there for Alpha, otherwise it might get a little bit tough for them.
Well, I believe that Veracity is out in the field with her Stetsons and a Sheriff's Star. She's hopefully going to wrangle in one of the DAF Alpha team members to interview once again. And after this break, you'll get a bit of that before we rejoin the action as DAF Alpha take on the British Army. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Oh, hello, there we go, we are back. We are back with the AFEI, where Duff Alpha, Tough, I'll be honest with you, you promised me a dominant performance. You said, and I quote, it's going to be a walk in the park. That to me did not look like a walk in the park. What went wrong for your team? Yes, I know you won, but what went wrong?
I don't think anything went wrong. I think this way I get to donate the $100 to Wounded Warrior Project, so it's a win for everybody.
So I know you said that it was going to be you as the best player of the tournament thus far. Statistically speaking, I've got to look at the facts here, bro. I've looked at the scores. I've looked at your impact in that game. You weren't doing a whole lot.
You think so?
I know so.
I guess the O-line doesn't get a whole lot of credit around there.
What's the game plan moving up versus the British Army now?
Same thing as always. I'm just making my teammates as comfortable as possible. Low-Tech came in. He wasn't feeling too good this morning, but he just had his flu game, so if I can make him as comfortable as possible and he can keep doing what he's doing, then we're going to win.
All right, I'm liking the slight bit of confidence, but what do you think the scoreline's going to be versus the British Army?
I'm going to have to say it's a sweep, both series.
You're jinxing it once again, but I guess there's only one way to find out whether or not it's actually going to be a sweep, and we'll be back after the break, where we're going to dive into our next matchup. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, we currently have DAF Alpha on a little bit of a winning streak. The real question is whether or not they'll be able to keep it up against the British Army that are joining us remotely from the comfort of their homes. Well, only time will tell which of these two teams will take away a victory. So it's over to my fabulous casters to let me know who they think is going to win this matchup.
Very much. Jasmine, She called us fabulous. I'll take that. I'll absolutely take that.
I live my life fabulously, don't you know?
We are right here, and who's also really living it fabulously? It's DAF Alpha. In the first series of the day, Royal Air Force was just a footnote to them. In series number 2, Bravo made them sweat, and yet in the end, it still came up tulips, daisies, whatever the phrase was for Alpha. Yet once again, there is an unknown quantity coming onto the field, or shall I say virtual field, as British Army indeed are joining us remotely. For DAF Alpha, yet another series that they need to prove their dominance, and they just keep on talking a big game. Can they continue playing the big game? The last one for them today on the stream. And Crafters, I'm pretty sure they want to end it up on the high note as they possibly can.
Yeah, to go 3-0 on your games on stream. Obviously, like they'll be playing a few other games off stream as well. We'll bring you the results of those as and when we get them. But to go perfect on stage, one against the Royal Air Force, one against your teammates in DAF Bravo, and then to get one up on the British Army as well. This DAF Alpha side have been an absolute firing squad, and they look to continue their dominance here against the British Army.
And I'm going to get a confirmation from production because I'm really curious, is there going to be a change in the roster? Is Low-Tech back? Is Ethan sitting back? For you, Relic, which one of the two rosters that you've seen is the stronger one?
Well, I think an important thing to consider is the knowledge that Low-Tech was actually ill coming into today, and that does explain a lot as to why Ethan sort of shouldered the responsibility for that first series. So I think the jury is still out, Jam. Of course, you look at the two different series, two very different results, but against two very different teams with very different mentalities. So I would like to say that this roster, this main roster, has a higher skill ceiling.
Well, we thought that they've been talking a big talk. In their play, they're proving it. Let's hear Alpha once again, as they're really confident they can take this thing by storm.
I'm ready. All right, my name is Alex Tuttle. I'm born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm currently stationed in Grand Forks, North Dakota, and I do aircraft maintenance.
I'm Logan Lejeune. I'm from Louisiana. I am an A1C stationed at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming, and I work in finance.
I'm Ethan France. I'm from Arizona. I'm stationed at Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado. I'm a space systems operator.
I'm a Staff Sergeant Henry H3 Brutus. I'm stationed at Whiteman Air Force Base, and I'm from El Paso, Texas. And currently I'm on Team DAF Alpha.
I had a PS2 in my house when I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I kind of started there, just gamed a little bit when I was young, and then I really got into gaming during like Halo 3, Xbox 360.
When Rocket League came out in 2015, I actually got it maybe a month after release. It took me about 2 years to get into tournaments. Sort of competed on and off since then.
Went through Call of Duty, found myself some Rocket League. My brother introduced it to me, and here I am, playing for the Air Force.
I joined the Air Force because I didn't qualify for a job I wanted on the civilian life. So in order for me to not go to college, but still have a job and still have career advancement, I decided the military would be the best fit for that.
Being part of like Air Force gaming and stuff, it's really cool because I get to go on like fun TDYs everywhere, events in Denver and Florida and Texas and now here, so it's only getting bigger and it's really cool to like come out and meet everybody. Winning ForceCon with Plum is probably my favorite moment.
The biggest impact that it's had on me, it's given me a lot of good friendships, great memories with them at different events such as Florida, this one, and we were going to plan on going in Denver in 2 months.
You get off a stressful day at work and you just want to decompress, you just want to relax. So you hop on your computer, you play a couple games with your friends, you talk about your day, you do certain stuff. It's good relaxation.
We always stack Alpha with the best players. Ethan's probably the best coach we could have behind us.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm really good actually. I'm probably the best person at this event.
Everyone agrees?
If we lose a game, I'll donate $100 to Wounded Warrior Project.
My personal coach's secret is like, these guys are, all three of them are super emotional players. So like if I see their eyes starting to water up before you get down, or if they get mad, I try and just relax them, give them a quick back massage real quick or something, loosen them up and just get them back on track.
Yeah, Ethan's my rock.
Yeah.
Without Ethan, I would be an emotional wreck on stage.
Yeah. we're all alphas.
Alpha, for sure.
Just a relentless confidence.
Notice how they're Bravo team.
Yeah,
right?
super
They're
weird
Bravo
to say
because
that.
we beat them to be here, and they got a pity invite to be like, hey, why don't you guys come on down and be another team for Alpha to run through. I'm talking about
Like
you,
shark
Plum.
bait.
That's all you, Plum. Talking about you.
Hey guys, thanks for supporting us, and we're gonna make you guys proud. Thank you.
I think he summed up.
Should we all say thank you at the same time? Thank you, fans. When we win this tourney, all 4 of us are gonna dance.
And Plum has to dance too.
Thank you very much again, DAF Alpha. We've heard from the boys plenty, and they've made their gameplay speak for themselves. But the team that is going to be coming in fresh, with a question mark, but with a lot of bravado, make no mistakes about that, British Army Rocket League rosters. Folks, if you have seen the hype video, you would know they're gonna park a tank in front of the net. It's just not gonna be fair. Onza, Skit, and Jaden can really throw a curve to everybody, Crafters.
Yes, Jordan, I believe, is how that is pronounced. But yeah, one of the other British teams that we have. Don't worry, they don't all look like silhouettes. They're just not here, so we don't have.
Hush, secret, MI6.
they're not classified information. But yeah, this British Army squad, probably they're on the lower end of the scale of the ranks that we have here. We've got GC3, GC2, and GC1 for the 3 players that we have. We also have Codename Jess as their sub, who's a Champ 1 as well. Obviously, playing remotely might be at a slight disadvantage, but if I know these British Army squads and the British military, or sorry, British Armed Forces guys, they are going to have an uphill battle against the AF Alpha.
Well, but what about Jordan? Not Jaden, Jordan. Very important. Most inconsistent man in NATO? Is that to throw off his opposition?
I believe that's what GD is going for. No, I'm kidding. Of course it's Jordan. But yes, I think that's kind of what they're going for. Look, again, if we are to take the arbitrary look at the ranks, British Army should be happy to be here, and any wins that they do get under their collective belts will be wins well won. They're the only team, I would say, where you're looking at this and you're thinking even like a 1 game in a best of 5 will be a good result. But here's the thing. We haven't seen them yet. They've seen plenty of their opposition, and in that time, they would have had plenty of opportunity to talk it over with Codename Jess, the lone lady of our group of friends here today, and they will have a plan going into this. Whether that plan goes to plan is another question entirely, but at least the blueprints will be there, and they can hope for the best.
Well, I have a really good plan. Gentlemen, the game is yours. For the first time on the screens, it is the British Army, and you've seen them, you love them. They might take the whole thing all together. It's DAF Alpha. Take it away.
Now, Crafters, we have the spotlight on Jordan. Okay, fair enough. I'm really excited to see what Onza's about, because they mentioned that they are the best Batmobile player around. Though, as it stands, I don't see a Batmobile on the field, unless I am mistaken. See lots of Phoenix, though, and a little shout out to our wonderful friend Direct over on the Rocket League Championship Series, the stats man himself. The Fennec has officially become the most popular car in Rocket League Esports, overtaking the Octane for the first time in its history.
Yes, that is a great testament to Chaussette and the work he did at DreamHack Valencia all those years ago. But the work being done by DAF Alpha in the opening stages here against the British Army, they are making everyone on the British Army just quaking, look a little bit nervous coming into this one for their first game of the day.
Lovely demo. Quite an easy hit. Now, this is where the confusion starts. KS9. Is it Jess? Is it Onza? Is it someone that we've never met before? Well, it just throws an extra spanner into the works for DAF Alpha, though, to be fair, the spanner mustn't be that large. Goodness knows they've already scored a goal. Things are going pretty well. And here's Tut now, not going to get there before KS9 does. H3 to low tech. KS9 throws it centrally. H3 waits. All three players almost clumping up together within net. You never like to see that. They bat it away. But Low-Tech on that midfield line, able to sit so pretty, just waiting to receive the ball.
Yeah, it's exactly what we've seen from Low-Tech throughout the course of the day. He'd positioned himself so well. And he's putting his opponents into difficult spots, and the slow shot there from KS9 doesn't really trouble him much.
If there's anything we can say about that last series, it proves that DAF Alpha is beatable, even with their best player on the field, albeit a best player that has suffered in the morning. Although that said, that was a really nice save out and away. And it's very much what we've seen from DAF Alpha previously. Crafters quite happy to just get the basics right and gain number one and feel out the series from there.
Oh, exactly, as the shot does come through in the end. Ricochets off the post, but bounces right to H3. And that's a role we've seen H3 take a few times in the series that we've seen him play in so far today, Relic, is being that third man, being the cleanup man, knowing that the ball's going to pop his way and not getting involved in the play too early. There as the cleanup crew, and he puts Alpha 2 goals ahead.
Not November yet, but the British Army sitting watching fireworks there, oohing and ahhing. Meanwhile, DAF Alpha going about their business with pace and intent. Straight shot at net and away twice by a KS9. But misses out. And you would wonder whether maybe there's a little bit of overconfidence already. The British Army not really putting up too much of a fight here, unlike their predecessors against this DAF Alpha squad of Crafters, hardly showing a foot in the opposition half.
Yeah, it's been all Alpha so far for the first half of this game number one. And H3 again just wins that challenge against KS9. And the British Army, they just seem so lost right now. They're losing track of where their play's coming from. Low-Tech into the middle, can't quite get the pass off to Tut. And just no real aggression from the British Army. And Alpha are taking full advantage of that.
Part of my Duke of Edinburgh award, you've got to get the map out, lads. You've got to try and navigate a path through the midfield, and that's exactly what KS9 has done. It's a very workmanlike clearance, but it almost catches DAF Alpha out. Infield pass, but it's ponderous, and it means that the transition is quick and deadly from DAF Alpha. Another hit on the backboard, but it's at the midfield line yet again. Still though, no threat of an opening goal for the British Army.
By the way, we've just been told that KS9 is actually Onza. They just put the wrong name at the wrong time. Multiple different, like, you know, name changes are free, guys. Like, make everything the same. Come on. But yeah, KS9, no Batmobile for them. They will take charge of that Fennec, but still won't get any reward out of it as Tut finally gets himself on the scoreboard here.
Yeah, pretty pass, pretty redirect, but I'm looking at Skids. He heads centrally. I know your back's to the ball, mate, but you gotta jump. You gotta go for it, even if it's an attempt for the cameras. An attempt is often better than nothing. DAF Alpha, you know, you get it on target. You've done half the job. But to be fair, it seems like job done here, even entering the final minute, especially if a fourth goes on the board. And boy, does it not! Low-Tech unfortunate not to put it away.
Yeah, that was Low-Tech's for the taking. And if he put it out, he might even put it in his own net. Oh, he has to save his own shot. Oh my goodness. Oh, almost disaster down the other end of the field. I mean, if you feel, I never scored that in the opponent's net, I might as well score in my own net. But they do get a goal going against them in the end. Skids does get the Army on the board.
Escalated so quickly from Low-Tech to no-tech. Cut an H3 caught on the back foot, and Skids storms in. 44 seconds left, Crafters. We've seen stranger things happen even today.
Yeah, certainly have. I mean, Alpha did have the opportunity in game number 2 against Travel with 2 seconds left. But British Army, they're going to have 39 seconds as KS9 pulls them within 1.
Like their emblem. Like a lion. Roaring back into life. From whence we thought there was none. 1 goal game. 39 seconds left. And DAF Alpha, I don't think the planes have wing mirrors, but they're looking in them now.
Ooh. Oh, that was a good setup off the kickoff from H3. Did end up bouncing his way, but the British Army, they are coming down the other end of the field, and H3 does end up putting it into the corner. KS9 going for a lot of demos and clearing the path for his teammates. Here comes Skids from the left-hand side. KS9 in the middle, but Low-Tech able to pinch it away.
Codename just coming out with some fantastic adjustments. I just fear it's a little too late. Tuck forced all the way back. Skids attempting a wave dash off the wall, not going to get much justice here. Jordan waiting, tries to dunk Tuck.
So
the right
smart.
idea, doesn't work out. And that should be it for DAF Alpha. They put a 4th home just to pad the stats a little, but that was a heck of a scare near the end there, Craftman. DAF Alpha nonetheless, 1-0 up in the series.
Like I said, it was a really smart play from Jordan on the backboard, just holding on to his boost until the last possible moment, the right time to strike. But it was just into the path of the DAF Alpha defense, and they do get a 4th for good measure, but that was a closer game than I think most people would have been expecting, James.
Was that a sigh of relief I see from Tut? Is that a pat of the head? They know just how close they came to losing that. And that would have been an upset. Let us, not mince around here. British Army, I think, expected from most corners to lose this one 3-0. And yet, they show that they have signs of intrigue. They show that they can switch things up. And if there's one core thing that you want as a Rocket League team, Crafters, it's adaptability.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw DAF Alpha adapt in the RAF series earlier on. They only won that first game 1-0. And then they went on to stomp their heads in 5-1, 6-1. British Army, being remote, maybe they don't have the pressure of playing on stage in front of the crowd that we have here in Germany. They just could play in the sanctuary of their own rooms and not have that pressure put upon them, so a little bit more aggression, but that's a great shot, just a little bit wide. Couldn't open up the account here for the British Army.
It's night and day, and I know they've got to do some defending now, but it just looks so much better. In front of nets, a codename Jess. Codename, yes! Lances across the force field. Oh, my voice is going all over the place.
Sent you to a higher plane, H3. Almost sending his team to higher times, but Low-Tech, that is the aggression though. We see KS9, like in the last series against Bravo, we saw Low-Tech being given so much space to work with, getting these flip resets, getting these plays ready and set, but KS9 and the rest of the army, they just seem completely unfazed by what Low-Tech is doing. They're giving him absolutely nothing to work with and shutting him down before he's even a threat.
The British Army literally activating my falsetto. Yes, I was a choir boy, and I'm going to sing the praises of the British Army. Looking fantastic. Looking an equal match for DAF Alpha, but if DAF Alpha have anything to say about themselves, it's that they've got the quality to overturn things even if the tide is going against their favor.
Well, the tide is certainly turning in favor of Alpha right now. All the pressure, all the shots are coming from the Department of the Air Force. It's a good win from Skids, in fact. Low-Tech was actually the one who got the better of the challenge, but it pinched to a teammate for the Army. And they're not able to keep the pressure on, and this is few and far between chances we're getting from the Army, but every time DAF Alpha have came back upfield, there's just maybe 1 or 2 misses, and it's letting the Army get a foothold.
They're trying a little too hard. Dare I say it, they are trying a little too hard. They're going for some really pretty passing plays, but sometimes the mark is missed. And what British Army is doing really well, which actually the RAF struggled with in our first series of the day, is when they go for those long clears, they can see that the press is high from DAF Alpha. More often than not, they're getting it on target. But speaking of, it's King Tut. He's on the scene again, and that's a massive goal for DAF Alpha.
I know he talks a big game, but for my money, Tut has fallen off a little bit ever since that first series, but that has put him right back on track. He seems a little bit more confident now. He's got that win against his DAF Bravo teammates. And now getting the first one here in game number 2. As the British Army again. Oh, KSI! KS9, in fact. I was going to see Logan Paul jump out here in a minute, but... But you will say that the British Army are now in prime position to maybe get a goal back here. Is that enough references? Is that?
I mean, there's plenty of references, but look, he is no pariah. He is, in fact, the Pharaoh. He is Tutankhamun.
That's a great pass as well from H3, and yeah, Tut has found his confidence yet again. Not that I don't think his confidence has ever wavered in the smack talk that he's been. I think I compared him to Calm earlier. I think he has been going to smack talk classes with Calm. You see Calm on the RLCS stage, you know, being bold and brash and shouting at the other team and talking all this smack. He's certainly backing up here in game number 2 against the Army as Skids blocks that one, but it's going to be no feat for H3 to counteract that. Oh, a miss from Lowtech. He's actually going to leave this one open and brings it back within 1.
You enter the kitchen, you got to understand that the chances of getting burned are high, and that's exactly what happened here. A miss from Lowtech. AS9 turns on the afterburners. Again, the irony, they're facing, you know, the jet people and whatnot. That's another goal back. It's another goal to make DAF Alpha think. This game number 2 ain't done just yet. 90 seconds left.
It was not done in game number 1 either. British Army had a real good chance to go 1-0 up in this series. Just weren't able to find the mark. Still plenty of time here. They need to put a little bit of defense still, as Alpha will want to push that back to a 2-goal advantage. Again, it was the mistake on the wall there from Lowtech, and it's these couple of mistakes that Alpha are making. They're few and far between, but British Army are trying to take every advantage they can, and they get it this time. You saw, I think that was KS9 flying in, just playing spoiler, like being a decoy. Did he get a bump on Lowtech? I think he did.
It's the thought that mattered, Craftman, to be fair. That was what ultimately led to the goal, but it was the demo beforehand that once again enacts this power play that DAF Alpha simply cannot react to. They are so reliant on all 3 players being available, and Tut's just there to shut them up. Into the ground you go.
Just as British Army bring one back, it is right back to where we were just about 5 seconds ago in game. And that kickoff. We're not really seeing too many kickoff goals today here, Relic. But that's the first one that's really made a difference here with 55 seconds left. So even less time for the Army to get a foothold. Oh, that's a big miss from KS9. Can H3 punish? Yes, he can.
I think perhaps KS9 feeling a little too big of himself. That was a really optimistic reach. And he didn't reach it. Sorry, mate, you're still a bit too low. And that's all too easy for a DAF Alpha squad who will take freebies. Another 2-goal advantage opened up. The British Army with it all to do.
And Lowtech may even make it 5. Again, you see the British Army, they see Lowtech going for these aerial plays, and they have absolutely no fear to go and bump and put pressure on Lowtech and not give him any space to work with. It does take a man out of the play in the end, and if you don't get a clean touch on the ball, then you're going to give DAF Alpha, the rest of them, Tut and H3, chance to follow up off of what Lowtech has set up in the meantime. Oh.
Down the other side, H3 gets the demo. Skids doesn't react quickly enough to this backboard. Infield almost finds Tut again. They've got to score, and they've got to score quick. British Army, then they've got to hope for some luck off the kickoff. That's a lovely infield pass. The DAF Alpha were alert enough to it. It is another set of treacherous waters waded for DAF Alpha. Again, I know, irony, it's not the Royal Navy, it's the Air Force. Whatever. It's a big yee from Tut. You love to see it. And they should love to see it, Crafters. They're 1 win away from another 3-0 sweep.
And they'll love to hear this as well. Their teammates in DAF Bravo are actually off stream just now playing against the Royal Navy. Bravo are 1-0 up in that series, so we'll keep you up to date with with how that one goes, and we'll let you know who wins that one. But it's not been the best of starts to this competition, as we're about halfway through our day here, Relic. For the British teams, they've been I don't want to say slapped around by the Americans, but it's certainly dominating so far for the Department of the Air Force.
Oh, the RAF did so well, though, in our second series. They reverse swept.
Yeah.
Team
Oh, yeah,
Bravo,
yeah.
The DAF, so they've not done too badly. In fact,
Okay,
they are
sorry,
more
I'm being awfully harsh. I'm just thinking of the Alpha team. Like that is been the crux of Britain right now.
I mean,
as Lowtech. Oh my god!
Look at this. Of course, they're looking good. They're the favourites for the entire Invitational, Craftman.
I know.
Oh.
I know.
hello.
But oh my goodness! How did he even get a touch on that and keep that one on track? This is just ridiculous. Low-Tech flings this from his own half, and Tut comes flying in like Vatira in Rotterdam and just gets the wildest touch. That is awesome reactions and awesome awareness.
You know, I referenced Tutankhamun. Scientists, they've recently discovered the voice box of a mummy, and they've been able to get one singular sound out of that mummy. It's whoa! Because that was incredible from DAF Alpha, the synergy, electric. And how about this? That was a really cheeky drop down back pass, almost worked out. But DAF Alpha sent back to square one on this occasion.
Yeah, Low-Tech just a little bit too out of position, and yeah, this Alpha squad, they are proving why they have that A tag on themselves. Tut just bringing this one back. It is maybe a little bit of a mistake as Jordan comes down and almost makes it pay for the back pass to no one. It was an empty net. I don't know why you're taking the ball back like that.
The very epitome of nonchalant. And they are very, very fortunate not to be paid their dues on that occasion. Tut in particular. Smiling, yes. Their head down. Focus needs to remain. On the backboard is Tut. Infield. AS9 not able to get a piece of it. Skids is, but the forward momentum is maintained. It's H3. Backboard. Nice block. Is Tut. Backboard again. Low-Tech lurking. And Skids does enough to ward him away.
And I think that's what has been the motto of British Army, or the MO so far, is they've done just enough to stay alive. Just enough in the terms of defense, just enough in terms of offense. They need to do just a little bit more to get over the hump and get a lead here against DAF Alpha, and that's step number one as Jordan ties it up.
Yeah, it's a rather innocuous shot that Tut has to save. He gets the second touch off the backboard. There's actually a double commit from the British Army, but all of the Chaos Zone allows Jordan that free shot opportunity. They tie things up with the lion's share of 3 minutes left.
Yeah, plenty of time. And the Army have given themselves plenty of chances in these last couple of games. Just not been able to capitalize all that much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe they've actually had a lead yet.
They have not, no.
No, they've not. So getting over the hump, getting this 2-1 in favor of themselves. Passes heading over to Jordan on that left-hand side, but it'll be Skids picking this one up. No one's in net, but Tut manages to get himself back and matrices himself round the ball, causing the save.
Here's KS9. Doesn't grab that white as he would have intended. It's left to Low-Tech infield, a little bit too direct. Here's H3. Through the corner, a miss from the British Army. KS9 clears. It's another big coast, and it goes straight into the net from downtown, the sniper shot.
I want to see this from KS9's angle, because we saw it from the same angle as you, and again, no one's there. Mate, are DAF Alpha getting a bit too big for their britches? It feels like they're being far too aggressive with a playstyle that, like, we saw them in the game in the first series of the day, Relic, when they were against the RAF. They were, 5-1 up, 6-1 up, but they were still playing discipline. They were still playing defense. That was a tight game, and you leave your net open. That is a big mistake for DAF Alpha to let the British Army into the series.
I completely agree, but I also definitely want to give credit to KS9. The wraparound on the shot, that is such high quality. It's no wonder that DAF Alpha didn't think that it was worth protecting the net, because nobody was expecting it to go in. Perhaps it's a little more expected. The response, instant, swift from DAF Alpha, preying upon a misplay from Jordan. Low-Tech evens things up.
Yeah, misplay from Jordan, like you said, and this is just a game of back and forth, trying to figure out or to take advantage of the mistakes. And DAF Alpha, they are making mistakes. They are few and far between as the British Army now start to capitalize. As we just saw on the screen there, you saw the update of the other game. Bravo are up 2-0 against the Royal Navy, so we'll let you know once Bravo has probably swept the Royal Navy. Sorry, I have been thwarted by that. They'll just get reverse swept again. Probably that.
Well, 1 minute left. The stuff on your screens. Lurtek navigates his way around Jordan. Still yet to find that go-ahead goal. Lurtek very much setting up shop in front of net. The back pass somewhat successful, a bit heavy-handed to Tut. I'm quite excited to see that he actually continued to drive forward, and here's H3 now to look for some solo brilliance. Stops the rot. Low-Tech met by Skids. Tut waits. KS9 goes sideways. Smart play to no man's land, but there's H3 to snuff it. KS9 on the hunt though. It's 1v1. Oh, gets the wrong choice. Oh, but never mind! Oh, Errant redirect sees the British Army in front.
So I looked away for half a second. What on earth happened here? Tut. Oh, he tried to put it to the corner, but the angle was just not there. A huge lapse in concentration. As you had a man in defense, you could have let that go. But Tut, he claims to be the best player in the world, and he's making mistakes like he's
open again.
Silver 2. Oh, it is open again, but Tut will make his way back. But all the Army need to do is drain this clock dry. 5 seconds to go. KS9 with possession. Just keep it down this end. Maybe even score a fourth. Low-Tech won't let you have it, but it's still up in the air.
Gotta spike it, they gotta spike it soon. Falls kindly to H3, flicks it up, that's the right play. British Army may be getting a little panicky. They know that DAF Alpha are capable of this, but they are not capable any longer. That is a point on the board for the British Army. And you know what, Craftman? I think they fully deserve it. They've stayed so competitive in Game 1, so competitive in Game 2. It's nice to see that hard work rewarded in Game number 3. I think a little harsh on Tut at the end there. I think I agree in that the actual approach from Tut was wrong, but what he's expecting is a better play in the first place from, who was it? Was it KS9? Or
I think so. Yeah.
Was it Skids? Either way, the point is that as a player, you have that open net opportunity. You know that you've got lurking defenders, but you should be getting a score away. They flub it. And because Tut is not expecting the flub, that approach ends up working out perfectly. The ball hits that car and goes into the far corner. That is unfortunate. It is unlucky. And it's something that cannot be predicted. And the British Army looking to do the unpredictable. Another reverse sweep for the British forces.
It's GG's go next for DAF Alpha, but they do need to bear that in mind, and how fitting it would be. Another reverse sweep, this time against the Alpha squad, and that is the first game that Alpha have dropped against a non-American side. And KS9 keeping the pressure piled on in the first 30 seconds. It's 1-0.
DAF Alpha with their backs against the wall. Nobody was thinking that this was going to be the situation that they would find themselves in. And yet, here we are, of course. The positives for them is that they've got 4 minutes 30 to right the wrongs in their eyes, with the British Army growing from strength to strength.
That they are, and the confidence starting to grow for the Army. As H3 been really good so far, but just looks a little wayward on that air dribble. Running out of boost, I believe, towards the end. This 1-0 advantage now for the British Army. Now playing with house money, you would say. As the we'll try and get that clock started again. We will get that up and running as soon as we can. Maybe in the next go. You know what it's like with these overlays sometimes. But yeah, we're just trying to keep this advantage 1-0. Maybe play time a little bit. We are not stuck up at 4:21, and we'll just reset everything. There we go. We're 3.5 minutes to go, and we'll with that 2-1 advantage for DAF Alpha on the blue side. We're just resetting everything. We'll try and get everything sorted in just a sec. But yeah, the Army, they seem to be in control of this one right now, really.
So when the fancy overlay fails, and it is fancy and it is very lovely, you can always rely on Old Faithful, but all the old tricks that we've seen DAF Alpha get up to have very much disappeared. More double commits appearing by the second, but that, I'm afraid, is exactly what the British Army didn't need to do. It is a massive mistake. And it's a tie game, more importantly.
And it's exactly what Alpha was doing in the last series. They were playing with an advantage, and they were playing, like they had to score a goal. They were playing with that where Alpha in the last series, and exactly what happened here. Empty net, and it allows Alpha just to go down and score in that empty net. Now it's 1-1. What can the British Army muster here? As this one's just going to bounce around the houses in front of the orange net. Low-Tech to the middle, tuck to shoot, tuck to the top corner, and that's a goal. 2-1.
Yeah, they've rolled with the punches very impressively thus far, but the demolition charges are out for DAF Alpha. Lovely, well put away by Tut, but ultimately it is the medicine shown to their opponents. They've had to drink down, and that they've had to understand that, yep, this is now the parlor in which we play. We're going to have to think of something else with 2.5 minutes left.
2.5 minutes left. And the British Army just giving a few bits more space here. Earlier on, they were being so aggressive, weren't they, against Low-Tech especially. Now they're just allowing their opponents this freedom, this space. Also gives them a lot of time to work with as well. See if that works out for them. That's a great clear by KS9, but it's straight into the path of Tut. He'll have the boost to go up the wall, and this is an open net. Can Low-Tech get to it? Yes, he can, but that was so smart by KS9.
There's that SSL reaction rate, though. Fantastic play from Low-Tech. Saves their team from going into an equalizer situation once more. KS9 driving forward.
Oh,
That's
boy.
a little too near, but his skids on a plate. 2-2.
It was served on a silver platter form, wasn't it? But KS9, he's been my star player on the British Army today. He has been an absolute ball of energy, setting up everything that the Army are doing, and he sets up his teammate there. 2-2 in a game that the Army need to win to force Game 5.
His rank may be betraying him a little in competitive play. The man has been playing since the days of Saab C, and you can tell it's not just about his mechanics, it's about the positional awareness, it's about knowing when to drive forward and having the confidence to do so. A really impressive individual performance, a really impressive team performance. He's not just dragging his teammates along with him. They look well worth their money. But still a long way to go to beat DAF Alpha, and it needs another go-ahead goal. 1 minute left, 2-2 still.
Possibly overtime on the cards as well, but you now see DAF Alpha pushing this high line, keeping possession of the midfield. We've seen it work out for many teams so far today, but DAF Alpha sometimes just let that one go by, but they won't let anything go by this time. Low-Tech puts a goal in and forces the Army to come forward in the last 49 seconds.
I believe the professionals call that a double committee. That's a real shame. You got one player on the line in net. You got one player on the backboard arriving from the opposite direction. There's got to be a call on who ultimately goes for the challenge, and it should be the player forward facing every single time. That indecision has cost the British Army. And with only 30 seconds left, time is slim picking. If DAF Alpha can find a fourth, they almost do! And this is surely sewn up, but it isn't. H3 with a demo on skids, and KS9 trying to catch him out. He doesn't. That's a double commit here from the blue team. Forward looking is KS9 once again. Sees that backboard. Jordan looking for the drop down, doesn't get the touch. It's KS9.
The pill shot
with skids. So sad, so close, yet so far. And I think that DAF Alpha have just about managed this. Indeed they have. It hits the green stuff. But the British Army, watch out other teams, because they are revving into life.
Hot damn. What a series, though. I mean, we mentioned it after game 2 and game 3. It did feel like the Army just had some unlucky breaks every now and again, but yeah, DAF Alpha just consistently getting themselves through. That was fantastic to watch, and they right high in the table, 3-0 on the day. They'll head to the off-stream matches, so we'll keep you up to date with what they're doing. Meanwhile, their Bravo counterparts have beaten the Royal Navy 3-0, as we bring our lovely host for this segment back in, Jar of Jam. what can you really say about that? I mean, we kind of mentioned it. We think the British Army gave a hell of a lot better performance than a lot of us were expecting.
No, this was the match that if I didn't know, I mean, if I didn't know the end result, I would say, hey, the British Army are about to upset Alpha, just like they might fall to the British Army team because they were so good. It wasn't to be in the end, and Alpha once again proves that they are the top of the top so far and continue to be right there. This 3-0 speaks volumes, speaks absolute volumes. Nobody has so far escaped a loss besides Alpha players, and they're setting themselves up for a championship. They're setting themselves up for that championship match on Saturday. Who is going to be against? Now, there's going to be a question because, yeah, we've had some interesting developments here and there. But most importantly, nobody is too weak. And even Alpha, when they are winning the series and all that, you see they have vulnerabilities. They are definitely susceptible to mistakes here and there, and teams that are playing a playstyle that they're not too familiar with tends to throw Alpha for a little bit of a loop. As a result, well, these are the results we are seeing, and most importantly, I think we're seeing exciting gameplay. That's in abundance, oodles and oodles so far in Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
Yeah, we're past the halfway point now. I think if this series proved anything, it's that a 3-0 sweep is a hugely impressive result for the team considered worst of the 5 on paper to take it to the team that's top of the table, almost press them into a game 5, but for a few mistakes here or there is mighty, mighty impressive. And it just goes to show that, you know, this field is still wide open. Okay, with that victory, DAF Alpha have now secured their spot as one of the top 2 teams come Saturday evening. But the race for that second spot in the grand final is just heating up.
Well, when we come back, the man himself, Lowtech, is going to be on stage. Jasmine's going to be talking to them. Let's see what DAF Alpha has to say. See you after this.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back again, this time around with none other than Low Tech. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
No worries, my pleasure. I know that we had a little bit earlier on throughout the day. You weren't necessarily feeling the best. I'm sure watching game number 1 was a little bit painful for you, wanting to hop up on stage again. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good now. I was a little under the weather earlier, but we had Ethan come play up here. Great substitute player, former player on the team, so he's always trustworthy.
And obviously throughout the game that we saw, it seemed like you had a little bit of a shaky start during that best-of-5 series. But in the final game, you managed to secure, I think it was 3 goals for yourself and your team. So congrats on that front. What was the kind of discussions like heading between all of the different games you were playing?
What we usually tell each other is just remember how we practice. We practice a lot together. When it comes to playing on stage, all you have to do is play how you practice, and good things will happen after that.
And do you think that you guys are going to lose a single series throughout the duration of this event?
There's no way we should really lose a series. If we do, it'd be a major upset.
All right, well, wonderful stuff. Well, coming on up, we have the RAF taking on the British Army. I want your prediction. Which of these 2 teams is going to take it?
I have the Army 3-2 over RAF.
You hear that, RAF? There we go, they're booing you already. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to let you get back to it.
Thank you.
I'm curious to find out whether or not that prediction is going to ring true, and the British Army will be able to walk away with their first victory of this tournament so far. So without further ado, it is over to my fabulous cast to take it from here.
Thank you very much, Veracity. And yes, it is the first game of the day that is not involving the Americans. It is an all-British affair here as the RAF are going to take on the British Army. Let's have a look at the standings, the schedule for today. Well, as you can see, DAF Alpha and DAF Bravo, they're all done for the day on the mainstream. It's all Britain for the remainder of today. And as you can see, the standings, James, this one between the Army and the Royal Air Force, a very crucial one in terms of standings.
This is crunch match. It has to be. DAF Bravo, having lost 2 games, would be a very unlikely scenario to find themselves in the top 2 for Saturday's grand finale. That really just leaves the Royal Air Force, the British Army, and the Royal Navy to pick up the pieces. If the Royal Air Force is able to convert a win here, they put themselves in the driving seat. The British Army, though, looked really good against a team which is very quickly becoming the favorite for the entire competition, if they weren't already. And if they bring that vigor into this series, Game 5 surely a guarantee. Which way it's going to go, anybody's guess.
So Jam, the RAF, we've seen them a couple of times. They've got a 1 reverse sweep under their belt against DAF Bravo, but now taking on a very game British Army team. They looked really good against DAF Alpha. What do you think the Royal Air Force have in the pocket against them?
Experience beating a DAF Bravo, a little bit of a break as well. That's definitely helpful, and they have this roster that is, I feel like, is strong enough to work out Stelios B and Cedric. We've seen what they can do. They work on their connections. They've improved throughout the series and throughout the day as they played. So coming into this match, I expect them to be at their peak performance. So I expect nothing but the best from these 3.
If you're joining us a little bit late, we've already talked to the Royal Air Force, but we'll let you see their interviews again and get to meet these players.
My name's Pierce Mitchell from the UK.
My name's Ed. I'm from North Yorkshire.
That is so cool. I am AS1 Stelios Elia. As you can tell by my name, I'm a London-born Greek Cypriot, and I play for the RAF Storm Shadows White.
So when I was doing biomedical in A-levels, I brought my laptop to school. I was just playing Rocket League in the back of class. That's why I still play keyboard and mouse to this day. I don't play controller.
Anyone remember RuneScape? Anyone know RuneScape? Yeah. RuneScape was the first game I ever played. Absolute classic MMO game. And that was the first time I had an experience with gaming back on Windows 2000, I believe it was.
When I was 7, when the brand new Xbox came out, that's when I really got into it, because I got it for Christmas, and then I was non-stop playing from there on pretty much. So I was quite late getting into Rocket League. I started 2020, so about 3 years ago now.
Through Rocket League is where we've all met, which is crazy to think that a game has brought so many relationships together.
When I got involved as 2IC of Rocket League, I mean, I want to say gaming is in no way for me a job, obviously, but it feels like it. It feels like it's part of my job, which is incredible. We get to go to these kind of events. I get to plan stuff for our amazing community to do. Of course, working alongside our bosses. We work with them, and we put on some really cool stuff for our communities. I could sit here talking to you about that for hours.
Yeah, and it's just growing and growing. We've got 120 odd people now just in the Rocket League side of the military's Discord, which is incredible. It's just vastly growing. It's just going to get better. I genuinely, I rave on about it, but it is just, I don't think one moment stands out to me. I think everything that I've done, my journey through esports, it's just been amazing. There's been no downside to it.
I don't know what more I can say than it's almost like a dream. It's almost like it's not real. I'm getting paid to play video games with my friends as well. We're like a mix, aren't we?
We are a bit of a mix, yeah. We are a bit of a weird mix.
Yeah. I think we're all quite introverted. We all spend a lot of time indoors. Maybe not you so much.
Yes, no.
I think you're a fake introvert.
No.
You're very extroverted but introverted.
Everyone thinks I'm an extrovert, but I'm an inside person, so whatever they're saying is a lie. We've played against the Americans, in online tournaments where ping has been an issue at certain points. Not an excuse, but they've, we know how good they are.
We're just way better than them.
Yeah, we're coming for you, Americans.
I've got nothing to say. They'll see everything that I have to say on the field. So
we know what to expect. We know what to expect. We know they're good. You know, jokes aside, we know they're very good. Both of their teams are very good. But we fancy our chances. We haven't come here to lose.
Played better and beaten better. So
that's true. That's
We're already
true.
in their heads.
Being in management, you don't always play that much. So I've had to just grind to make sure I'm at these guys' level, making sure we're doing everything we can to support them and make sure we get this dub. We want to show them what we can do, and if possible, beat them and beat them good.
We're not a pushover.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we are. So
for the rest of the server, who probably will be looking at this footage, we want you to be here as well next year. If it happens again, we want you to be involved in everything we've got. Exactly.
Possible.
So thank you for all your support, and whatever we do it for you.
Well, they want to beat the Americans. They're 1-1 against the Americans, but now they have to take on their homeland comrades in the British Army. James, as we show you the players, we just saw them against the best team in this tournament, DAF Alpha, and they gave them a really good run for their money.
Yeah, it's two very different styles, I think. You've got one team in the RAF who were stubborn and actually retreated into more singular roles, and that worked really well for them. The British Army, on the other hand, we found them adapting, rolling with the punches. A lot of their key plays came through. Onza goes as KS9 in game. Skids had some great moments. Jordan had some great moments. We've got to give a fantastic shout out to a fantastic coach in codename Jess behind the scenes, pulling the strings, it seems. You know, she's going to have that top-down view of everything, making calls, adding to changes, adding to the idea pool, and ultimately making this squad better than perhaps they have any right to be. The RAF, on paper, should be the favourites. On the field, I really don't think they are. I think this is as close a match as we've had today.
Well, Jam, we talked about in the last series about the Army playing with no pressure, playing at home. But on stage, our highlight player of this match is, of course, Pierce, known as P in game. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Pierce Mitchell?
I think he is a quality player. We talked about Steelers a lot, how he's maybe the anchor. P is there in front, working his mind off, trying to set up plays, be at the end of a play. So you're going to be seeing going for challenges, going for intercepts, and trying to work in front of the play, just trying to find absolutely anything. Throw in Cedric into the mix, and bam, you've got something going. And that's something, as I've said, they have been improving throughout today. Pierce is an important part of it, and all of what he's already shown to us today will come to an absolute fruition right here in a match versus the British Army.
So Low-Tech reckon this is going to be 3-2 in favour of the Army. Let's see who is going to take the British crown as of now, I guess. Guys, it's over to you.
Yeah, the jury is out. Court is in session. But once the hammer drops, who is going to stand on top, Jam? I back my own words. I don't know which way this is going to go. I have a strong feeling that the early stages of this series will do a lot to determine our opinions and indeed the flow of the games moving forward.
What we've seen today from both of the teams is series for RAF, series versus DAF Alpha, swept. Series versus DAF Bravo, reverse sweep, and they were looking tremendous in that reverse sweep the moment the things started going their way. So already, a strong point for the British Army did not look weak immediately versus the DAF Alpha squad. As a result, both of them have something that will upset even the strongest of the rosters. It's going to be hard to pick. One thing I know for sure, who's going to take the British crown, last time I checked, it was Charles III.
His Majesty would be honoured by some of the performances that we have seen today from the British forces. And as we get started here in game number one, gotta say the British Army have blown out the traps. Jordan, and that's on for Skids, who opens up the scoring as soon as I was mentioning that it could be a possibility.
Plenty of his name mentioned in a previous series, mentioned again, and even counterclockwise to the play. So not a strong shot, but definitely a tricky one to save. Makes it on target, and British Army are on the horse once again. Have one small disappointment with the whole British Army plays. KS1 was advertised as the best Batmobile player around, and yet, what is he playing? Why is that offending? Where's the Batmobile?
It's the most popular car in Rocket League Esports as of the end of this season. Hilariously enough, I still don't own it, and I've had Rocket League since day one. Maybe I should invest. Maybe it'll be the difference between stopping playing and starting playing again with success. And stop-start really is the sort of terminology I would use for Royal Air Force at the moment. Signs of the lower ebbs that we saw in previous series, but if there's any team that's going to come back from the dead, so to speak, Jam, it will be this one. They do have that reverse sweep victory experience.
That takes guts, that takes just endurance, really. A longest series. We also saw plenty of overtimes in that series as well, so we've been going the distance, and then some. So they know exactly what they can do. British Army, so far, with their backs against the net, and Cedric takes it away from P. Neither really had a quick chance for it. I don't think the British Army was already there, and Jordan and the rest of the British Army are rolling on out. This interception could be, I want to say dangerous, but KS9 melding and blending with the back. So making saves, and another pinch clear shot on target. Jordan not fast enough, and it's Cedric making it a tie.
You could see the building of that thought process. Oh yeah, we've got something going here. A lot of the strong plays from Royal Air Force in previous series coming through Stelios and understanding when's the best time to press. There are a couple of stumbles here from the Royal Air Force. Both of their strikers misfiring, but finally a bit of joy, a flick towards net. They're back in it with half the game still to run.
And on the back, P was that Cedric. No, that would be Stelios coming on in hot on the ball. Passing plays now go the other way as British Army is trying to set up something on the backboard, but clears are not allowing either of the teams, and Pierce is right there. I told you, he's going to be pre-jumping, he's going to be in the air, he's going to be chasing those challenges. And British Army can never snooze, just like in a situation like this.
It's the Stelios diff. KS9 caught napping, thought he'd faked out Stelios. Turns out that the only one reading was the Greek Brit himself. 2-1 to the Royal Air Force, and the table has been turned in the microcosm of a game.
There you have it. And on display, patience from Stelios and the Royal Air Force. Sometimes the best play is just to wait out your opposition. And position he did. Pierce, I think he's just enjoying himself right now, going for high place, and again, British Army, that means that they cannot never rest going up in the attack. Cedric will be finding Stelios, no bombs, but look at that little scoop for a flip reset. Makes British Army a bit sweaty in defense.
Defensively speaking, British Army sweating in offense as well, but not sweating as in sweaty goal, pass off and Bob's your uncle. No, sweating as in can't seem to find a way through. Oh my goodness, P almost with a third to add to the tally. British Army gone quiet.
They need something. Maybe they're amassing a strike. The time is not playing well against them, and the fact that the ball is still in their half, but not in a good way, is making you ask questions. Is there a powerful clear? This is not going to be it. A pinch, I think, is what they're going to be looking for, with everybody rotating out. Cedric collects at midfield. At least some sort of a breather for British Army.
It's worth saying there's, technically speaking, more on the line for the Royal Air Force than there is the British Army. Of course, the British Army has got to win if they want to make top two. Both teams do, but the Royal Air Force has already accumulated 2 results. They recognise that if they find 2 wins, more than likely they're going to be heading to the grand final. Find a third against the Royal Navy, then you're already locked in. They found a third against the British Army. It comes with 35 seconds left. It's a fantastic punishment of KS9 from P, who gets a well-deserved goal. And surely that is all she wrote in Game 1, barring a minor miracle.
Wow, losers. He does everything himself from his own side, on the flank, continues with the ball all turned away, airborne. Again, makes him proud to be a Royal Air Force Air Forcer. Ooh, and this is almost falling into the net. I say almost, it is falling into the net. How about, must be a third for P?
It's just a straight drive. Jordan's way out of the equation. It's a complete fake on the backboard. Skids misreads it as well. Might be from the same country, but they are most certainly speaking different languages. And the Royal Air Force code too tough to decrypt in front of their own net. It's 4-1.
4-1 sets Royal Air Force in good stead, and British Army need to bring out that magic that they showed versus DAF Alpha. Clear. This 9 shot underneath the crossbar. Still feels that this is going to boost morale, but not going to get them to W. And we haven't seen anybody fall apart quickly. And again, I have no surprises about that. These enlisted folks are cool, calm, collected.
If we didn't have that 4th goal go in, this gets a lot more interesting, especially as British Army win the kickoff. Cedric does well to shepherd this into the corner, and that's going to be all she wrote for game number 1. The Royal Air Force storming into an early lead. And I think what's most worrying to me, Jam, is that whereas in that series against DAF Alpha, we saw the British Army consistently good, and actually they got better as the 5-minute periods went on. Here, they very much shrunk away. That 2nd goal for them against a run of play.
Yeah, this just got in edgewise, and yeah, broke it up just a little bit, but not enough. RAF in the lead. Also, at the same time as this match is happening, Department of Air Force Alpha are playing versus Royal Navy, and the latest update that Alpha has taken game number 1 to nobody's surprise. Well, who knows? This series can still throw just a couple of curveballs here and there, because it's after the first sweep that we've seen today, everything has been much more competitive, and nobody could really tell which way this is going to go.
No, indeed. And look, British Army, we've already called out their adaptability. They're now, enjoying a little bit of a brief respite where they can look at what went wrong in game number 1. It's a very different style of squad, the Royal Air Force, to DAF Alpha. DAF Alpha's got that outright technical mechanical ability. Doesn't matter if they're having a bad game, they can still win it. The RAF, a lot more stout in their beliefs as to which player does best, and they had to be alert there. Big save, trying to go underneath Stelios this time, gets enough on it. Absolutely flying out the blocks, but they did so in game number 1, Jam, and we know the result. Is it going to be a similar situation? No, a bit too sharp the angle on this occasion. And well, look at this.
Yes, the other way around. We are getting a mirror situation on the other side of the field. Goodness, he sets himself up. He once again pre-jumps it. Almost Doomsy dishes into it, just scoops it himself into the net. With Cedric and Toby, did not work out just well as they would have hoped. Look at Jordan jumps onto the ball himself, tries to find a block. It needs to be clear. Cedric, not even the player looking to be passed to, but just getting out. Yeah, but at this point, Stelios, Cedric, everybody's coming on, and Piers on the ground. Piers off the crossbar and out. Seemingly, that was his goal.
I apologize for running over you, my friend. I thought you would have been excited as well to notice the Batmobile has taken to the field. KS9. Well, we will test your mettle, my friend. The best Batmobile player indeed. We will see. No goals to see as of yet. Still 0-0. The British Army lurking near their own backboard. It's 100 boost steal on P. That, of course, going to limit their transitional opportunities. It's a simple clear of some skids in the end. Cedric throws it right back. 2P. AS9 goes sideways. SP to meet him. Wins the challenge. Demo. Stelios. Fortunate. Misses out.
And the thing about Batmobiles, and what I'm hoping that KS9 is going to challenge right here, it's one of the vehicles in Rocket League that has almost like a legacy connected to it. There are well-known players playing Batmobiles. For Octane, your most default car that a lot of people are playing for Fennec, the new favorite, everybody's playing it, so you cannot single anybody out, but Batmobile has history behind it. Coaster, Barry P. I might be forgetting somebody else, but these are the two main ones, and so it is a badge of honor almost, importing and succeeding with Batmobile.
Fortunately, nobody's succeeding at clearing the ball from a dangerous position. First it fell to Jordan. He makes a big save. KS9 drops in it. It's pedestrian. He off the backboard. Skids is watching. He and Stelios combine to put it away. And I'd say that's probably the most disappointing defensive bit of play this game from the British Army. In the moment that their guard is lowered, see the scoreline.
I thank Royal Air Force and the British Army for being incredibly efficient. The moment my spiel was over, a goal is being scored. So perfect timing, perfect blocking. So shout out to the production, shout out to Cedric for scoring that one. He just puts it back in the same player. K9's kids collide amongst each other. Stelios will collect it. Cedric immediately needs to go, otherwise Jordan will be immediately on it, and I don't think his positioning would have been great past Skids, but Skids still chase it. Not past Cedric. Royal Air Force committing players so much more efficiently than we've seen them at the start.
A deeper look at this Royal Air Force transition out shows a lot of overlapping midfield plays. I really like it, and you can see they're ready to burst out from their own third to the extent where they catch British Army with a 1v2 scenario. Cedric just monitoring the situation, has a free tap-in essentially, and is a third on the way potentially. No, KS9 drops it down. Stelios, that's going to go just near the post, but it's another double commit coming out from the British Army. A far cry from the punchy folks that we saw take it to DAF Alpha just 20 minutes ago.
And there's not much time to really turn it around. Best of 5 means that team needs to win 3 games. Royal Air Force already have 1 in their pocket. Are looking like they're going to win the second one, and then British Army, unless there's something in their reserves, an extra plan is going to be unfolded on the table. Or like, we do this, and this, and that, and they win the whole thing. It's tough, and yeah, there isn't no peppiness. KS9 looking for something, and Stelios was there, very confident that he can make a save. That he does. Cedric already up front. He goes for yet another one of his individual plays. Cedric styling. Maybe with 2 goals up and a minute remaining. Okay, not blaming them. They're still winning.
2-0 is so dangerous. It's so dangerous though. And they are playing with fire. If they think that these flexing, credit-worthy clip plays are going to make a big difference. What will make a big difference is making sure that they defend against the British Army's potential first goal back. AS9, that spikes up. Skids doesn't get there first. It's P-Force against his own backboard. 40 seconds left now. And that is a massive moment of relief for the Royal Air Force, especially if they can convert it. No, Cedric just a moment, a hair's width away.
Pre-jump game is great, but when you miss the ball, you look a bit foolish. Still, it works really well when the connection is there, and you can just beat your opposition to the punch 10 out of 10 times. Right now, something punchy needs to happen from the British Army. KS9 throws 1 block as Skids. He throws a block. KS9 already rotating out, and nobody can support those 50s in the attack, even if British Army are winning them. Royal Air Force just had literally more players pointing forward to take anything out of this. Second game in a row, it's Royal Air Force on top.
The more I think about this, Jam, the more I think that the British Army need to get demo heavy, and they need to get demo heavy stats. I'm alluded to the big differences that playing against DAF Alpha has to playing against what the RAF has eventually evolved into during this tournament. You can clear the ball long over a high press, and you're likely going to get a shot on target or an opportunity thereafter, because the opponents that you are facing need to rotate back into a defensive stance. They need a couple of seconds to figure themselves out. Because the RAF are playing with such singular roles, it means that Stelios is always back. And if he's not back, then he's called his teammates back with those overlapping midfield trails, which I was talking about mid-game. You demo them, Jam? I don't think they got an answer. But it's up to the British Army to get the explosives out.
It comes back to the point we've talked about, DAF Alpha, their rotations, and how their rotations can be broken by the demo-heavy style of, for example, DAF Bravo. That series still ended up in favor of Alpha and between the 2 US Air Force teams. But really still, this disruption still was important, and for a moment in Rocket League meta, in professional Rocket League scene, disruption and demos were the king. And of course there were a lot of cries even in ranked lobbies saying that how unfair it is, but it's a part of the game, it's not going anywhere, and the teams need to be ready to use it as well as be ready to do something like this. Perfect position.
Ox in the box. He starts this move. He baits out KS9. Stelios, that's a fantastic direct pass. Could become an archer with that sort of accuracy. As can P on net 1-0.
Jordan wins the challenge in the middle, stays slow, and yet still Stelios wins against him. This grouping of Royal Air Force players in the corner might be dangerous, so somebody I'm sure is already falling back. Everybody needs to be careful. As a result of that clumping in the corner, nobody is there for Royal Air Force, and the second player to come in and put the ball on target. Pass to Stelios is perfect. Shot goes just a little bit wayside, and British Army, the whole platoon is being dragged left, right across the goal line. They're still making it work. Unfortunate thing is they're still down the goal, and P pre-jumping yet another one of the passes.
Being given their marching orders, discordant. Need to find a tune out of this trio, and they need to find it fast. Second album, always the most difficult, of course, but eventually you might find a banger amongst the 12-track list. It's 1-1.
There needed to be more confident touch from Royal Air Force. The moment there's something weak like that, and the British Army seeing the whole field in front of them, know that nobody's rotating back from Royal Air Force just yet. As that challenge happening, only then on the sides players are coming through. When the British Army seeing that they can just easily commit a player and shoot the ball forward, they got two players, KS9 shooting the ball down and Skids then finishing it all up. They just catch Royal Air Force making a touch that was not good enough in a position that it must have been much more stronger, and getting a goal as a result of that. Great vigilante.
It's a lot better from the British Army. Up in the faces of the Royal Air Force, not allowing them to settle. Case in point, it goes centrally, but Cedric, that's a very strong clearance indeed, pays for it. The job has been done. Meandering in the back line. Royal Air Force on it like a rocket. And P doubles his money.
Said about seeing the field. Stelios, oh, that is perfect. And this touch should not be happening. This is, again, counterclockwise. This is, I suppose, clockwise if we're looking at the flank. Counter the movement of the play, but even that small touch works just wonders. We've highlighted speed at the start of the game, Piers of the Royal Air Force, and he is delivering. He is living up to his status as the player of the match.
Just to be safe, another one would be nice. British Army lurking in front of the blue net. Eager to redress the balance yet again, but a miss like that is not going to help. It's Stelios. Sees P. Over the top of Skids. Not past KS9. Skids won't get a second chance. It's Cedric. Past Jordan. And everybody misses this one as it continues this journey into the corner.
Cedric, that is a great 50. At the very least, it stops British Army from advancing. And at the most, here's Glycis on the other side, and will be setting something of his own. Going for KS9? Not necessarily, but there is that angle again. No follow-up from Stelios. He does indeed prefer to sit incredibly deep. And for now, Royal Air Force can really play a very strategically defensive game where they don't have to go.
10 Hut. Skids to the far right. Infield again, maybe looking for the straight shot. Meets two in his way. AS9, that's brilliant. Needs the save from Stelios. Is Jordan. Goes high rather than on target. There's Skids. Goes low, but there was two in his way yet again. Strong defense from the Air Force. They're looking to sit on this one-goal advantage.
Be problematic. Stelios, the last player. There was two folks coming from Royal Air Force up front to meet the original challenge. But they survive. They get out of this. Pierce with boost, and now can immediately just stall the ball in the air, kill any momentum of it moving forward towards the Royal Air Force net, and it's working out. Ball spiking, British Army cannot find a good touch, and now starting from their own corner, again, it works out that they're starting from their own corner. KS9 back on the Fennec, if I see it right. He didn't believe in himself, and this might be the downfall of British Army in the end.
They are boost seeking. Royal Air Force with control over the majority of the map. Oh, that was dangerous. Stelios helping it towards his own net. Lucky not to go in. British Army winding up for another. That goes high. Skids ends up in the crosshairs of his own teammate. Just 20 seconds left.
rotations back through the lines, and Stelios now making a journey from his own side of the field towards the attack. For British Army, one not mistake by no means, but little thing here and there, one after the other, snowballs into a pile of problems. And in the end, it's yet another goal. 20 seconds, 2-goal differential. So far, every single game in the series has ended with a 2-goal differential, always in favor of Royal Air Force. Whether it's going to hold or not, British Army need to find 2 goals quick right now on the dot.
Fortunately, it is not going to happen. I love the optimism. But you can just sense the optimism within the Royal Air Force. All of it has been sucked out of their opponents. That is a pump-up moment for the Royal Air Force. And I think a real poignant final goal there from Stelios. He could sense the fear. He could sense the meandering. And KS9 thought he had more time. He did not. Stelios, from his anchor roll, strides forward, wins a challenge, wins that game-winning, series-winning goal. Stamp of approval from me, Jam. I wonder whether it gets the stamp of approval from Craftman as well. A dominant win, and that very well could be enough in the long run to see this team heading to the grand final 1-2.
Yeah, we did set it up before the game began that this could be make or break for whoever might sneak into that second spot, but certainly who would be fighting to be the third seeds going into the third place playoff tomorrow. But yeah, as you mentioned, a 2-goal gap for the RAF, and I mean, we said about in every single game, we said about the Army being a very game team, Jam, but they just seem to fall flat against the high-flying RAF.
I feel like it's the confidence of the Air Force right now that is bringing them those victories. They got that reverse sweep. After that, everything changed. After that, they just really playing with the newfound confidence that they just whatever was holding them back before, no longer holding them in. You see just how many of these early jumps are here, there, and Pierce, again, player of the match, I think no doubts about that, but let's not forget Cedric. Let's not forget Stelios. And also, let's not forget, I'm sitting here in the middle of you guys, and I'm just feeling like a national pride just overwhelmingly coming on. It's something.
Yeah, we're giving off that energy. I mean, we're dressed similar. We got the same colors on today, me and James over there, and a nice little British sandwich for Jam to be the jam in, I guess. It makes sense.
Oh, no, we can't do this. I'm sorry. I've got to. For all my friends out there, friends out there, listen. I come from the sim racing scene, and I've got to set things right. It's not a British sandwich. We're British bread with a jam sandwich.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
That triggers me. That triggers me. I'm like,
all right. Well, you stay triggered over there. We'll set up our interview in Cedric with Veracity on stage after the break.
well, well. The RAF have managed to do it once again. Cedric, you guys went from being 1-1. Your team is now currently 2-1. Talk to me about how that matchup ended up panning out for you, playing against a remote team. Do you think that kind of benefited you in any way?
Honestly, I think it benefits them more than it does us, because in your room there's no pressure. But we went in pretty cold, obviously not playing for a few hours, and yeah, it was a nice warm-up for the Navy game next.
And in regards to the pressure, do you feel any sort of pressure playing up here on the stage, or are you feeling comfortable?
I think we did feel a little bit in the first game, hence why it went the way it did, but after that, no, we don't really feel pressure.
And did you guys change up anything in particular? Because I noticed in that game that we just saw there, P in particular was performing incredibly well as well. Were there any sort of role changing amongst your team?
No, we just made sure to stick to the rotations and everything just worked out as it should.
Well, coming on up, you're going to be facing the Royal Navy. They are currently 0-2. How do you fancy your chances against them?
I think they'll be 0-3 in about 20 minutes.
Go on, what's the scoreline going to be?
Oh, 3-0.
3-0. Are we feeling confident with a 3-0, boys? I'm just seeing a nod. I need some more enthusiasm. There we go. Yes, all right, well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to let you go ahead and practice some more.
I will.
We'll catch you all very soon where we're going to be diving into our next matchup. super excited to get this next matchup started. I was chatting a little bit earlier to the RAF boys. It seems like there is an imposter among us. One of your players is actually listed as a sub for the side of the Royal Navy. What's that all about?
Do I name drop him? Logan, you know who you are, bro. You're going down, I'm sorry.
Well, we don't know if Logan is actually going to be playing in this match, but how do you fancy your chances if he is? Do you feel like you've got him sussed out in this game?
It's a good question. I've watched him play over the course of 5 to 6 months now. He's a very, very good player. On his day, he's unbeatable, really, but that day is not today, I'm sorry.
All right, well, only time will tell whether or not we're actually going to get a 3-0 result in way of the RAF. So it's finally over to my casters to take it from here.
Thank you so much, Veracity. Right, gents, listen, it's the Royal Navy. You know, how does it go once again? You can find pleasure there. You can search the world for treasure there. You can learn science, technology. But are all of their dreams about to come true? Well, in order for that to happen, they need to win this series and they need to win their next series. We start off with the Royal Air Force. We go over to the British Army. They are going to need results to go in their favour. Craftman, the question is, are they going to be able to do it? Because the Royal Air Force knows that should they win this one, they lock in that 1-2 grand finale appearance tomorrow.
Yeah, it would be a rematch for the ages. I know they got swept by Alpha earlier on today in quite convincing fashion, but the Royal Air Force have been looking better and better and better as the days gone on. And as was the case with the last series as well, against the British Army, the Royal Air Force against the Royal Navy, not only, again, for the pride of Britain, but it is, like you said, to lock in that top 2 spot, because the way this works is our 5th place team today will be eliminated. 3rd and 4th place will play tomorrow for the 3rd place, and 1st and 2nd will play for the championship. So every chance for the RAF to lock in America versus Britain grand final.
Jam, let's take a deep dive on the Royal Navy, shall we? We've got Stimpool, we've got Horizons, we have Spooks serving on the HMS Rayleigh, HMS Collingwood, and HMNB Clyde, respectively. Are we expecting anything other than an RAF win based on previous results and based on these folks' ranks?
Honestly, based on the ranks, I would put them quite even, both RAF and Royal Navy. Royal Navy also still holds for us the surprise of appearing on our broadcast for the first time. Stippleback Horizon and Spooks playing in the backgrounds haven't registered a win in the series just yet, but would absolutely love to. At the same time as RAF and Royal Navy are playing, Daft Bravo and British Army are playing as well, and everybody from those two teams are currently just trying to get that W. Otherwise, at the very end of the day, 7th match that we're going to be broadcasting, British Army and Royal Navy are going to be playing to try amongst themselves just play for that spot tomorrow.
During tournament days, it is not about how you start, it is about how you mean to go on and finish. Craftman, Royal Air Force have taken this mentality and stuck to it. After getting smacked by DAF Alpha, they've got a win, they've got another win, they're looking for a 3rd in a row. We've talked about Stelios, we've talked about P. Let's give Cedric his time in the limelight. What makes him special, and how has he improved across the course of the day?
Yeah, he's certainly been the fixer-upper in this RAF side. He's been performing really, really well alongside his 2 teammates. By the way, our roving reporter on the ground, our lovely host Veracity, has said that they feel they've got the land buff right now. And I imagine just playing on stage, you know, we always talk about it, you know, for at the RLCS level, where you play at home or in a boot camp for the online portion. Boot camping, you're there in person. You can fist bump your team whenever you've got a great play, and you can build each other up from there. Whereas I suppose the other angle we've been looking at it for, if you're online and, you know, away from the glitz and glamour of the stage, you might just feel a little bit more comfortable. So it's going to be land buff versus familiarity between these 2 teams. But if I was to put money on it, I would say the RAF have the advantage here.
Well, everything is still to be decided, but destiny awaits at the conclusion of this series. It's a big one, and Craftman and Jar of Jam are going to be taking you through it.
It's huge, it's large, it's humongous. It's the RAF taking on the Royal Navy, Jar of Jam. And we are just about ready to go. I will point out as well, they mentioned it in their interview video that we saw earlier on. And as you can see from the screen there, both Cedric and, P and Stelios Opting for the keyboard and mouse strats, I mean, how have you, like, we've seen a kind of a resurgence of KBM players in RLCS, but for the most part, they have been controller. What makes a controller player different from a KBM player?
It is not the quality of your inputs. It is how precise you can be with your movements. Keyboard, unless it's a really fancy one, it's either on or off. And with a gamepad, you can be as precise as you want. You can go just slightly faster. You can go all in. With keyboard, unless it is actuated, I think perhaps is the term for that, you are just not getting the same precision. At the same time, you play with whatever you're the most comfortable with, and as such, this could be keyboard and mouse, and by no means these players are disadvantaged. They're just using a different input, and that's it.
Exactly, the different inputs. Some prefer it, some don't. It'll be the Royal Navy who takes first blood here against the RAF as Stimplebog gets the one on the board.
I need to refrain myself from constantly going in the Navy every single time to score, especially because I think that song is about the U.S. Navy, and I'm pretty sure I might get some angry letters from listeners, / viewers, / anything. In any case, in the Battle of Two Royals, it's the Navy that opens up the scoring in a very nice found by Stimplebog on the flank. But let's see what Royal Air Force can cook up. P and Cedric have been connecting more and more up front, have been playing with a lot of freedom, and with Celius missing that one, is it going to be open? Ooh. It's going to be open. Spooks make it 2-0 for Navy.
And the RAF seeming a little spooked off the bat here. 50 seconds in, and they're already at a 2-0 disadvantage. We've not seen the Royal Navy on stream as of yet, but they have lost both of their opening matches off stream today. Getting a win here for the first time on the main stream. Do them a lot of confidence in it, and you would imagine gives themselves a little bragging rights if they were to give the RAF a fat L here and maybe force them out of the grand finals.
Exactly that. There's still a chance to dethrone Royal Air Force as far as we know from hearing in the grand finals, and for Royal Navy this W is going to be so important. Will be able to play a little bit more relaxed when it comes to the final series of the day in which they're also participating, but 2 goals versus Royal Air Force side, who we are considering one of the best right now in the venue, is a nice way to introduce yourself. So Horizon Stimplebog Spokes, well done.
They've performed very, very well so far. Let's see how the RAF start to respond. They've had to take a territory against the Royal Navy. They've not been able to hold on to it for too long. There's a shot over by P. Tries to just gain some ground. Royal Navy are doing really well holding this midline, but they've let an enemy into their side of the field, and P will get credit.
Royal Navy's carrying the seas, but it is through the air. The gentlest of the touches from P was B's, but I think even the original shot was going pretty on target and pretty straight. Royal Air Force finally found himself a good enough touch, a good enough clear. Previously, there was just no... And there is a whiff. And as we come back, Horizons, amidst everything across the field, just finds himself an opportunity. A couple of too many misses, and it's Royal Navy who capitalize on that.
I said earlier, we've not seen all that many kickoff goals, but that was just poor display there from the RAF. I think that they are well versed in formations. They do fluff their lines just there. Oh, and right off the kickoff, a tit for tat play right off the kickoff. Cedric will get credit, pulls it back within 1, Jan.
We complained about the not enough kickoff goals. Previously, I think DAF Alpha came the closest one to constantly winning the kickoffs, but not getting the goals. And right now, 2 on the bounce. Yes, that's exactly what we're getting here. And time is now for scoring even more. With the way this is going, 5 goals before the half point, we might be in for a goal extravaganza. Royal Navy, though, still holding the lead, however small it might be.
It was that early advantage from the Royal Navy. Really putting the RAF on the back foot, and now they just need to climb this mountain. Pressure is very stout now from the RAF. Keep it going as Stelios puts it towards the corner. P was hovering around, just tried to play a little bit of spoiler. Now Cedric highlighted him before the match. Well, he got a highlight moment here off to Stelios, and he finds the bottom right corner. Tie game.
I don't understand how there's space in the bottom right corner, but that's where Stelios has placed the ball. Cedric doesn't find the second touch. Horizons tries to cover as much as possible. And that one gap that Horizons just opened, that's exactly where the ball sneaks in. Ooh, gonna hurt. But you have to bounce back, you have to persevere. And so far, Royal Navy have shown that they are able to pressure, and I do believe we might be having technical pause. We'll let you know exactly what's in the action, but a 3-3 might stand. Not going to speak too early, and we're going to be seeing how it goes. Most importantly, Relic, Royal Navy, not a pushover, by no means. This is a team that I think can really take it to the Royal Air Force.
Yeah, we are just getting a remake of this game. We'll have a word on what is happening with scoreline, as we do have a tie game, but we're just going to remake this. But yeah, I absolutely agree that we're getting told the scores are not counting. We are just going to start this from day dot and go back from 0-0 and just replay game number 1. Make sure everyone's set up okay. But yeah, Jam, I would imagine that this benefits the Royal Air Force more than the Navy, because obviously the Royal Navy had that early advantage, but now the RAF seem to be on a bit of a roll. They are starting to find their feet, and I imagine from this restarted game, they're going to have all the advantage.
Recreating the goals and the advantage that Navy had at the very beginning is going to be incredibly hard. RAF with momentum, and this definitely there is the only way this could sort of switch the other way around again is if for RAF this break is going to cool their heat and drop them down to a more neutral position. Still, Navy has done it once. We haven't seen the end of it, but Navy has brought the game to RAF, and RAF just barely got it to a tie game once again, which most likely means that Royal Navy can do it again. And they're just faster. They're just using their openings much better. But the game is quite open. Nobody is really stopping and smelling the roses. Everybody's going 100% forward, just utilizing every single opportunity. And we saw 6 goals in game number 1. I wouldn't be surprised if this series continues to be high scoring.
Yeah, I think it's going to be high scoring between these two guys, between these two teams even. But it is certainly, you would imagine that the Navy they just need to mentally regroup. As we said, they had the advantage early on. They just need to reestablish that advantage. Even though the RAF was starting to come back, they just need to, wipe that slate clean, go into it with a fresh mindset and think, all right, let's just try and get that again. Do what was working well for us, catch the RAF off guard, and maybe they can reestablish that lead. But it's always tricky after any technical pause, any reset, as we're just trying to get the players back into the lobby. We'll get some new details sent out for that in just a second. But I would imagine, Jam, that the RAF are going to come out of this restarted game number 1 firing on all cylinders and capitalizing on the momentum that they were starting to build as they got it back to a tie game.
I don't think anybody's going to start this game slow. Just again, pedal to the metal, straight up forward. And if we're talking Royal Navy, their game was clean. They didn't necessarily start immediately pulling out hundreds of tricks out of their pockets or just show us a game that we've never seen before, but they are efficient, effective, and on the field they look a team that just knows exactly what they're doing. And goals, case in point, what has been scored against them, just a little bit of a shot go haywire there, shot go haywire there. And RAF are fully deserving of their goals, no doubts about that. Again, the Stelios in the defense working out well, P and Cedric connecting on the front for RAF, perfectly wonderful. But Royal Navy has their tricks up their sleeve. They're literally, I don't think, have to change much to continue in this series. So I cannot wait until we go for real this time. As we mentioned, the game number 1 and its results on the screens, as we saw, erased, no longer matters. We are starting fresh anew.
And we looked at the standings earlier on. I know we were talking about the RAF having a lot of pressure on their shoulders to win this one, and near enough confirm their place in the grand final for tomorrow. But the other thing that the thing that the Royal Navy are playing for, of course, having not won a series as we get game number 1 restarted, they've not won a series yet, and the last place team out of today is going to be eliminated. Yes, they're going to play in some show matches and whatnot tomorrow, but they want to be in that 3rd place match at the very, very least. But like I said, the RAF had all the momentum before the tech pause, and right back out of it, they have the first goal.
This is now not in the Navy. We restarted, and the plot is going the other way around. Royal Air Force opened up the scoring, didn't even wait more than 10 seconds to do it. Cedric, ooh, look at the patience. He knows there's going to be almost like a mirror challenge. Everybody comes off the kickoff. Everybody goes for the same things. Now he continues to play slow. It takes patience and bravery to all of a sudden say, I'm going to pump the brakes. I'm going to try to trick my opposition. Not just once, but pretty much twice in a row. And he almost got away with it if it wasn't for the meddling Royal Navy.
We've seen Tut do that quite a bit today on DAF Alpha. Now Cedric trying to employ that tactic against the Royal Navy as well. Their line's clean. Cedric will take it into the corners. Stimple will try and get a pass in, but he's only met by P. I think Stelios is just... Oh, that was very, very dangerous there as P took it over his teammate's head. Safely into the corner. Gives Navy maybe a little bit of space. But that touch by Horizons will let Cedric come in. Go for that slow down play, as you mentioned as well, Jam. Didn't quite work out for them, but you can see the Royal Air Force picking at every advantage they can get to.
First and foremost, the setup from P and Cedric rains hell from above. I don't know if he does that in his usual line of work, but right here it was beautiful. From his own side, making a connection. No chance whatsoever from Royal Navy. And we're talking Royal Navy starting from their own side. Cedric coming from his own half, miles away. 2-0 for Royal Force, and they are just the aces of the sky right now.
Absolutely. Always by air, by land, and by sea. By Jingo, the air is winning right now. The Royal Navy need to establish some kind of ground game. I imagine they would have been wishing they were playing on Aquadome rather here on DFH Stadium.
Exactly, that's exactly what I said. Salty Shores or Aquadome, that's where Royal Navy are going to be the strongest. We are playing in some beautiful stadiums, don't get me wrong. But for Royal Navy, that's all very silly. They've showed what they can do. Just like right now, those connections for Royal Air Force are just much more deadlier. I'm afraid that for Royal Navy, the stat line, Stimmelbach had to score this one. Net was there for him to take. Maybe Spooks, Horizons can do anything. No, that's all the way back. Now I need to be prepared because P, where is he? Already barreling towards the goal.
That's with 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go here in game number 1. Restarted game number 1. RAF with the advantage and still pushing that advantage as well. You've not really seen Royal Navy push out of their own half all that much. And every time they've been trying to push downfield, break this barricade from the Royal Air Force, and just hold strong. That's a big whiff by P though. Cedric's all alone at the back. Might get bumped by Stimple, but it's over the top of the crossbar and in the goal by Horizons.
They had everything set up for them, and obviously they made it work. Stimple versus Cedric. He actually abandons it, sees that there's like no chance that he can influence the play. And when the moment the ball hit crossbar, I bit my tongue because with all of that perfect setup, this still could have gone wrong. Save was incredibly hard. Horizon straight from the kickoff, cannot find it. But I think that Spooks just tangles with Cedric, and they cannot really take a hold of the ball the way Cedric is showcasing his skills. This was looking lovely. But most important of the note, Royal Navy back within 1.
Yeah, showcasing those mechanics is Cedric. Elios needs to put up a little bit of defense here and again. We've seen this a lot from teams today, Jam. Teams playing a really, really high line when they're on attack is Cedric and P. Oh, they're going to get in the way of each other. They do, but it is Stelios to put it home and re-establish that 2-goal advantage.
It was a nice little gathering. I'm pretty sure this is what the players on the teams are going to do after the day is over. Go to the canteen and just sit together at one table, telling jokes and everything. But 5 people on about 6 square feet of space, that's a bit too busy. And Stelios as the last player on the field, I'm sure, to be able to do anything. That's exactly what he needs to do. Puts it on target. This bump P into Cedric, I think?
I think it was.
Pull shot work.
Yeah, I think it was. Teammate on teammate. He giving Cedric a helping hand, we'll say. Over that 2-goal advantage. Royal Navy need to fire downfield, and they do have a gap here, but no touch from Spooked on the back wall. We'll head back and go into defense, and now Spook's over to Stimple. These left and right passing plays, they need to be more upfield, not necessarily directly to net, but they can't go laterally anymore. They need to play vertically upfield to the Royal Navy if they got any chance of taking this opener game.
Going up corner, Spook's Stimple Bog. By the time ball reaches anywhere in the vicinity of Royal Air Force net, players are rotating out. It's past one. Cedric gets booted, but do they have the ball? Navy does not have the ball, and Stimple Bog can only 50 it to the corner. Slow plays. Royal Air Force is happy to just keep the player very deep so that dribble attempts are not working. But Cedric is setting up something like that. A beautiful goal.
He's starting to establish himself as the most mechanical player on the RAF. What a lovely mechanical goal it is. 4-1. I'll remind you, before this game was restarted, it was 3-3. Royal Navy did have inroads. They had a lead. Now that has evaporated. For my money, like, Royal Navy are just not able to retain possession all that well. Every touch that they're making downfield are just trying to clear their lines. It's not trying to keep possession, it's just trying to keep it away from their goal line. It's the RAF who do take game number 1. And every time those clears are coming through, Jam, it does feel like the RAF are just picking them straight back up.
It feels like this was something that RAF themselves struggled with during the first series of the Day versus DAF Alpha. Now that they've learned, and now they're forcing their opposition to endure the same situations, forcing them to make clears, just immediately get returned back. And you just cannot get a foothold when you don't have a long enough spell of possession or a good enough clear that allows you to set up some sort of position. Put the ball in the opposition's court and also set up in a position so you can now receive that ball and be the one setting the pace of the play. That's what Royal Navy is currently struggling with, and it has been a night and day. Game 0, let's call it that, the little preview of these two teams that we've got a chance to look at. Royal Navy had everything to their for them to do in this game number. The proper first game, 3 shots and not much to write home.
Yeah, not much at all. As you said in that, we'll call it scrim, warm-up game for this series. They did have the aggression in their midst. Again, like we did talk about coming out of a tech pause, especially one where you were in a more advantageous position, now back at level pegging. It does hurt the mental a little bit, so they just need to re-establish that, just calm themselves down, think, alright, that may not have happened, let's just get ourselves back on track here. Is Cedric over to P. Can Stelios follow this one up? No, Stimple will send it back and straight into the path of Stelios, in fact, for the rebound. But again, it's the RAF holding this midfield line and just putting shot after shot onto the orange net. Cedric can't get that one through. Stelios was in tow as well, but he gets that smart pass back to P to keep this attack going.
I love little ingenuity. This cleared the Royal Navy, almost finding one long range bottom right corner, and Royal Navy find a connection with a couple of passes. Stimplebog, that block, instrumental. It goes all across the field, but allows Royal Navy to continue, and right in front, it's the Royal Navy's Spooks making it 1-0.
It was that fumble in front of the net as Stimple wins the kickoff. luckily enough for the RAF, P was...
Everybody's up high.
Yeah, everyone's flying about, and P just stood on the ground saying, no, the guys, they're going to score off the kickoff. Well, you know this. Can't you see the future like I can?
Royal Air Force are doing what Royal Air Force do. They take the sky. And yeah, there's some really nice formations. If anybody has ever seen an air show, you can attest to that. It's really beautiful. And they're trying to do something like that. And they still need to find a goal in this first game. Cedric needs to just play it somewhere. And that almost sets up Royal Navy for a play. Now, though, the Navy are retreating back because already they're having a pass army towards them.
That was a big opportunity for the Royal Navy, but maybe that passing play just happening a little bit too far in their own territory, and the RAF able to establish their defense quite handily. Now they're not letting the Navy out of their own half. Spooks, though, just take possession, has one person to beat in Cedric, and not able to get that one through. And again, it does feel like Royal Navy, they're not keeping possession for themselves. It does feel like they're hanging the ball long and hoping for the best, and maybe hoping for a counter-attack as the RAF pushing a little bit too high sometimes, but it does feel like Stelios is hovering around this midfield line, not letting any long clears be established.
Ooh, this is Spooks and Horizons both going for the ball, and all of a sudden man advantage for Royal Air Force on the other side of the field. This goes around and doesn't make an immediate threat. Stelios stays pretty safe. It's going to be P just to Cedric, beaten by Spooks, and Royal Navy, by being able to move a little bit further up the field, are now stopping the passes of Royal Air Force and stifling their chances. Slow play! Just enough. Horizons takes the second one for Royal.
Saw the player flying across the right-hand side of the net. You see it there. It was Stimple, in fact. I saw them coming in from the right-hand side and thought he might have been able to get a little touch on it, but no, it bounces back to Horizons. Just like that, after a really arduous game number one, after the tech pause, the Royal Navy have re-established themselves and showed that they are no pushover against the RAF, and that their 0-2 scoreline on the day for the Royal Navy is maybe not a true reflection of what they are truly capable of. As P again, it feels like RAF get the possession in the middle of the field, but now the Royal Navy are establishing dominance and establishing these wins in the midfield.
We've been here before. 3 for Royal Navy. Openings galore on the other side of the field. Counterattacks, passing plays, you name it. I think we're returning to exactly that. So, while the game is still far from over, Royal Navy remind ourselves what their strengths were in the first game. While Royal Air Force, they bring the ball forward. They had games when they couldn't even see the opposition's net. They bring the ball forward, and here they do just that. Cedric starts something. Can they finish it?
Interested to see what happened here. I think so. Spooks pinches it off of Cedric. I don't know where Stimple went. Stimple was hovering around the net. I think they might have just hoped that their teammate was going to win the challenge, perhaps, and was going for the right-hand side boost. I'm not quite sure. Either way, the RAF do have inroads here. They might even make it 2, and they will! It bounces around, and P comes out with the goal.
How much 8 seconds can change? That's Royal Air Force changing it out in a pinch. And without P landing right there, this would have been a goal. Royal Air Force throw everything up front, and it works. It's still a long way to go. 1 goal, and that's only a tie. We're not even talking about the winning. It's a tie, but this is a pass straight to P. This has been the biggest turnaround we've seen today, Craftman, in the nick of time. Let's say 17 seconds. A 3-goal advantage erased. No longer there.
Blink and you'll miss them. The RAF flying in their Typhoons, spinning tornadoes around the Royal Navy, but this is wide open. Can anyone from the RAF get back in time? P blocks the shot, and then Cedric Stelios follows up that defense as well. This is madness in front of the blue net, and Stimple will turn it in. A 3-goal comeback for the RAF, but the Royal Navy re-establish the lead.
are still there, and we are missing Cedric. Off the screen, demolished. 2 players beat by Royal Air Force, nobody else to count on. Really good heads-up play from Royal Navy. What a match. What a match. And I said we're going to see another high-scoring game, and they're delivering. They are delivering. Stibblebog already crossing the midfield line and rushing forward, trying to dodge, play something. He and Cedric, we've seen those commits previously. Everybody tries to get a piece of the ball. Ball still keeps on the blue side of the field. Stibble for now just needs to get a touch. That does not give Royal Air Force an immediate counterattack. And with Horizons intercepting this, do they have the chance? No, sir, they do not. The series is tied, and Royal Navy, they're just coming back in game number 2, stopping a reverse comeback from Royal Air Force and win the game.
Yeah, it was a great mental fortitude from the Royal Navy to recognize that comeback. It was almost like game 2. What we saw in that was almost identical to what we saw in the abandoned game at the start of the series. You know, Royal Navy with a heavy advantage, RAF starting to bring it back. Obviously, we never got to see how that one would have ended, but in this case, it was the Royal Navy who keep their mental clean and keep their lines clean. 4-3 in their favour, and they will tie this series up. This is turning into a ding-dong battle. I thought after game 1, you know, the RAF with a big scoreline in that one, Jam, it would have been an absolute cakewalk. But these Navy boys, they're no pushovers.
No, sir, not at all. For Royal Air Force, the task is now to regain mental. We saw how hurt perhaps they were after the first series, and how great all of a sudden they looked ever since they have gotten themselves a reverse sweep versus DAF Bravo, losing to winning 3 straight after that. This again, just shake it off, regain, start. Okay, well, never mind then. Start thinking about the next game. It's easy for me to say. Too hard for me to say, perhaps. Again, as it's everybody took just a little bit of a longer pause and plays in the hands of Royal Air Force, I would say. Royal Navy must be incredibly proud of themselves to make any doubters that the first game was a fluke, to maybe try to rethink their words.
And they won't want to say that that one was a fluke, however close it might have been. High series now. Again, let's just re-establish what these guys are fighting for. Royal Air Force currently in 2nd place on the table. They win this series, they are all but confirmed go into the grand final tomorrow against DAF Alpha. Pretty sure it'll be against DAF Alpha. I don't think they've lost. I believe they are actually I think they're 4-0 on the day. They might have
4-0, and yeah, they're just already celebrating somewhere.
they've moved on. They're getting their dinner in. Maybe not full celebrations tonight. Leave that for tomorrow. Just to let you know, their counterparts, DAF Bravo, are currently 2-0 up in their series.
Update 3-0, and they took the series.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. More up to date jar of jam. That was against the British Army, that one. So they are still looking decent. Probably going to end up in the 3rd place match unless something goes awry with the Royal Air Force. But the DAF Bravo themselves in prime position. Maybe sneak into the grand final. But here, the Royal Navy, of course, they're fighting for survival as the shots come flying in, and it will be Stelios who gets the first goal on the board for the RAF.
I'm curious, P sets up the whole original play. Cedric also in the mix. Spooks, just a unfortunate landing. I felt like P might have interfered with the goalie in the net, but just a good original shot. Nobody then home. Spooks, no time to recover, and cleanup crew from Royal Force is working out pretty well. I'd love to see that straight from the kickoff, Royal Navy take their mission to the blue side of the field.
Being beaten in game number 2. Nicely done by the RAF, and Stelios looking to double the lead here in the last 3 minutes. Royal Navy to put up a brick wall in defense, and they're doing that very well. But that's a double commitment that they did not want as P was coming over the top. RAF not able to take full advantage of that, and now the pinch down from Cedric won't come through. So let Stimple and the rest of the Royal Navy bring this back into the blue half and try to establish some pressure. They've not really put the RAF under too much pressure so far this game. It has been a very open affair, and with the RAF with all the possession and all the momentum, you would say, off of that opening goal.
And you could see how things can change from game to game. You would feel like Royal Navy conceding yet another one. In the previous game, 3 goals straight, then versus a comeback in 17 seconds. And now, back on the downward path again. Perhaps they can pull off the same trick on RAF that RAF did on them. 3 straight in quick succession. Royal Navy right now, I think they're going to be thankful to even find one, as it's not that easy now to break Royal Air Force in their lines.
Clutchability is going to be tested here. Royal Navy were able to clutch up earlier on. Not seen them come back yet. The RAF are the only ones to making a comeback in this one, and they pushed it even further. As Stelios, this is a really messy goal, this one.
I want to see this again. How does it...
Oh, it's off the
spooks. There it is. Because orange trail means the orange player touched it last, and a challenge needed to be made, otherwise this could have been a shot straight on target, and sort of it ended up being a shot straight on target. Unfortunate. We've already seen some wild bounces today, including, I do believe, DAF Alpha. Even if they are 4-0 in the standings, done for the day, and already know that they will be in the grand finals tomorrow. Even they were not immune to just physics going right. Great shot by Spooks. The net just needed to be wider. I'm not sure if the regulation net in Royal Navy is bigger or something.
Potentially, they've just made it big. Oh! I imagine P would have wanted the net a little bit bigger on that one, as it just rolls around the corners. And again, just off the post goes the Royal Navy. Spooks try to reverse through on that one. Horizons try to keep this one deep in blue territory. Again, chances going a miss for both sides, but more so for the Royal Navy. They need to be really, really quick if they want something out of this game. With 40 seconds left, it's looking very likely Royal Air Force will be going on to match point.
It was about 30 seconds ago in the previous game when Royal Air Force started their tremendous comeback. 3 goals, 17 seconds. While 17 seconds are still going to be on a timer, I'm still going to give a chance to Royal Navy. For example, no, that's P making save, not giving Royal Navy even a sniff at that ball, and just not working out. He also puts a dagger in the bag. Game number 3, I think, is done, dusted, archived, and everybody is preparing for the next one. Royal Air Force find that 4th in the next game. Not in the previous one, but they're going to be putting themselves on the match point with this, and with 2-game advantage in the series, they're looking good to putting themselves a ticket to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, one little blip in game number 2, but they're back on top, 4-0. It should end here, and it will. The RAF 1 game away from potentially clinching that top 2 spot. No pressure, boys, as we go into game number 4. Now, obviously the Royal Navy looking to just get a win here, get something on the board for them in terms of series jam. Is there any, what do you reckon they need to change up here? Because the RAF have really established the possession game. And every challenge that the Royal Navy is making, they seem to just lose all these 50-50 balls. What do you think they need to change up for game 4 and potentially game 5?
So if 50s do not work, stay away from 50s. Go long clears, go aerial plays, somewhere where the opposition is much less likely to challenge you. Passing plays may also work out, but asking the team to all of a sudden start connecting small infield passes on the spot, that's not as easy change to make. Spooks from the kickoff, though, tries to open something for the Royal Navy, but they are unable to do it at the beginning, and P just waltzes in, little airdrop, and...
Well, that's not going to help matters for the Royal Navy. 7 seconds in. And as Horizons and Stimplebog just watch that one go in, powerless to do anything against it. Establishing this dominance. It's been the Royal Air Force's game. And Stelios will go up for that one together. Cedric on the follow-up, and Cedric almost pinching it in, but it's over to P. Can't quite find the target. And Royal Navy get away with that one. That was Air Force's for the taking. But they don't manage to find Pater this time.
Lovely back pass as well to keep the possession with themselves. Royal Air Force. Ooh, this is looking incredibly open, but RAF are all back home. And so for Royal Navy, there is a just chance to relax. Stimplebach, Horizons, they just opened the net for Peters to just come in strong. There's Stelios again playing for possession. He knows that they're not an immediate shot. He is having fun. There's no doubt about that. There's still 4 minutes into the game, and Royal Air Force needs all the concentration they can muster, because we all saw how many Royal Navy put on target.
I think that's the thing that Royal Navy needs to remember here, Jan, is they just need to play disciplined. Can't go for these double commits. They can't afford Royal Air Force these little mistakes that's letting them in. But this is just a pure passing play up to Stelios. But they have left the net open, and Royal Navy will tie it up. Spooked with the goal.
Nothing said other than quick heads-up play from Spooks, and misses happen. Misses do happen, and you still work for that. Even if he did make a challenge on it, Spooks was there just to be a barrier, just to be a threat, and it works out. He had to work around the opposition player. Might still fix it, and
oh boy!
Oh boy is right off the post and out. He was just about to complete the cross. Just say, nope, never happened. That goal will never happen with this. That was a bullet train.
That was locked on. Just slightly off target. Royal Air Force will want to keep this pressure going after that near miss. He does miss, but it's out to Cedric, and now over to P in the corner. Flicks it with his Dominus, and that is a dominating flick. I mean, we don't see the Dominus all that much these days, but it does still have some power and some junk in the trunk. The Horizon's there. Oh, can't quite get under the crossbar, but it bounces in anyway, and the Royal Navy back in front.
What a powerful attempt from flank as well. P tries, he might. Actually felt like he may have added some energy to it one way or another. Deadly shots, even when you think the ball is really far away, the ball is at an angle in the corner. It is never safe, and Royal Navy and Horizons proving just that. To the center it goes, past Stelios. Spooks, quick landing, just to behind the ball, cannot send it towards the net. And back, Royal Navy, and the rest of them go.
Well, it's a lovely touch over by P as well. Follow up from the RAF, and this is when the RAF get into these kind of situations, Jam, where they're needing a goal. Sometimes they still play too conservatively, too passively. I'll see Stelios hovering around the midfield even when they're pressed in offense, which is always a good idea. But when you need a goal like that, you might want to go a little bit more aggressive. He almost sending that in and giving the Air Force back their high game. With less than 2 minutes to go now, Jam. They need to be full press aggressive here, because the Navy are really starting to come into their element.
Stelios is called in as the third. They have time. Even with Royal Air Force, the rest of the players being incredibly close, double.
Oh!
And 2 Navy men versus 2 our Air Force men apparently is just enough. Look at the pressure. It was really hard to commit. Okay, it's 2 versus 1, let's say that. Stimplebach and Spooks, they don't get that. There's a chance for a counterattack, and everybody from Navy is right there on the other side of the field. They make it work, and as such, they did.
Saw that mistake coming through from P, as wasn't in the best of positions to clear it off the backboard. That's just heads up play by the Royal Navy, but yes, they do need to start becoming a little bit more aggressive if they weren't already. They do need to be now, and Cedric does pull it back within one. Still plenty of time left on this clock, Jam.
Positioning right here. Spooks is giving the initiative to the first touch. And then at the moment it goes towards the center, you've seen Royal Air Force roam around and send players very early to the challenges. They got themselves a win on the corner. They got themselves a player in the middle. They still need to find themselves one, and something about 3 goals in this series that has been the magical number. And we still have time for plenty more.
You mentioned they had that near comeback. They managed to get it to a tie game at 3-3 in game 2. Need to do the same again, or the Royal Air Force. 48 seconds left on the clock. Oh, Navy pushing, looking for a fourth to maybe put it out of reach. Off the corner it will go. And P. Oh, he doesn't get the save, but he doesn't need to, as the shot came off the top right corner.
That was such an opportunity for Navy to put it most likely out of reach, as people stuck on the post, but shot is not precise. Another attempt, no Cedric with a clear straight to Stelios, and I love to see him being up front and basically being the first player in the rotation, receiving the ball all the way up the field. And a couple of more touches. Possession will be with the Royal Navy. The last 10 seconds, this is towards the net. Cedric is already there, who's up in the sky to the side. Stelios, and Cedric pushes the ball back, and nobody is up close. They just need to drop it right here. They're still not. They keep it alive. Anybody close?
No.
Not to be. Craftman, how about game number 5?
How about it, indeed? I thought the Navy might have thrown it away there at the last second, because they were looked to be greedy boys and wanting that 4th goal, despite having already won the game. All they needed to do was spike it down. Eventually they do. Could have given the RAF a chance to go back upfield coast to coast and tie things up and send us to OT. But now, as you mentioned, Jam, crucial game number 5. Again, Royal Navy looking to get off the mark in terms of series wins and get themselves off the bottom of the table. The RAF looking to clinch, potentially, that number 2 seed for tomorrow and go into that grand final against DAF Alpha. All comes down to this, Jam. Let's get it going.
For Royal Navy, they take this series. They no longer have to worry about their success, or at least they do. It's actually going to be very interesting. And but Royal Air Force says, it has been fun, gents, but we're here. We're ready to play.
Yeah.
And Cedric and P, the danger duo for Royal Air Force, open up our score.
Yeah, they do. And that's exactly what they wanted to establish, this quick game off the kickoff. And put Royal Navy in a disadvantageous situation straight off the bat. That's a big miss from Cedric. Might let Spooks down here. No one's there to pressure him. P does come back, but Horizons will get the pinch out to him. And just as quickly as the RAF were in front, Royal Navy tie it back up.
Well, I wish we had a speedometer right here, because pinch, I think, off Stelios' car, and that ball must have had 150 kilometers per hour on it. As a result, it also had the chance to just overshoot it, bounce straight off the woodwork and out, but precision for Horizon was there. He does a little bit of a pogo, has changed the car again, and I've been meaning to ask you for a while, Craftman. Are you getting proud every single time you see P and his endpoint decals?
he is endearing himself to me. Man after my own heart. Of course, the way to success is through that endpoint decal. Not that I'm biased or anything. After a crazy 30 seconds, everything's opening 30 seconds, I should say. Everything seems to have calmed down a little bit. Royal Air Force trying to establish their offense once again, but everything just seems to be a little bit off kilter at the moment. Nothing seems as set in stone as it used to be, as we've seen it so far from the RAF. It just seemed a little bit all over the place, but now P trying to pop that one through. Cedric to the top left corner. He has 2 cracks at the whip, and he can't get the goal out of it.
Oh no. Now he needed a bigger regulation net, and just not working out. Still dangerous in front of that Royal Navy. the enemy was at their door for the past 30 seconds, and they're surviving. They're not living, but they're surviving at the very least. High game, pressure's high. Royal Air Force do not want to give their Navy colleagues any chance.
None whatsoever. The Horizons has a chance, and he gets it bottom left. The underdogs coming into this one, Jam, and they have a late enough lead. Still plenty of time left on this clock, but the lead nonetheless.
I would love to see an overhead view of this, because Horizons rotating into this with a pass so strong. This was a pinch between RAF and Navy players. How Horizons found that?
Oh my god!
And another team pinch attempt. Something about just two players coming together for Royal Navy. They love to just send it down to the corner. He's playing it safe. Spooks gets the 100 boost as well. Means that Pierce leaves him with nothing. Collects, I think, 100 in the middle of the field. Up here inside of the field, we go. Cedric just tries to set it up at least somehow, but look at that. We talk about 50s for Royal Navy. They are winning those 50s now.
Yeah, really smart play there from Horizons. It was all he needs to do is drain this clock a little bit. Give the RAF a little bit less time to work with. Try and fake them out a little bit. Cedric can't quite read that one. Popped his way. Horizons up top now. Pass from Stimple and Spooks. Has to follow up in the middle of the field. 2 minutes left now. Horizons are hovering around this right-hand side. Stimple will be the one to take the shot, however. It goes off the backboard. P over the top of everyone from the Royal Navy, and he's still got enough boost to make the shot and tie the game.
Right there in front of everybody, and he just continues going on. What's his boost? Perfect. He was just a moment ago, he was in the air, meaning getting up here as fast as possible. When he just collected his ball from Cedric back to himself on the ground, still had plenty of boost. I think just over a 50, half to continue on going. When Pierce sets his sights, when Cedric sets his sights on the goal, they get it. They will stop on nothing less. Stelios sets this one up as he beats two just with a nice roll.
Yeah, it was a double commit as well. Horizons had it all to do. Actually, was it Stimple or Horizons on the floor? I'm not quite sure. One of the two had to make the defensive play and was just not there in time to meet it. A minute and a half now. This really is the late lead for RAF. Cedric to the corner to only find Spooks, and Horizons, just not able to read where that one was bouncing to. Not even able to get a bump on a defender in net, and this one's looping back towards the back wall. And a double commit in the defense from the RAF. A shot high off the crossbar, and P tries to fake out Stimple. Loses possession, but every second that comes off this clock is excruciating for the Royal Navy. But P might even just put the dagger home, not quite, as we enter the final 60 seconds.
Pierce and his individual attempts at a net have been tremendous. Might not get something over there, but even it's the threat. Royal Navy, every single time they see Pierce with the ball, have to respect it, have to throw forces at it, and sometimes maybe a little bit too haphazardly, a little bit too quickly. That's P once again. Cedric roams around. Yeah, and I've seen how many times before today, sometimes these players are closer to the opposition's net than the opposition players themselves, and a well-picked out pass might be a difference between a victory in the game and a loss in the whole series. Starting slow from their own half. Spooks and company.
Saw the setup from Royal Navy. It wasn't quite enough to clear their lines, and it'll be right into the hands of P. Cedric doesn't quite get the touch there to assist, but nonetheless, the RAF 13 seconds away from being 3-1 on the day. Take their win against their Royal Navy colleagues. Spooks, maybe one last crack at it for the Royal Navy, but this time ticks low and it's ticking dry, and it's dry land bound for the Royal Navy, and the Royal Air Force soar high and potentially into the grand final. They are 3-1 on the day.
Bravo, not just to RAF, but they've deserved their win completely, but also Royal Navy. This also sets up for an amazing match later on between the British Army and the Royal Navy, but a round of applause. Air Force on point. And matches do not disappoint, Relic. We've seen yet another 5-game thriller, and we could have given it to either of the teams.
I mean, what is it with the RAF, apart from the DAF Alpha, match, and being just incredible? Look, we will pay due praise to this squad in a bit, but Craftman, let us first sing unto the incredible resilience of the Royal Navy. I think 5 minutes, 10 minutes into that series, given the game 0 situation, we're thinking could be dicey. It wasn't dicey.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You saw, after the technical game, the game 0, they got beat 4-1, but to come back and then win 4-3 and just keep things close and close as you went throughout the series, their mental resilience is second to none. I commend them for that, because you see a lot of teams at pro level, if something happens like that, everything just crumbles around them and they end up falling flat. But they kept things going throughout the course of all 5 games, and my comments to them for at least getting to game number 5 and giving themselves a shot, because they certainly did have a shot. It was just not enough in the end, as the RAF still, I would say, established themselves as the best British team here.
Indeed, Jam. Let's take I'm hoping that we could take a little look at the standings then, of course, because this affects things quite significantly in the sense that the Royal Navy are pretty much out of it, 0-3. They cannot win they cannot win 2 games from here. Royal Air Force, with confirmation of that victory, they go into that second spot in the standings. They will be going up in a rematch from our very first series of the day against DAF Alpha tomorrow. That's going to be for the overall victory in the Allied Forces Rocket League Invitational. But now it's about elimination, Jam. We could not have teed this up any better. British Army versus Royal Navy coming up next.
That is beautiful. Not so beautiful, perhaps, for the fact that British Army and Royal Navy haven't won a single series. One of them is going after the next one with a W, and will be playing DAF Bravo for the 3rd place match tomorrow. And somebody has to just beat the 5th team, the team that is out, the team that's still going to be here tomorrow and playing in some fun games before we get to the nitty-gritty and the meat of it. But still, it's going to hurt just a little bit. But for every other team, their day is over. DAF Alpha, DAF Bravo, as well as the Royal Air Force have played 4 of their matches. Is the best saved for the rest? I wonder.
Somebody's also got to be an unwitting interviewee victim of veracity. She's at it again. She's found P on the other side of this break. She's going to be finding out a lot more about the mental and what it means to be in that top 2. And then on the other side of that, we're going to find out just what it means to be in a relegation fight to the death. British Army versus British Army versus the Royal Navy, I should say. Coming your way, it's our last series of the day.
Stay, no time to waste. I don't want this to end before it ever begins. I've been reading articles that peddle fear of overpopulation, climate change. The end is near, or so I hear. optimism seems in vain. You are the only one I know who keeps me feeling sane, sane, sane. Oh, what a change. If our future holds a mass catastrophe, I think I'll want someone who's right there holding hands with me. I don't want this to end before it ever begins. I don't want this to end before it ever begins. I don't want this to end before it ever begins.
Well, the RAF have only just gone and done it. You're back at it again, managing to slightly swiftly take away that victory.
Yeah.
But P, I need to quiz you a little bit further. We saw you on numerous occasions manage to score the very first goal for your team, one of which was during the first 10 seconds, and then during the first 7 seconds.
Yeah.
You reckon we can get one during the first 4 seconds, maybe, for
In the
tomorrow?
final, I'm sure we can.
Is that a promise?
That is a promise.
All right, there we go. We're going to
My
hold you
word.
to it. So talk to me about how your team have been setting you up to be able to make those initial goals when the game first kicks off.
I think we practice kickoffs. We practice them quite a bit, so we all know our part.
Mhm.
And my boys, they've done really well. So
And I feel like your team, everyone's had their individual great performances throughout all of the games that we saw just then as well.
Yeah.
So do you guys have any kind of discussions to be like, hey, you guys try and focus on saving some more, you guys focus on scoring some goals some more, or is it pretty much a little bit of a free-for-all for everybody?
I think as long as the rotations are fine, it's pretty even throughout. So yeah.
I think I was promised as well a Swift 3-0. That did not happen. So what went wrong with the Swift 3-0?
We were having fun with it at the start, and then they changed tempo, and it caught us off guard, and then yeah, it got a bit twitchy towards the end, but yeah, we brought it back, which is.
Well, your opponents for tomorrow are going to be a DAF Alpha once again. Are we going to get a better performance out of you guys for tomorrow's games?
1,000,000%.
1,000,000%. That's another promise.
That's another
I'm
promise.
holding you to that one as well.
Yeah.
Well, coming on up, we're going to have the British Army taking
Yeah.
on the Royal Navy. Obviously, you've had the opportunity to play against them, so who do you think is going to take that next match?
I'm going to say the Army. I don't want to, but I'm going to say the Army. I think I'm hoping it can be a tie. I want to see Game 5 for that.
All right, well, there we have it. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back over to the break.
Folks, welcome back. It is our trio of casters. Shout out to Jasmine on the stage in Ramstein Airbase. And it is time for us to get to the last series of the day. And there is a lot hanging in the balance for that. 6 series already done. We have just seen Royal Air Force pick up a W versus Royal Navy. And it's going to be Royal Navy once again on our screens, but with the returning faces of the British Army. Most importantly, both of these teams have not recorded a single victory just yet. This also means that whoever wins gets themselves a match with DAF Bravo tomorrow for the 3rd place challenge. All the while the team that's losing is going to be out of the tournament, but still we're going to be seeing them tomorrow in a series of fun matches here and there. Everything else in the table is already set, Relic, and Alpha, Royal Air Force, and Bravo are just going to be observing their opponents.
Most certainly. I think that for the RAF, I think they've survived a couple of scares today. And I think ultimately they will reflect on that first series against DAF Alpha, and they'll realize that they can do a heck of a lot better. I mean, goodness, here we are about to talk about the British Army potentially not making it to competitive action on Sunday. And yet they looked better against DAF Alpha than the RAF ultimately did. You got Onza / KS9, Skids, and Jordan. Disappointing, I would say, thereafter, the DAF Alpha series. That adaptability very much escaping them. And if anything, given the buoyancy of... given the buoyancy, I didn't even mean to say it. Given the buoyancy that we saw from the Royal Navy in order to keep themselves alive against the RAF, I'm slightly worried about the Lion Boys.
There has been a lot of pep in the step for both of the teams, and it's only the match is going to separate them on the field. This is the first time that these two teams are meeting on the field, and we've seen Stimpelbach, Horizon, and Spooks play for Royal Navy just now versus their opponents in the Royal Air Force. And when things connected for Stimpelbach, Horizons, and Spooks, that was a team that was impossible to beat. Their passes were perfect. Their connection on the field was top notch. Now to do all of that again, and then trying to beat British Army with a match that has a lot on the line, Crafters.
Absolutely, and the key thing you said there was when they were connecting. It wasn't consistent from the Royal Navy, so you've got to think going into this one. I would personally pick the Army as my favourites going into this one. Obviously, a lot on the line. There's pressure on both teams. Both playing from home, neither team at the venue, so they've got the comfort of their own bedrooms or barracks or wherever they may be at the moment to contend with, and just have that familiarity around them. But yeah, the Royal Navy, they didn't seem to float to the top in the last one. Let's see if they have some sea legs under them going into this one.
It's the final series of the day. Let's get the puns out of our system before we restart tomorrow and do it all over again. Let's talk about Horizon's player on Royal Navy. While we've seen plenty of his teammates, Horizon has been on point, and he has gotten into the game a while ago and still continues on to be showcasing his skills right here on the Royal Navy. Wouldn't look out of place in many other high-level competitions either, Relic.
Yeah, he developed into a real spearhead for his force. I think that you see some really nice defensive actions and transitional opportunities created by the likes of Stimpelbog and Spooks, but more often than not, especially in that last series, Horizons was there to put the ball away in clutch moments, and they're going to need him again. I would wager that they might want to look to be a little more aggressive to make sure that the British Army aren't given a sniff to get into the game in the first place, because should they do, then maybe we are talking about a Game 5 scenario. Otherwise, if they just keep on doing what they were doing for the majority of that last series, I'm going to back the Royal Navy here. I think they'll do well.
We're going to see who sinks or swims, whether it's going to be tank or jank. I don't know. I'm out of ideas. All I know that the final series of the day, Royal Navy versus the British Army, is on your screens right now.
Oh, Craft, man, it's been a long day. It's been a long day, and yet it is only 4 p.m. local time. I feel as if, in the grand context of things, it's been a fantastic day of Rocket League. I think that there's a lot of people go, "Ooh, not SSL." And tournaments like these prove it doesn't matter. The entertainment is there for everyone to see, and everyone has had a great time. But now it's time for someone to not have a good time. Relegation, elimination, whatever you want to call it, it awaits. And British Army have done exactly what the Royal Navy didn't want. They've scored within 6 seconds.
They're looking like the RAF coming out here, scoring within the first 10 seconds of the British Army against the Royal Navy. But yeah, after that, closely fought battle, game 5 for the Royal Navy. Having a 1-0 put against them isn't what they want, but getting that back in instantly will help.
You know, that would have been a great drop-down pass if it hadn't have been self-destructive. That is real unfortunate from KS9 on the Batmobile, on the flank, and that just stuck in between that awkward place between backboard and top of the box. And as soon as the British Army have scored, they have conceded right down at the other end. Another pinch threatens the net, but KS9 on hand this time to clear it up, and away he goes. Nice patience, wins the follow-up challenge. Stimplebog not having any of it. Jordan hits that backboard lip, and Skid's unable to punish.
I'm glad to see KS9 in his Batmobile, his famed Batmobile, claims to be one of the best Batmobile players, if not the best Batmobile player in the world. I've got a couple of contenders. I mean, Kixer once away for a start. But
still plays Rocket League?
No, not really. formally. But yeah, I mean, British Army 2-1. It's 2-1 nonetheless. You talk now.
Okay. I will say as well, I was slightly like, Batmobile, which there are so many Batmobiles in the game now that I don't know. Are you going for the Tumbler? Are you going for like the classic long boy? Well, this was a long shot opportunity from Skids. Straight at the player in net. Out and away. Jordan, I was hoping for a bit of a 1-2 with Skids, but he was always on the way back. Also on the way back, potentially is a way for Royal Navy back into this game. Unable to convert as well. End-to-end opportunities, Craftman.
It's real end-to-end stuff. High flying, and I mean, when I say high flying, this is the first time we've not had any kind of Air Force on the field, I believe, today. Yeah, we've had all the Department of the Air Force, and we've had the Royal Air Force. First time we've had some bolts and some boots, I guess.
I mean, bolts and boots. This is the only match that cannot have an Air Force in it. To some degree, so
true.
I mean, it was about to happen eventually. It just so happens to be our final match of the day. And it's a final match that really does remain open-ended. Despite the British Army's 1-goal advantage, we do know how dangerous those can be, especially in the opening game.
Certainly so, and with Royal Navy just pushing as they want to do here, we saw them try to push against the RAF, but they weren't able to find anything through. But this time, Skids finds a gap in that Royal Navy defense.
Yes,
cross wires.
That is unfortunate. But they're ready to move into position, and yet they moved too far out of position by the time the ball reaches them.
They were doing the cha-cha slide. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth.
I'm waiting for the full, like, drop the mixtape, Craft, please. Drop the
Find me on SoundCloud. I'll put it under. I'll put my SoundCloud under my next
and can pre-order
at Craftman RL. With 2.5 minutes gone in this one, Relic, it does seem that the Army have established their kind of game. And as we saw against the RAF, Royal Navy, now that they're in a bit of a deficit, it does feel like they're in panic stations, and Horizons had a chance at least putting that on net and putting some pressure on the Army defense. But the first one goes wide, the first one just goes straight to the keeper.
See, the Royal Navy doing a pretty good Swansea Football Club impression there, where they tried to pass it and pass it and pass it again, and eventually when they do get the shot, the read is there. It's an impressive read by KS9. They do actually really well to manage that situation, but like, just take the shot. You're better committing the defender right down the other end. Skids proves exactly why that methodology pays off.
Think about the Royal Navy is they always try and walk it in. But nothing walked. That was actually barreled in by Skids. I think that's his third there in this game, if I'm not mistaken. 4-1 now for the British Army. And looking to we'll just re-establish what is on the line here. Both these teams 0-3 on the day. one of these teams will be eliminated from standard competition, but Stimplebog still keeping this competitive.
Jordan rocking the Power Esport livery, but powerless to stop this. Stuck on the lip. Said it once, I'll say it many times that hereafter. That happens to everyone. Sometimes you just lose your bearings a little bit, and that allows Royal Navy 1 goal back. Still got to find 2, and that's just to force it to overtime. That said, they are knocking on the door. They continue to threaten, and you can see they're looking for these potential demo opportunities. But KS9 looking to solo the entire defense. That's gone up onto the backboard. Dangerous. Jordan steps in, looking for a third player to assist, but nobody's there. Skids was sort of half-heartedly going back. Now Stimplebog goes forward. Is there an opportunity? No, it's Horizons a little too late. Passes it over to Stimplebog, right pass, but too late in the day.
KS9 was knocking on the door as well, trying to pull out the dribble play. He was my player of the match earlier on against for the British Army when they were taking on DAF Alpha. They weren't able to get the win in that one. And they get the win here as the redirect doesn't quite connect. Horizons looking for either Stimple or Spooks in the middle. Spooks will head back. Stimple can't quite get turned onto it. And with 40 seconds with the Royal Navy, they are starting to push. The net is open. 2 men shoot and no goal found.
They are so close to finding a good rotation here, the Royal Navy, but just a few moments ago, Spooks, they were a little bit too far back, and then there it's a double commit when the ball would have jutted out, and a final follow-up could have put it to a 4-3 scenario. Then the British Army would be in trouble. KS9, it's a huge fake. And then Skids fakes the entire net. Excuse me, you are even more grateful, British Army, that you've got a 2-point lead at this stage. Because, okay, you come away with the Game 1 win, but stuff to work on both sides of that, you can be sure.
Maybe file that one away for later on. As yeah, if the Army find themselves in that kind of situation where they need a goal late in the game and they have an open net opportunity, just keep that one at the back of your minds that one was missed by I missed who that was actually. Was that KS9 or was it Skid or was it Jordan? It was one of them. One of them missed.
It was a player.
It was an player.
It was an player. Yes, TM.
one of them missed. So yeah, just file that one away just in case they are down by a goal, maybe 2, late in the game, open net. Maybe they do it again. We'll see.
It was a scrappy 5 minutes, wasn't it? Very scrappy. It came across as a game where the winner would be the team that makes the least mistakes, or conversely, if you want to look at it through a more pessimistic view scope, the team that makes the most mistakes will lose. And on this occasion, it was the Royal Navy. A couple of kickoff opportunities as well. British Army, of course, going 1-0 up within 6 seconds. Royal Navy equalising within the next 10 seconds. No such early goal on this occasion. And that'll put the coaches of both teams at rest, at least for the short term.
You mentioned earlier when we were watching the Army take on DAF Alpha, codename Jess, the substitute and coach for the British Army, throwing up some different plays and establishing some different rotations and pulling a few tricks out of the bag for her squad. I'd like to see if Jess calls a couple of different audibles in this one. Right now they're playing the game, their own game of the Army, and playing quite disciplined right now, and just keeping the Royal Navy at bay. No pun intended.
Ballerina stuff from Skids. No, believe me, it's all boots and bolts at this Waycraft, man. It's
I said
been
boots
a long...
and bolts. Boots and bolts.
Yeah, boots and bolts. Yeah,
bolts. B-O-A-T.
I apologise. I'm slightly posh. Like the accent doesn't translate.
Oh yes, my boats. Would you like to go yachting with me?
Again, it's been a long day, folks. We are almost at an end. But then again, it's like, you know, we've had so many great series that you almost don't want it to come to an end. Alas, here we are, final series of the day. And it's a game number 2 within said series where no way through has been found and no team has really pushed forward with an advantage. That was the best opportunity of the game thus far. Skid spurns it. That's a follow-up opportunity. Horizons, I pointed him out for his offensive capabilities previously. Great on defense. Now for the transition. Oh, Spook's fantastic to go underneath KS9, but no one in support means that Jordan is able to throw this one away.
Yeah, the follow-ups from British Army are really on point. Not quite finding the net. It's just establishing this counter-attack from the Royal Navy. I think that's really what they need to lay their hat on, as the British Army have just been a little bit more aggressive than they have. Just try to find those gaps going back downfield. You need to coordinate a little bit better if you want to get something on the board for the Royal Navy as we tick towards half-time here in game number 2. Still no goals on the board here, Relic, but now the Royal Navy seem to be pushing, and maybe a bump, maybe a demo in net, but nothing is followed up.
Spooks are so sad. They were so close to being able to wrap around and chuck that ball back towards the blue net, but they were a little bit behind the play. KS9 to Skids, very nice. Jordan looking for bumps. Horizons sort of stuffs it against his own backboard. It works in his favor. KS9 finds a way through 2, though. Dangerous. KS9 gets in Skids' way. And Stimplebog off to the side once more. British Army building up the pressure, but they're getting in their own way.
Feels like there's force fields in front of both of these nets. Wonder if they've raided the Area 51 of the Air Force. Is it the Air Force who own Area 51? One of them do.
Maybe the aliens.
It's definitely the aliens. There's definitely aliens there. Nevertheless, whether it's high-tech, low-tech, one thing we can all agree on is 0-0. And neither team, like, I would say the lion's share of opportunities have gone to the Army. The Navy, the Royal Navy have had their shots few and far between, and this one, Jordan could have taken his time with that shot, but he goes for it really quickly and ends up putting it wide with one man in net.
Quality in short supply. Tell that nerves reek of both sides here in their mentality and in their plays and their calls. Double commit from the British Army. Skids up. Throws it quite cleanly, Jordan, who can only put it across the halfway line. Spooks the furthest forward for the Royal Navy. Through the corner, for that second touch, gets the second touch. Horizons, not there soon enough. The ball trickling along. And how about this one? KS9. So close to a beautiful redirect, and yet no redirect was found, so we stay at 0-0.
That's a collector's item there. Very rare miss there from KS9. Should have been 1-0. Could still be 1-0, and it will be 1-0. No. Skids will get credit, but this is in off of the Royal Navy. Just wrong place, wrong time. Doesn't really read the play here to Stimple or read the ball. And that's so unfortunate to potentially lose this game and give the Army double match point.
They've launched the torpedo, but it's been placed in the tube the wrong way around. An own goal. A needless own goal. They had the near post covered, and they still couldn't stop it from going in. And KSI looking for a second. Demo on the backboard. Infield pass, but now the counter. Stimplebog gives it away too cheaply, though. And that really has been the story for both sides. But if the Royal Navy can't put something together, then that's going to be 2-0 in the series. Skids, all on his own, styling on the entire defense. He at least burns more crucial seconds that the Royal Navy need. Got to be a full court carry. Jordan, Stimplebog, in comes. Skids combined with KS9. Horizons does so well just to pop it up once again. Who's going to take it, though? It's another double commit. No one claiming responsibility.
No way.
Spooks towards the top beans. Not going to find it. KS9 spiked by Skids. And they are one game win away, Craftman. Surviving in the Allied Forces Esports League International. The first ever edition in 2023.
Oh man, I think that's like the third or fourth time today that we've seen full court carries almost carried out at 0 seconds, whether it's to win a game or to send it to OT. Not quite to be this time for the Royal Navy, but man, you just got to put them in a box at the end of that one if you're the Army, and just hit that ball to the floor. But yeah, it did seem like the Royal Navy were boxed up for a lot of that. Yes, it was very unfortunate the way they had to lose that game. After an very unfortunate own goal Yeah, I think the Royal Navy, just watching the way they play, like looking at the stats as well, they only had 2 shots in that entire game. Skids had 4, KS9 had 2, and Jordan had 1. But you know, I mean, like with stats like that, you would from the British Army, you would imagine they score, you know, 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 goals at that. But only the one off of a really, I don't want to use the word stupid, but it was silly nonetheless. Anyway, into game number 3. 3 match points for the British Army. And a reverse sweep required from the Navy.
Oh, dearie me. The Royal Navy. They lie on the precipice of being hooked, lined, and sunk. They do have time to remedy this. Not if the British Army are to score first and continue to build the momentum as staggered as it has been throughout this series. And they do look most likely to score first. Horizons with a pop-up. Spooks almost finds Stimple. Pulls back the Skids. Horizons too far forward. Gets a piece of it, but continues its journey backwards. Skids. Got Jordan in support. Dispossessed. Up goes Jordan. Good read towards net. And there's Horizons to clean up the mess, but pays for it.
What I will say from the Royal Navy is they are starting to establish this passing game. Passes are coming from too far afield and not getting enough pace on them to get up and over the Army attack. Trying to pass out of your own side of the field is not really always a good sign, but the British Army are really reading every pass that the Navy's doing, and I mean, you can't really, there's nothing to read there. There's no lines on the page, and there's no keeper in net in KS9 with the first goal.
Yeah, the lights were on, but nobody was home over the top of the entire Royal Navy front line. Which really, part of it should have at least been the back line, non-existent, as is their goal tally. The British Army, though, they go 1 up. And with 3:20 left on the clock, the Royal Navy now have to change things up significantly.
That they do. And it all starts with trying to just bring this ball downfield. All the clears that they're getting, it's just going straight into the path of an Army defender. Whether that's in their own back line, in the blue back line, I should say, or in midfield. That's a nice little play there by Stimplebog. Takes it away and forces Skids up onto the backboard to clear that down, but it's into the path of Horizons. Now all the Royal Navy need to do is establish their presence on the midfield here, or just let Horizons go for net. Both the other players jump. Spooks goes at it, and Stimplebog took himself out of the play, and now it's Jordan to take it back upfield. I feel if Stimplebog didn't go up for that, didn't double commit alongside Spooks, that might have been a Royal Navy goal.
Stimplebog is the luckiest man in the building. How on earth they didn't score off that opportunity, British Army, I won't know. It's just a bit of a flub, really, an easy 2-0 chance spurned. Royal Navy threatening now. Oh my goodness, Skids had to get a touch on it, but Stimplebog! I know, you know. Karma works in weird ways, Craftman, and even if he didn't get punished for his overcommitment 30 seconds ago, he did get punished there.
That was, oh my goodness. Stimple, just these couple of different mistakes that he's making me fear for the Royal Navy. The thing they need to remember is they're only 1-0 down, just 1 goal to turn the tide. It could come here. Off the backboard goes Stimple. Horizons keeping this established in the Army half of the field. And taken away is Jordan and just slowing things down. Back towards net goes Spooks. Horizon waiting for this one from KS9, but still nothing there. Stimple again. Just these over-the-top plays from the Royal Navy. Now they've established their offense here, Relic, and they're giving the Army a lot of pressure.
Broken records. Oh my goodness. Sometimes it's too fast and sometimes it's too slow. Get the DJ out because it's a little bit too much wicker and not enough sparking of flame underneath themselves to get them back into this game, into this series. It's another opportunity, and Stimplebog misses. KS9 waiting out Horizon's beautiful patience and knowing control, Craftman, more crucially, of this game. Though with demos open things up, it's on target, and at last it's redemption for Stimplebog.
We've said it throughout the course of today, if you can't beat them, delete them. and the British Army have no one back as the Royal Navy just clear their lines and have a 1-1 tie game late here in game number 3. A reverse sweep still required from the Royal Navy if they want to keep themselves alive in this tournament. 35 seconds left. Could go to overtime, but you need to keep the British Army away from your net.
I do mean this one a lifeline for the Royal Navy. Boats are out, and the ship has not been fully abandoned just yet. Oh, that's saucy from Skids. But sadly for him, 3 players was not, or 3 players was too much to handle. Jordan, it's a melee here on the east wing, and look at how many of the Royal Navy's forces are stuck there! Oh no! Another tee up! It's easy for KS9!
That is the dagger. And a backflip from Horizon, from Spooks. Let's in the army. And with 6 seconds left, it's nigh on impossible, but we've seen crazier things happen. The ball has been kept up at 0 seconds a lot today. Rule 1 fully applied. But they're going to have to go coast to coast. Little boost in the tanks. And no one is around. The battleships have been sunk. The army move on to tomorrow.
I realize it's a US-based ship. Please let me have my James Kirk Star Trek related. When they entered the competition, they don't walk away with the prize. In fact, they walk away with the complete opposite. Welcome back, Jar of Jam. That's not the complete opposite, by the way. It's sadly not making it to day 2. That's the sad thing. But we are very happy to see Jar of Jam back. Oh dear, it just never got going, did it? The Royal Navy are officially out of the Allied Forces International.
It is such a shame. I never want to say goodbye to the team. And yes, the players are still going to be there tomorrow. We're going to be there tomorrow. They're still going to have fun. But the fact that they finished 5th is going to be weighing just a little bit on their minds. I hope they had fun. We certainly had fun watching them. Matter of fact is, British Army finally getting their first win. Royal Navy looking strong in every single match we've seen them so far. I still keep up that they were a solid team. They had the fundamentals going. Nothing was significantly out of place, but you needed just a little bit more, and that's perhaps the department in which they have fallen through just a little bit. Even here, though, we started once again. Huge amount of goals, something about the Royal Navy matches, I suppose. Then two tied games, and could have gone either way. In the top 8, it's the British Army finally getting their W. Their opponent, oh, it's going to be tough. DAF Bravo, that's going to need some preparation, and hope the teams and players are going to be ready to take on their opposition tomorrow again. But me oh my, this has been something special, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been a fun day, Jam, and of course we've got tomorrow. We've got both our tournament games in the first place game and in the third place game. It is America versus Britain. It's what we kind of hyped this weekend up to be all about. Possession of the Atlantic Ocean on the line, and we are going to get. You know, I imagine the final we kind of wanted going into this, an American team versus a British team. I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be great.
I think there's one more person who cannot wait for tomorrow. Jasmine is waiting on stage to close the whole thing down. So for 3 of us, it's a goodbye and straight to Jasmine right there at Ramstar Air Base.
Thank you very much, fellas, and thank you for your beautiful casting as per usual as well. I feel like what we just witnessed there was definitely the Skids show, to say the very least, but today has been incredibly hectic. We have seen upsets. We have also seen incredibly dominant performances. So let me go ahead and give you a TLDR as to all of the results that we had here today at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. We kick things off today with DAF Alpha pretty much dominating the show. The RAF had a little bit of a shaky start, but don't worry, the boys managed to claw it back. Double overtime in one of their games and making a reverse sweep as well. Unfortunately, our remote teams in the form of the British Army and the Royal Navy were not able to give us the performance we were hoping out of them. So who knows, maybe judging by the wise words of the RAF boys, the land buff might just be a real thing. But coming back to tomorrow's games, we're going to be kicking off the broadcast at 11 a.m. CEST. tea. And we're going to have some fun, friendly games. We have international friendlies, snow day, hoops, as well as mixed normals as well. It's time to see who the best player amongst all of you actually is. And last but not least, I want to give a very big shout out to all of the teams, all of the players, and also the fantastic production crew that have been keeping this show running as well. It wouldn't be the same without all of you guys. From me, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Another reminder to follow us at Air Force Gaming over on Twitter as well for updates, results, and all of the amazing content we've been filming over here. We'll catch you tomorrow.